Good morning, everybody. I had to look at my phone. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. We back. We back. Y'all life's been crazy because y'all know I'm still moving. My Wi-Fi is not at my townhouse, so I didn't have Wi-Fi to stream yesterday. And I didn't want to stream. The Wi-Fi fan is up, so I'm gonna put the screen on. I didn't want to stream from the hotspot on my phone and it keep going out. I didn't want to do all of that, guys, but I did learn yesterday. I really learned that it is hard for me to watch court by myself. Y'all, I fell asleep on Dr. Russell. I got to go back and watch it. I mean, I woke up like, wait a minute. I said, it's hard when you don't have 200-300 people watching trial with you, child. I fell asleep. And I know I'm late, y'all. I had to I had to come back to my niece's house. In order for me to come all the way over here, it took me damn near an hour in traffic to get here. So that's why I had to push it to 9. Literally just walked in the door at 8:43. So yes, I was struggling yesterday and I missed y'all so much. I mean, Kelly, Dever. Is it Dever or Dever? Dever. First of all, let's talk about how messy TikTok is, y'all. Why? Y'all know I've been telling y'all, like, oh my God, I feel like my page is not getting the views. I'm not used to this. I decided to record a video because I was just feeling pissed off about Kelly and the smoke detector, which is another reason why I'll be here till I get that fixed. The smoke detector going off, right? Why is that the video that blows up on TikTok? Why is that the video that blows up? It's at like almost 500,000 views right now. And when I tell you, TikTok loves to be messy because half the comments are, can you change the batteries in your smoke detector? Devers, hey Gwen, good morning. Half the comments, oh my God, I thought that was my smoke detector. When I tell you, I commented on a couple of people because I was in the bank when I was seeing that it was popping off. I commented, I said, how about you just come over here and change it for me since you're so worried about it? Because you could have just scrolled. You could have just kept scrolling. No, you want to come tell me about something I already know. You want to come tell me something I already know. Okay? Don't tell me something I already. Y'all think I don't hear that damn beeping? Child, I went to the fire department over the weekend. They were so nice. They came over. I thought it was just a simple change of the battery. I think they told me the way mine are wired, like they're just at the end of life. So I had to replace 6 of them. It's 6 of them that we have to replace. So once they're replaced, I'll be streaming at my own place. But until then, I felt like I was coming to work. You know, I was like packing my little bag. I had a little lunch bag, right? Packed me some yogurt this morning. Got Barch. I said, come on, Barch, we're going for a ride. So it felt like I actually left the house to come to work today. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone that's joining. It really felt like, who was this said, Mel, no more off days? Lily, Mariah was so bothered by me because I was watching court. She was like, you just can't help it. No, I can't. But I have been running a lot, so I'm not really up to speed. I promised y'all to rewatch. I have to rewatch. I know it won't be today because I have to do something after 5, but maybe I'll get on TikTok live and we'll do something because I can do TikTok live. So maybe we'll do that. Erica said, so you left Casanova. Erica, don't come here being messy. Good morning, everyone that is joining. Thank you guys so much for being here. Please make sure you like the live. Thank you. Gwen, the noise is killing me. Now, I think the fire department, they thought they were doing me a solid because they said, well, hey, we'll just leave this down since you have to replace it. But it's one upstairs beeping now. So I want to call them back and say, hey, can you take this other one down too? But I'm gonna have one. Hopefully they'll be replaced this week. The new one should come, then I'll be fine. Crystal, I missed you guys too. I was on X, so I was reading some tweets about what was going on. Super crazy, super crazy. That then kind of listening. Have y'all been keeping up with Diddy? Because I was watching I'm Not a Lawyer But last night. It was late too, like 1 this morning. And she's actually there, and she's really making me want to go to New York. Like I just want to experience it. And I just might go to New York. But she was just talking about Brian Steele, and she was just saying the Brian Steele that you guys know from YSL is not the Brian Steele that was questioning Mia. And I was reading over the transcript, and that is absolutely correct. Brian Steele, it's so hard. I see what I can see is they are not giving all you gotta do is snatch the piece out the smoke detector. Shanny, I can't reach it. Here's the thing, Miss Jones. What I will say, Miss Jones, is Brian Steele, they're not giving Mia the same grace they gave Cassie. You get what I'm saying? Like they really tiptoed around stuff when they were talking to Cassie. They were very gentle, right? It wasn't really nasty. They would ask her stuff, but it wasn't like Mia. Baby, they came at Mia like you straight up lying. It was not like Mia. What I will always go back to is there is something about Diddy that draws these victims in. These victims know that what he's doing is wrong, but they also can't get enough of him. Right? They can't. Her constantly sending him text messages and and he's not responding, but that could be that they didn't put the others in. I don't know. But I do believe that the goal with Mia was to show that she is not that. Bia, in the recap, when Mel was talking about, she brought up the fact, do y'all remember when Cassie said that she didn't have her passport and it was on the boat? Well, child, and this is why I love lawyering, okay? On Mia's Mia's resume, she puts that she takes control of passports. She's able to work 24/7. He like, shit, you advertised yourself as someone who can work 24/7. Now you complaining about it? I thought that was an interesting twist. So it was good. It was a good cross. I think he did the best that he could with Mia, but you could definitely sense that Mia, he wasn't getting the same grace. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yeah, that's definitely why. That is definitely why, baby. They took the gloves off. They put the gloves on with Mia. Good morning. But Mia, it was so good. It was so good. I said, man, Brian Steele, I love just watching great lawyering.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, hold an indictment within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here yesterday? Everyone nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case since we left yesterday?
They did that.
Everyone said no or should. Is Dr. Russell in the back there?
Mr. Brennan, you can set up if you want to.
Good morning, Good Glow. Good morning, Lexi. Lexi, I should have been going through your tweets yesterday when I woke up from that sleep, that little nap. B, I hope they did take it down. But everyone knows who she is. I just think it is kind of weird. All of these like birthday messages, people they can't just leave the man. They feel tied to. It's like the emotional hold they have on him is crazy.
Doctor, I remind
Yes,
you, you're still under oath.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Nikki.
Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hey, honey. Hey, Destin. Destin, they have, girl.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
Come on, Dr. Russell. We
I
ready
had
to
asked you
talk.
yesterday if your opinions regarding the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm changed between when you testified last year and then the more recent hearings that we've had over the past 4 or 5 months. Do you remember that question?
Yes,
And when I asked you that question, I asked if you had help with your report, and you told us that there was a woman who helped you with your report.
I told you that there was someone who helped me or made suggestions in
Right.
organizing
Right.
the report, having certain sentences placed in certain categories.
When I asked you about the identity, the person who actually helped you,
Look at Hank trying to have
I asked you if it was one of the attorneys, and you had said no.
That is correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Y'all look at him trying to, hey, Ebony, y'all he trying to have a defense moment. Hey, trying to have a Shannon Burgess moment. Baby, I'm not here with you. Hey, y'all love Dr. Russell. They was trying to eat me up on X yesterday. I said,
May I ask a question?
Yes.
y'all, why would y'all think I'm hating
You
on?
had testified in December 22nd, 2024 in this case.
I believe it was that date, yes.
And when you testified back in December of 2024, do you remember I asked you who it was that had assisted you with your report?
I don't remember that specifically.
Well, I'm going to show you a page from the testimony. This is from the hearing. And I asked you, line 21, page 207, did anybody help you write this report? And what did you say?
I wrote the report.
If you could finish, please.
I had some help with some minor edits, rearranging,
She's saying the same thing.
some paragraphs or whatsoever, but putting things in the right category.
Then I said, okay. And you answered.
No, I wrote the report.
And then finally I asked, who helped you with the report? What did you tell us?
I said, Mr. Lessie.
Hank, that didn't eat, baby. Sit down. That did not eat.
And Mr. Alessi, is that gentleman the attorney who asked questions on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. And so did Mr. Alessi help you with your report?
What I recall is we discussed the report, but I recall that it was someone else that actually helped me rearrange the report. That's my memory right now.
Is your memory different now than it was last December?
Well, I don't think so, but you have something in writing.
Do you think you would have testified to that if it was inaccurate?
Mr. Alessi did not help write the report. He may have helped organize and make a suggestion about what is training versus what is experience, but he did not help me write the report.
Do
Hank,
you have
this
any
ain't eating.
help trying to describe methodology?
No.
You had any help talking about differential diagnosis?
Lady experienced as hell.
No, I'm very familiar with differential
Period.
diagnosis.
And so after that report was written, is there any reason why some of your opinions have changed?
I don't believe my opinions have changed.
When you testified at the hearing last year,
He need to sit his ass down.
June 21st, 2024, did you express that you couldn't say with 100% certainty what type of animal, in your opinion, caused those wounds?
What?
100% certainty, that is absolutely correct. And I'd like to see that, but yes, I that's my recollection.
If it's your recollection, I'm happy to show you what
Yes,
you just
please.
testified to. You want to
Yes.
see it again?
Yes.
And he's talking about yesterday.
By the way, between last night and today, Did you get any advice from anybody suggesting you should ask for a transcript when I asked you a question?
Hey!
Did that advice come your way?
Hey,
That's my general advice from previous times.
Well, did you have any advice last night about that?
Yes.
Who told you last night that you should
damn.
always ask for a transcript when I'm asking you
Same
questions?
person who told Jean.
Well, I think it was just Mr. Alessi.
So did you and Mr. Alessi, you know there's a sequestration order, don't you?
Yes.
A sequestration order that you're not supposed to discuss the case at all with
Let's
anybody?
not discuss
Well,
it.
we didn't discuss specifics.
Do you know that the sequestration order mandates that you not discuss anything about the case from when you start your testimony until you end your testimony? You know that, right?
I understand that there is a sequestration order.
Do you understand the sequestration
He
order
can't say it.
mandates that you're not supposed to speak to people, including the attorneys, about this case overnight? Did you understand that?
There were no specifics discussed.
Or did you understand that you weren't supposed to, is what I'm asking? Did you know that's a violation of the sequestration
No, I
order
didn't.
to speak to the attorneys overnight?
I did not know that that particular conversation would be a violation.
So did you meet with Attorney Alessi last night?
No.
How was it that you had a conversation with him?
Actually, it might have been in the vehicle.
You drove together?
Yes.
So did you commute to and from court together with Attorney Alessi?
There's a driver.
Okay, who else is in the car when you left court yesterday?
Hey,
The driver.
When you-
No, I wasn't with him yesterday. No. Not in the car yesterday. No.
Well, you just said that you spoke to Attorney Alessi yesterday. And I'm trying to figure out, when was it that you were having conversations with Mr. Alessi relative to this sequestration order that you're under?
This morning, riding to court
Okay, so you and Attorney Alessi drove to court?
with the limo driver. Yes.
Well, who was in the limo with you and Attorney Alessi on the way to court today?
That was just us.
Just you two?
Yeah.
What else did you both talk about other than that you should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question?
That's what we talked about specific to this case.
Was it a long conversation?
No, not at all.
The entire ride here,
I
there
can
must
take
be
these.
more you spoke about other than just a sequestration order.
We did. We spoke about Boston, how I love Boston area. We spoke about New York. We spoke about other things. And in fact, I have to say that even on the ride back to the hotel yesterday with others in the car, nobody spoke about the case.
But I'm talking about this morning when you did speak about the case. What else? Not about the Red Sox or the weather. What else did you talk to Attorney Alessi about this morning other than you should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question?
We talked about what I did last night.
About this case?
No,
I'm
that,
not-
Bravo
I'm
for
sorry,
girl.
but I'm asking you about this case.
that was it.
I want to know what all the
was
discussions
it,
were
Nate.
between you and this attorney today or last night about this case.
Just that I should ask for a transcript.
Well, there must have been some concept. There must have been some context. He didn't just turn to you talking about the weather and say, "Hey, you should ask for a transcript." He
Yes, he
must have been talking
I
about
say
something.
yes, he did.
He also generally, not today, but generally says, be honest. Always be honest.
Fantastic. But this morning
I
about
said
his
fantastic.
testimony, what did he tell you? Did he tell you this morning you should be honest?
Not this morning.
Okay. Does anybody need to remind you to be honest when you testify?
No.
What else?
Hey,
did he tell-
Charles, have a
I'm not-
moment. It's
Hey,
over.
By the way, ask
I-
the transcripts.
I don't even know how it came up. I didn't put much significance to it.
Well, it was just moments ago it happened because you just got to court. You can't remember the context of the sage advice of Attorney Alessi?
No.
You have any memory issues?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
Transcript.
Ciao. Good morning, everybody that's joining. Dr. Russell, get his ass together. Hank is trying to have a moment.
Since you've asked for the transcript, I have it for you. Dr.
Yeah, like
Russell,
he didn't do the
this is
same
June
shit with Jennifer
21st,
McKay.
2024. I had asked you whether you expressed that you couldn't say with 100% certainty. You agreed with my answer, so there's no need to try to refresh your memory, but I'm going to show it to you because you asked.
I can't stand him.
Take a look at line 16.
I can't
Is that now
stand him.
consistent with the
Please
question
like the
I asked
live
you and the
guys.
answer that you
I'm
gave?
just back. Don't let them take the
Should be
chat away.
100%.
Like the live people.
That looks consistent.
You want more time with the transcript?
No.
She finna eat his ass up the rest of the day. Eat him up, Dr. Russell. Good morning, everybody that's joining.
Has anybody else talked to you about your testimony today overnight, Dr. Russell?
No.
Hell. Just
When you testified last year, same transcript that we just looked at, do you remember when you gave your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you said that you thought the wounds were from an animal, possibly a large dog?
On that same date,
Yes,
may I see the
of
transcript?
course.
do him like just
Pursuant to
cake.
Attorney Alessi's advice, let me approach.
Objection.
Disregard that, James.
May I approach?
Yes.
Hank, not to Dr. Russell. People like Dr. Russell. Hank can't be in the room. Why would he say that? Hank, Hank being messy as hell.
June 21st,
But it's kind of
2024.
funny because he's trying to fight back, but he's not going to have the moment. People don't like him.
Page 23, line 14. Where you ask the question based on everything we've discussed today, is it your opinion based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog? What did you say?
I said yes.
Thank you.
Why is he staying on the dog, y'all?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you.
It was a dog in the house. Why is he focused on the dog? Get off of that. He should have been running from that.
When you gave your opinion, not this year, last year, you agreed when you were assessing the wound, you used the word or adopted the word possibly, didn't you?
Explain the context of it,
Sure.
that sentence.
Sure. Go right ahead.
No, you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Then I'm sorry. Please
When
rephrase
you-
the question.
When you were asked about your opinion last year, not this year, last year, about whether to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog, you agreed with that characterization. A large animal, possibly a dog, didn't you?
Why is he right here?
Yes, an animal, possibly a large dog, last year. Yes.
When you were on direct examination, there were tons of questions about this word methodology. Remember all those questions you were asked?
In June?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Okay. Yes.
Yes. And when you were asked about methodology, was that an attempt to try to explain that you weren't just looking at an abrasion and guessing or eyeballing it? You were trying to suggest there's some type of scientific or medical process to give some type of certainty to your opinion?
That is the process I used.
When you talked about methodology yesterday, you talked about your experience in methodology with knife wounds and gunshot wounds, correct?
Yes.
But there was no methodology whatsoever regarding looking at a photograph and then identifying whether that is
Hey,
consistent
can
with
you get up?
dog bites, is there?
I disagree.
When you described methodology, you were asked by Attorney Alessi whether or not you've engaged in that methodology regarding dog bites. Did you agree that there is really no methodology regarding dog bites?
I disagree.
When you use the word methodology regarding dog bites, there isn't something specific you're looking at as if you were looking at a fingerprint. There are points of comparison. You don't do that, do you?
There are no specific points that are published by a organization, for instance, on how to determine something is a dog bite. However, I did use different methodologies, including what we talked about, the differential diagnosis, the pattern recognition. Pattern recognition, again, is so important in medicine.
Come on.
It's what pathologists use to diagnose tumors.
There
For
is no
instance.
standard There is no recognized standard anywhere for methodology on how to identify
I don't think
dog
it's
bite
help,
wound. Is
y'all.
there?
There is no published standard from an organization that I am aware of.
I just don't think he should.
So
stay
there is no
right here.
source. There is no recognized community. There's no certification. There is no recognized method in identifying a superficial abrasion as a dog bite. Isn't that fair to say?
As in many conditions in the medical field, there are no certifications.
How about published standards? Is there any published standards whatsoever, any, regarding claims that a superficial abrasion is a dog bite? Are there any published standards by any organization?
No, but there would have to be thousands of published standards to identify the causes of the thousands of different types of abrasions. So no, there's no published standards.
No published standards.
Ashley, I don't think so.
There is nowhere you can point to where the so-called methodology that you were telling the jury yesterday is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community. You can't point to anywhere, can you?
There are peer review articles which list recommendations on how to determine something is from some wounds are from a dog. These are peer review articles written by esteemed physicians that have analyzed dog bites and have published these and have published an approach to identifying, particularly a forensic approach to identifying dog bites.
Let me ask you the question again, Dr. Russell.
Oh, God.
Can you point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community
That's what he said.
for
No.
identifying dog bites? One article, one journal, one book. Can you point to any?
Well, I'm going to mention the articles I mentioned earlier. The article with the lead author of Dr. DeMunick and the article with the lead author of Dr. Pollack. And although they're not standards, they are recommendations.
I'm going to ask you the question one more time before I approach. Can you point to one place, one, where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites?
No.
And so with no readily accepted standards in the dog bite community, no defined methodology.
Tell them about your experience, Dr. Russ.
When you look at a photo like you do of John O'Keefe's arm,
Tell them
you're
about
just
your experience.
eyeballing it based on your personal experience with
Yep.
dog bites,
Yep.
rather than relying on some type of scientific foundation that has been
Come on,
published
look
and
at her
accepted in the
face.
community.
Come on, Dr. Russ.
I'm going to allow that.
Thank
Isn't
you.
that fair to say, Dr. Russell?
Thank you.
No, absolutely not. There are many conditions in medicine where there are no standards developed, and yet doctors make and nurse practitioners and the like make diagnoses all the time on these various medical conditions, and more importantly, they treat them because they require treatment. There are not published standards on every single of the 10,000 or more medical conditions that exist, including dog bites.
I'm not talking about a stuffy nose or a broken leg. We're talking about dog bites here. So let's focus on dog bites, if you would, if you can indulge me, doctor. Regarding dog bites, since there is no standard practice, there is no accepted methodology, and since there is no accepted and approved guidelines, you are essentially simply looking at a picture, a photograph, and just using your past experience with treating dog bites as the basis for your opinion. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't think so. I'm using my past experience, my strong interest in dog bites over 30 years.
Come on.
And the methodology and the articles that I read. The numerous articles I read, but the articles that have recommendations. I'm using all of that combined to come up with a methodology for determining that those are the result of a dog.
When you say coming up with a methodology, are you saying that you're creating your own methodology, that you're the person who has the standard and nobody else? Is that your position, Dr. Russell?
No, the phrasing was not good there. I use standard methodology of pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
There is no standard in the medical community.
She said no.
relative to differential
What's wrong with
diagnosis
him?
and pattern recognition as it relates to dog bites, not
She
other areas
said
of medicine.
no.
Dog bites. There is no accepted methodology, is there?
That's true.
She said no already, Hank. Damn.
You mentioned that you have this strong interest in dog bites. Let me borrow a phrase. Do you think you had any confirmation bias when you got into this case?
I don't think so.
Hey.
Well, you definitely wanted to be in this case. You weren't sought out. You sought the case.
That is incorrect.
And you said you had a strong interest in dogs. And that is one of the reasons you wanted to get involved in this case. Isn't that fair to say?
No, that's actually an unfair statement. I did not want to get involved. I wanted to offer my my knowledge and experience to help clarify issues. I did not want to become an expert witness in this case. And I used, again, as I do on just about every medical condition that I look at and every wound that I look at, I do a differential diagnosis. What else could this be? What else could cause these scratches and abrasions and wounds? What else before I come to my conclusion?
On your ride over here today, were you
Oh God.
instructed that when I ask a question, rather than answer it, give a long explanation about something else?
Oh,
No.
Jesus.
I would like to put up an exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and I want to ask you some questions about it.
Hank is freaking
You
loose
and I have
up
had many
there.
conversations about Mr. O'Keefe's superficial scratches before, haven't we?
Yes.
And would you agree, looking at these, they are superficial abrasions? Do you agree with that characterization?
Yes.
When we last spoke, just for background, to remind ourselves, we broke these into separate parts so we could discuss them by number, just for
Hey,
a sense of
Doctor.
clarity. And we discussed this as wound
Very
number 1. Do
specific.
you remember that?
Grouping number 1, yes.
Number 2,
Yes.
number 3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5.
Which did
I'm
you call
sorry, this
4?
one,
4,
5.
5, 6, maybe.
Okay, so as we go through, I'm going to identify them by number. That wasn't done by anybody else. It was just during our discussion so we can have clarity. Is that fair?
Okay.
Sustained.
Is it fair if I refer to this as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
I think so.
Okay. When you testified in June
Doing
18th of
this.
2024, last year, when you came in, you were asked questions before the actual hearing. You were asked questions about this particular superficial abrasion, weren't you?
I'd have to see the transcript. I believe
course.
so, but I'd have to see the transcript.
Do you remember when you were first
Of course.
giving opinion testimony about this specific abrasion, wound number 1? Do you remember you saying that you thought it was either teeth or nails?
I'd have to see the transcript again.
I will give you the transcript, and as I'm doing that, let me ask you, do you remember your testimony?
Hell
about what
no.
you actually
I
said?
just want to be sure.
So, do you remember your testimony?
For each specific day, no. I remember
Generally.
but not for each specific day.
Come on, girl.
If you
I've
have
been
an
here many
opinion,
times.
I'm going to bring your transcript up to remind you, but if you have an opinion, it shouldn't change, right? It should always be the same?
Generally, yes.
Okay. So let me ask you before we talk about what you said at the beginning. What is this from? Teeth or nails?
It could be either, but I think that's from teeth.
So when you say they could be either, if you have a methodology and you have a certain standard where you can identify something based on a standard, there wouldn't be so much uncertainty, would there? You'd be able to look at this
Hell,
Consider
either
the
or.
methodology.
No.
and either come to an opinion whether it was teeth, nails, or something totally different, right?
You know, Mr. Brennan, perhaps I didn't explain earlier, but the nail of a dog tends to be cone-shaped, conical in shape. And very similar to the nails that the canine the canine teeth of dogs. So the shape and the fact that they come to a point makes some wounds indistinguishable.
Are you saying that nails of a dog are so similar to the teeth that you can't tell the difference between them when you're looking at a wound?
I'm saying that they can cause similar looking abrasions.
Are you able, as the premier expert in the United States on dog bites, able to tell the difference between teeth and claw nails of an animal when you're looking at a wound?
Individually, well, okay, that's a very interesting question.
I like that.
Sometimes it's difficult because they can have similar appearing wounds. So you have to look at the overall pattern in order to make some conclusions.
But when you first started testifying in this case, you never suggested you had to look at everything in totality. You were giving opinions regarding individual wounds. Isn't that fair to say?
No.
It wasn't until I began asking you questions and you had inconsistent answers that you've now changed from, rather than identifying individual wounds, now you're saying I can't identify individual wounds, but I can tell you in totality.
I disagree with that. I believe that the very first time I testified, I mentioned that the overall pattern was important.
When you first testified, so today, before we get to your testimony, you're saying this could be either teeth or nails, but you think it's probably teeth.
Correct.
How probable? Do you think it's certainly teeth, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? You're not sure? What is the value of your certainty or lack of certainty about what caused this wound?
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
What is a
Still
reasonable degree
hasn't-
of medical certainty?
Hell, you
That
tell
what?
me.
That those are caused by teeth.
Teeth. Okay. When you first testified, your position was it could have been teeth or nails.
Okay, now
That
she's
is different than saying to a reasonable degree of medical
now
certainty.
get him off.
Teeth, isn't it?
No, there is a small possibility that they could be caused by nails.
When you first testified,
She
you
said
didn't
teeth
qualify
or
it as a small possibility, did you?
I perhaps wasn't asked.
Well, you answered. Remember when you were asked about it and you answered? You talked about that
Just
there was
show me
a
what you're
pattern
talking
close to the
about. Now,
shoulder with parallel marks. Do you remember?
Do I remember what?
Saying that this is a pattern close to the shoulder,
Hmm.
right? That they're superficial. You agree with that still?
Yes.
And did you say they were consistent with teeth and nail marks?
Either or, it's still a
Yes.
goddamn dog. What are we doing?
Nails on a dog,
What are we doing?
oftentimes or most times, are horseshoe shaped, aren't they?
They're generally conical shape.
You don't think that nails on a dog in your studies have a horseshoe shape?
I think it depends on the grooming of the dog and if the nails were cut recently. But in general, they come to a point. They're at at the end of the paw. They come to a point. And by the way, the paws can open and close. So the distance between the nails can vary depending on how that claw impacts the skin. So in many ways, they resemble the overall shape of canine teeth.
And so to get back to my question here, you're saying
your
that this could have
question
been
was
caused by dog nails?
It's possible.
She just
Do
said
you
that.
know, or do you think that the teeth in a dog are different shapes and sizes?
Oh, yes. Depending on the tooth, there's different shapes and sizes. Absolutely.
When you testified
Talking to me.
the first time and you said that you thought it was teeth or nails,
Why is he doing
teeth
this?
or nails. Do you remember testifying a couple days later in front of a group of people and you again iterated that this could be teeth or claw marks? That was your testimony last year. Teeth or claw marks,
Oh,
right?
why are we stuck here?
So just prior proceeding, folks, that's all that we need.
Did you testify at that prior proceeding last summer
He
that this could have
is
been teeth
kids. I'm annoyed.
or claw marks?
I would need to see the transcript.
I know I'm getting annoyed too. I'm annoyed too, Dr. Russell. He about to piss Dr. Russell off because he's asking her the same question. Here's my thing. Why is he, hey, Ronnie, teeth or claw marks? Teeth or claw marks? Either or, they came from a damn animal, i.e. the dog. This is unnecessary. Hey, don't tell me you asking questions and can't even find it.
Any approach?
Yes.
She pissed and I'm pissed because he's an idiot.
When you first testified on June 18th, doctor,
He
you were
is,
asked
though.
questions trying to identify what you thought that wound was. And this is your June 18th, 2024 testimony. On page 37, line 7, the questions begin, and you were asked what you thought they were. You can read any part you want, but line 7 might be a starting point.
Yes, I said that which are consistent with teeth marks. They also could be possibly consistent with nail marks.
Dr. Russell, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
She's sick of him.
Mhm.
I'm just.
Thank you. That was your first testimony last year, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, Nicole. He doesn't get it, Megan. He does not get it.
And then did you testify a couple days later
Ooh.
and again repeated the same opinion, teeth or nail marks?
May I see it?
I'm asking if you remember.
Yes, I remember testifying.
She
Do
gonna
you remember after you worked on your report and submitted your report?
Yes.
After your consultations, do you remember changing that opinion regarding
How is she changing it,
number
y'all?
one?
Am
Do
I
you remember changing that opinion?
No.
y'all good?
Do you remember
I don't get it, Merge.
changing from either teeth or possibly claw marks to being very specific, claiming that it was definitely teeth marks?
No.
Are there different types of teeth in a dog?
Yes.
Okay. The pointy teeth, the big ones, those are called canines.
Correct.
And the smaller ones are incisors.
Correct.
There are 6 incisors in a healthy dog on the top and bottom between the canines.
Thank you,
Correct.
Forrest. She is sick of him.
Okay. Did you, when you testified subsequently to the original proceedings, did you change your opinion from teeth or claw marks to specifically teeth and even more
Oh
specifically
my
canines?
God.
Do you have a transcript?
I do, but I'm going to ask you the question. Do you remember
Let me see.
changing your testimony from teeth or nails to being very certain that it was canines, not just teeth, canines that caused that wound?
I became more certain. Yes.
More certain. Love
You
it.
had never said that the canines caused these wounds before you filed the report, ever, did you?
I may not have. That's true.
And so after you did the report, you shifted from teeth
They're saying shit.
and nails
I hate.
to canines. Do you remember that?
I don't think it's a shift.
No one would ever refer to a dog's nails as canines, would they?
No, I don't think so.
That would be inaccurate, wouldn't it?
Yes,
That would be a mistaken use of the word.
I believe so.
When you testified December 2024, you didn't say nails could have caused this wound. You didn't say generally teeth. You said canines.
I believe that, and that's true. I believe that canine teeth caused that wound.
Did you have any new information about photographs that would help you change your opinion from teeth and nails to canines?
Mia,
Well,
I'm done.
I had been challenged. I had testified several times. I reviewed the case several times
I love it.
and challenged. And each time I reviewed the case, I became more certain that these were from canine teeth. And actually, there's other marks there, but these are from teeth.
You say more certain. You had never said canines before, ever,
Sick of him.
until that recent
Damn
hearing.
it.
Isn't that true?
I said teeth.
Canines.
It doesn't
We got
matter. I
specific.
said teeth.
Top,
Canines are some of the teeth.
upper or lower canines.
Upper.
And if it's upper canines, you testified previously
It
that
don't
the
matter.
point of entry would be here at the bottom, and the dog would pull this way. That's what you testified to. Yes?
No, I believe you misunderstood then. The point of entry is up there. The first initial point of contact is there. And the dog pulled this way, or Mr. O'Keefe pulled his arm the opposite way.
Dr. Russell, you don't recall that you said that the bigger circles are the point of entry, the dog pulled this way, and then I asked you, how could a dog pull this way when the arc is like this? The dog's mouth would have to be in backwards. Remember that conversation we had?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow.
Do you remember that conversation? You said that the point of entry would be the bigger circle pulled this way, and then I questioned, how could a dog's arc look like this if the teeth went that way?
No, I don't recall that at
Remember
all.
that conversation
No.
we had? Okay. And so inevitably, when you look at this part of the wound alone, have you expressed an opinion that you're unable on its own to be able to tell whether this was caused by a dog?
I'm sick of it.
Which part of the wound?
Taking any of these alone, let's start with number one. Haven't you expressed an opinion that taking this alone, you would not be able to say that was from a dog bite?
That is correct. In and of themselves, they're not that specific or characteristic. However, as a group, they are highly characteristic of a dog
So if
injury.
Mr. O'Keefe's arm only had this wound and nothing else, by virtue of what you're telling us, you would not be able to offer an opinion that this was consistent with a dog bite.
Amen. Correct.
That very first wound up
Yes.
there, closest, I agree. Yes.
In fact, you've testified about this very issue before. If this was the only wound on Mr. O'Keefe, number
Stay
two,
in the group.
you would not be able to say that the injury is consistent with a dog bite.
Correct.
I'm going to go through all of these just so we're clear. Same thing with number three. You've provided opinions on this before. If you look at this wound alone, in isolation, you would not be able to say that it came from a dog bite.
Correct.
Four, pardon me. Yep. Four, same. Looking at the
I
wound
like
alone,
when
you
you
would not be able to say it came from a dog bite.
Together.
Correct.
Same for five and same for six.
Correct.
Now, when you testified before your recent testimony, you never had that qualification. When you came into court, you were saying that when you looked at these wounds individually, you were saying that you could identify it as a dog bite.
Disagree with that characterization.
Number two,
Yeah, he still didn't bring it in transcript.
what caused this
He
wound,
moved
Dr.
right
Russell?
Number two, I believe that was dog bite or scratch, but mostly I believe dog bite. And because there's a punctate,
To get that point.
little tiny pinpoint almost lesion there and there, which could represent
Hey, damn.
bottom teeth.
So you're using words like could, and we're talking about a reasonable degree of medical certainty. So when you look at this wound here, you said that you are sure or not sure what caused this wound.
I'm saying that individually, that wound, that's correct. I'm not sure individually what that wound was caused by. However, again, as I mentioned earlier, the overall pattern of wounds is what I am convinced of.
I want to go through each of these wounds separately so we understand what you actually recognize as the methodology and what you don't. So looking at wound number two, based on whatever methodology you've been using, are there any signs, indicators, objective criteria you can look at and tell us this is or is not a dog bite based on this methodology you have?
There are some characteristics that are suggestive of a dog bite or dog claw, including the fact that there are parallel lesions, and many of these overall, by the way, parallel lesions are in the same general direction. So there are parallel lesions, and here they're associated with some punctate or point-like other abrasions right here. So they're consistent with being inflicted by a dog.
I appreciate you using some medical terms to describe this, but my question is more pointed. Is there anything about your methodology, something that stands out about these wounds, that you can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these are consistent with a dog either biting or scratching?
These wounds all by themselves, not to a medical degree of certainty.
What the F he talking
You
about?
said on this first wound, you thought this was from the canines. Those are the big upper teeth is what you're claiming, right?
Yes.
And you're saying today, anyways, starts here at the bottom and goes up. Is that
No.
your position today?
That's not what I said. I said the
Okay.
exact opposite.
So it starts here and comes down.
Correct.
Okay. And these
Get him, Dr.
two
Ruff.
scratches, they're linear, just like these are linear, aren't they?
Yes.
But you
Damn.
have a problem with these because if these are the canines, you see the spacing there?
Uh-huh.
This is nowhere close, is it?
I didn't say that these were caused by canines, and spacing also. There's reasons why the spacing could be different.
Well, we can talk about that in a second. Are you suggesting that these not exact, these two linear abrasions, just like 1 and 2, are you suggesting the canines caused these?
I don't know what caused those, which teeth caused those, or which nails caused those.
She didn't say she.
When you testified last year on June 18th, you said that this was either teeth or claws. Can you give us any development of your opinions, whether or not you think that is teeth or claws?
Excuse me? No, well, I couldn't hear to the fan.
When you testified on June 18th, you said wound number 2,
Yeah, right.
the top 2 linear abrasions,
All right, this hilarious.
you believe were either teeth or claws. You've shared with us now you have improved your study and have new opinions. Do you have a clearer opinion whether this is teeth or claws?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained aspect.
Do you have an opinion whether this is teeth or claws or not something totally different than a dog?
I believe they are teeth or claws caused.
When you testified at trial
What?
and in that hearing that they were teeth or claws, you changed that opinion as well at the most recent hearings, didn't you?
I'm going to object to the word that you used.
So, Mr. Brennan worded differently.
Sorry?
Oh,
Differently.
Okay. Did you testify
oh.
at a more recent hearing that teeth made these, not teeth or claws, but teeth?
I may have, and I would like to see that.
May I
Can you
approach?
just hold 1 second? Could you please turn the fan off? Joyce, is it okay if we turn the fan off so we can hear better?
I do hear that fan.
Thank you very much.
Damn, that's better.
May I approach?
Yes.
Nikki, you know she would have. She would have told them.
From your December
Wow.
hearing, page 100, line 5, when you were asked about that second wound in December, and I asked whether you changed your opinion from teeth or claws to just teeth. Once you asked specifically about that on page 100, line 5.
Yes. But may I read it?
Sure, I'll read it with you.
Okay. I said, I'm not sure on the second set. So this is the set just above the elbow.
I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these. They could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this, and then adjacent incisor tooth. But I'm not sure on the second set, so this is the set just above the elbow.
Yeah, I think the first part of that paragraph is talking about the first set
Yes.
up up there close to the shoulder. And then the sentence, but I'm not sure on the second set. So this is the set that's just above the elbow. I said, I'm not sure.
And then,
Oh, go ahead.
You do?
Oh. Yeah, actually, I did make another comment. What is it? So, however, what is interesting and certain is that there's an upper set and a lower set. So, this mark was an upper tooth. This is a lower tooth. What I was referring to is this mark here and that mark, and then this mark here and this mark here. So it appears that this is from upper and these are from lower. That's what I was referring to.
And so when you first described this wound
Thank you, Ronnie.
as teeth or claws, at the most recent hearing, you had a certain opinion that this was teeth, didn't you?
Yes, I was leaning towards teeth. Correct.
Well, it didn't seem like you were leaning. You said these were from the upper teeth.
Yes.
You said it matter of factly, not with any qualification. Your claim at the last hearing is this was from teeth.
That's what I believe.
And today you're saying you don't know if these were teeth or claws.
Not with 100% certainty.
You didn't qualify 100% certainty. You were asked your opinion, Dr. Russell. You were asked, what do you think? And you didn't say without 100% certainty. Your claim, the first time you testified, teeth or claws. Recently, you said teeth, and now you're saying you're not sure.
No, I'm saying I believe that those marks are from teeth, but I'm not 100% certain.
Suffice to say, looking
Who
at
is
wound
going
two alone,
to say 100%?
you cannot say this was caused by a dog.
In and of itself, no.
Dan, that's why I don't understand why he's staying here. I don't get why he's staying here.
What tooth do you think caused this wound?
She said she
I
doesn't
don't
know.
know.
Do you think this in any way could be caused by dog teeth if you're claiming that this is dog teeth?
Excuse me?
Do you think there's any way these two could be caused by dog teeth if you're saying that these two were caused by dog teeth?
He's just
Yes, could be, but I don't know which teeth. And I don't know the extent of the bite, how much impact there was, and how much pressure, how much contact there was between the teeth and the skin.
The canines are the longer teeth in a dog's mouth, aren't they?
They are.
And when a dog bites, it's very common for the canines to puncture, isn't it?
It's common if there's enough force, and it's common that you might have two canines if the strike is perpendicular to the skin. But if you have a tangential strike, a partial strike where only part of the teeth impact, you'll get different configurations.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell.
Did you say strike or strike?
Strike with a K.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell.
what if those
A
canines
dog
in those?
causing these wounds. The canines are not going to have such a dramatic distance between them because dog canines don't move, do they?
They don't, and I'm not claiming that these two parallel stripes in this case, or abrasions here, I'm not claiming that those two were caused by canines.
You think a dog is going to leave a wound with linear abrasions using its incisors as opposed to its canines? Is that your opinion?
It's possible if that's the only part of the mouth or the jaw that actually touched the skin, if it didn't go back as far as the canines.
Did you ever look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did.
Posterior side?
Excuse me. Pictures, yes.
Yeah. And when you looked at the photographs of the posterior side of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you find anything conspicuously absent from underneath his arm?
Well, first of all, let me clarify. Part of this is the posterior aspect of the arm. So are you asking me, did I look at the underside of the arm, the fleshy part
That's
of the
exactly
arm?
what I'm asking. It's a question I've asked before. When you look at the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you
Yes.
notice anything conspicuously absent?
Yes, there's an absence of wounds.
When a dog bites, I don't care if it's a law enforcement dog or a domestic dog, you know it's like a lever, a dog's mouth, isn't it?
It can be if both jaws strike the skin. However, there are many times when only the upper jaw strikes the skin.
The lower jaw is a lever, locks, and that's part of the clamping and pulling process of a dog, whether it's a law enforcement dog or a domestic dog. You know that, don't you?
I know that they are attached.
Your claim is that there's many, many different dog bites on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Are you suggesting, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these are a number of different dog strikes, and coincidentally, every single one of them lacks any wound to the underside of his arm?
Yes,
Your claim is that a dog penetrated the sweater on the top,
He won't, Alice. Please.
but the lower jaw did not leave any wounds?
I'm claiming that that's not what I'm claiming. No.
Let me get some water.
As I mentioned earlier, these could be from lower jaw. Those right there.
You're saying could be.
Could be.
That's speculation. We're asking you for your medical opinions. Your medical opinions. Do you have any evidence that the dog's lower jaw, you said maybe upper, maybe, that the lower jaw, even just once in this whole event, penetrated Mr. O'Keefe's skin?
No, nothing penetrated the skin. There was no actual penetration of the skin. These are abrasions. But I believe that these small marks right here, punctate marks, may be the result of lower jaw impact.
Rather than deal in speculation and maybes, can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not this was caused by a tooth?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're going to strike the first part. Why don't you ask the other part?
Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this superficial abrasion, put that back up, please, was caused by a dog?
In and of itself, that part only, no.
Can you tell us anywhere on Mr. O'Keefe's arm to a reasonable degree of medical certainty where the lower jaw impacted Mr. O'Keefe to leave even a scratch?
Not with a reasonable degree of medical certainty on individual wounds.
And not just individual wounds, I'm talking specifically the lower jaw. Can you point to one wound, one abrasion on that arm where you can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the lower jaw caused any of those abrasions?
I believe there are several areas where there's impact from the lower jaw. However, I cannot say with reasonable degree of medical certainty that part only.
Let's look at number 3 to move along.
She keeps saying this,
When
though.
you first talked about these wounds, again, is it fair to say that you described that it could have either been teeth or claw?
I'd have to see it.
Okay, I'll bring it to you. You don't remember that testimony?
I remember, again, I've been here many times, so I want to be,
Well, you have the
Specific.
opinion today. I'm getting the transcript for you, Dr. Russell.
thank
You
you.
have the opinion today that that those were either teeth or claws.
Yes.
What's your opinion today?
Well, I think that most likely they are from teeth marks.
Well, rather than most likely, we deal with reasonable degree of medical certainty.
It's the same
For reasonable
thing.
degree of medical certainty,
It's
can you
the
give us an
same
opinion
thing.
regarding the
She can't
cause
be
of
certain.
those marks?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sick of him. I'm
I'll
sick of him.
strike the comment.
Strike all of
Can
it.
you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these wounds were caused by teeth or claws?
Individually, no.
Kate, he is not giving her that transcript. He keeps hinting to it, but he will not walk his ass up to that stand. He's done it at least 4 times. At least 4 times.
Did you ever change your mind about the source
Still hadn't walked up
of
there.
these abrasions?
Can you be more specific?
Did you ever claim that any of these abrasions were from upper or lower teeth?
I don't recall changing my mind.
You don't recall if you've ever said that?
No.
Let's separate these bottom wounds. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these were caused
Just flip it, Ash.
by teeth or claws?
I have an opinion.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these were caused by either a dog teeth or dog claws?
I have an opinion.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Individually, no.
She just said all together. Yeah, he still hadn't brought her that transcript. What you eating?
The one near the wrist, you had testified yesterday, there's lines in what you believe to be an arc.
No, he
correct?
just keeps moving on.
Yes, they have a general overall appearance of an arc.
If there's an arc and there's 2 linear abrasions on the outside borders, wouldn't these necessarily have to be the outside borders from canine teeth?
Not necessarily.
They're longer than the middle ones, aren't they?
The abrasions are, but doesn't mean the teeth are.
If this was an arc, like you claimed, you think different teeth other than the canines could have caused the outside scratches?
It's possible.
And you do note the distance between the top and bottom of those wounds compared to the distance in
saying
number 2
this.
and the distance in number 1.
I see the difference, yes.
And you have to concede, Dr. Russell, that the same set of teeth, the same canines, could not reasonably have caused this wound, and this wound, given the distance between the inside and outside.
First of all, I'm not certain that these are all canines, as I mentioned earlier.
She keeps
Secondly, you have to take into account that skin is elastic. It bends. It depresses. So you could have 2 prongs, for instance, of a pitchfork, for instance, just as an example, impact the skin in different places, and the measurement between the 2 can be slightly different depending on the elasticity of the skin and the underlying structures.
This is not a slight difference, Dr. Russell, is it?
Again,
Objection, Your Honor.
So there was a question with that, so I'm gonna let that.
Again, Dr. Russell, the distance here, it's not insignificant, is it?
Mr. Brennan, I already mentioned that I did not
There
think
we
that
go.
these were caused by 2 canine teeth.
She said it.
And these, the
Damn.
distance between these 2. Have you measured them?
I approximated them, yes.
What did you come up with?
Visually, and I can see that there's a difference.
What was your measurement for this one?
I think about 4 centimeters, and this was a little bit more.
Did you note that in the report? Did you
No, I
actually
did
measure
not.
them? Did you actually take out a ruler, measure them, and document them
I ain't trying
as
to
you
get
studied these
blessed
wounds?
here.
Did you go through that process during your methodology?
No, because this is an image, and there's no scale in this image as to how far away different points are. So my own measurement would not be accurate because there's no scale in the picture.
Why did you go through the process of measuring them if you're now saying that it's inaccurate after I asked you
We're
to
like,
memorialize?
guys.
Why would you even do it if you're now saying it was inaccurate?
It was an approximate measurement in my mind.
In your mind?
Yeah.
Okay, but you never put it on a piece of paper or
I think
report.
it's reasonable.
No.
Then why else would
That's correct.
here?
Why would you even go through the process if you're looking at it and your explanation is it's only a photo, I wouldn't be able to tell? Why would you even try to?
I think probably everybody in this room has already done the same thing.
And if anybody in this room did the same thing, it would be quite obvious, doctor, that the gaps between 1, 2, and 5 are dramatically different from each other, aren't they?
They are. However, I'm not saying the same exact teeth caused those marks.
When you testified yesterday, you
Man,
used the term differential diagnosis. I want to
and
ask you a
then
lot
he
of
won't
questions
do
about
it.
differential diagnosis. Do you remember using that term?
Yes.
And differential diagnosis was really just a way for you to try to get your opinion to the jury that these injuries were not consistent with the car accident. That's what a fancy way of doing it is, right?
No, it was a method I used.
Differential diagnosis, you're claiming that you can say this is not from a car accident or a car collision. That's what you're trying to say, aren't you?
That was the result of my differential diagnosis and my pattern recognition
So
methodologies.
if you're going to exclude a cause of the injury, in this case, a collision, you have to know a little bit about collisions, don't you?
Yes. I don't know how to answer that.
No? Try.
Can you be more specific?
If you're going to say that these superficial abrasions could not have been caused by a car collision, you kind of have to understand a little bit about the mechanics of a car collision, don't you?
Actually, I disagree. However, I've treated thousands of victims of motor vehicle accidents
Come on
and
now.
seen the wound patterns that they come into the emergency room with, and that forms a basis for me.
Do you really
when-
think?
Did you finish that answer, Dr.?
No.
Did I cut you off?
I believe so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please continue.
No, and the thousands of victims of motor vehicle accidents, I've looked at their wounds, I've treated their wounds, cleaned their wounds, touched their wounds, and that is what I use as a basis, part of my basis to determine that these were not caused or not consistent with a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave that opinion that it wasn't consistent with the motor vehicle accident, it's fair to say you didn't have a lot of information at that time when you first came in and said that, correct?
Specific to this case,
Yes. Yes.
I didn't have a lot of information. That's correct.
Okay. And so in order to rule out a collision causing these wounds, let me ask you, are you an accident reconstruction expert?
Reconstruction? No.
Did you ever go to any academy for training
I knew this was
to
coming.
receive any type of
I
degree
knew
or
this was
certificates in car collisions?
Actually, I did receive a certificate in hit and run accident investigation from the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council when I was a police officer.
Do you agree that what training you did have was rudimentary?
It probably was, yes.
Well, not probably. You've used that word before. Wouldn't you say that any training you have had has been rudimentary?
In terms of accident and
When she sees the wound.
investigation, yes.
She sees
Have
the
you ever
wound.
testified as an expert anywhere in accident reconstruction?
No.
Do you know what ACTAR is?
ACTAR?
Yes.
No.
It's a certification group for collision specialists, accident reconstructionists. Is it fair to say that you're not ACTAR qualified?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Are you ACTAR qualified?
No, and I don't know any physicians that are.
Have you ever gone to a scene of a car collision and done an investigation and written a report and reached a conclusion about the cause of the car collision and the injuries that were related to that car collision?
No, that's outside my scope.
It's beyond your expertise.
Beyond the expertise of a physician, yes.
Right. Yet, yesterday, you offered the jury your opinion that these wounds were not consistent with a car collision. Did you offer that opinion yesterday?
Wounds are in my area of expertise. So yes, I am very comfortable talking about wounds from a variety of sources, including motor vehicle accidents.
I'm sorry, I didn't want the siren to interrupt you.
Okay. Yeah, wounds are definitely within my area of expertise.
When you considered your opinion to this jury that this was not caused by a car collision, do you know what type of vehicle is in question?
Yes.
Have you ever studied the vehicle to look at the make, model, the height of different things like the bumper, perhaps the taillight? Have you ever studied that in this case?
I'm aware of some of those factors.
Have you
Yes.
studied that before you gave this
Studied.
opinion? Yes. Did you go and actually look at the photos, do any measurements before you came up with this opinion?
Not before I came up with the opinion. No.
Did you ever look at the damage to the rear taillight of the defendant's vehicle and see if it was in similar or the same height of Mr. O'Keefe if he was standing up? Did you ever do that?
I have looked at
And
photographs.
when you looked at the photos, did you see that a 6'1" man like Mr. O'Keefe, if he stood, his elbow would be the exact height of Miss Reed's broken taillight? Did you notice that?
I noticed that there was a similar, that the height would be similar. The height of the elbow and the taillight, yes.
Did you look at photographs of Miss Reed's broken taillight and see if where the break was corresponded closely or directly to the same height as Mr. O'Keefe's elbow and forearm?
I did.
And did you see that it matched up height-wise perfectly?
Close, yes.
You have really no, respectfully, comprehension about the details of the car collision in this case, do you?
I have some understanding of the allegations of a possible collision.
Do you know how slowly or fastly Miss Reed's Lexus was traveling on January 29, 2022 at about 12:32 a.m., right around the time that you think these wounds happened?
I have some knowledge of the alleged speed at the time of the alleged collision.
Do you have any knowledge about the surroundings, the outside, whether the ground was soft or frozen?
I understand that there was snow on the ground.
How much snow do you understand was on the ground when Mr. O'Keefe's body first landed on that ground?
Several inches.
Where did you get the information that there were several inches of snow on the ground when Mr. O'Keefe landed?
You asked me when?
Where did you get that information from?
Yeah, what
A
are we
report that I read.
here?
Have you ever seen the videos or the
What are we
reports
doing
that when
here?
Mr. O'Keefe was moved from the ground, there was grass and dirt under him?
Yes, I saw a picture.
Too much.
Not 2 inches of snow. The ground, the cold, hard ground. Did you see anything that said that?
Yes, I saw an area of grass
Have you ever
in the
looked
picture.
Have you ever looked at Mr. O'Keefe's pants to see if there was any dirt or grass stains on the back of them?
I've seen pictures.
Did you realize
What are we
when you were
doing
forming your
here?
opinions about the source or the genesis or the cause of these abrasions? Did you look at his pants and study whether or not he landed on snow or landed on the hard ground?
I did not see any evidence of grass on the pants.
Did you ever actually look at
I
the pants?
don't know if I looked at the pants.
So when you
tell
say you
the
didn't
truth.
see any evidence, are you saying you didn't look, or you looked and you didn't see any?
Why are we here?
I looked at pictures of the clothing that was available at the hospital.
Did you look at anything about the pants, photographs, the
Why
actual
are we
pants themselves?
here?
Did you look at them?
I looked at the pictures that were available at the hospital of his clothing that was on the floor.
Were part of the photographs that were available for your review and your conclusions of differential diagnosis, was part of that evidence photographs of the back of his pants?
I don't recall.
If you're going to make an opinion about something outside your expertise, that this was not consistent with a collision, wouldn't you want to see as much information?
Mike, shut it up.
We'll come to sidelines.
Why are we here? Y'all can't stand Hank. He really makes me feel like he has on one of those suit jackets that come down to his knees, and I think that pisses me off more. I don't know why his suit jackets look so damn long on him. That pisses me off too. His voice pisses me off. I can't stand the way he parts his hair. He just pisses me off so bad. How did we turn into asking Dr. Russell if she was an accident reconstructionist? I think she is more than qualified to say, I think, Mo Barchi, I think Dr. Russell is more than qualified to say, hey, these just aren't consistent with the pedestrian accident. She's seen hundreds, thousands, right? She is able to say that. Not only that, let's talk about the fact she said she took a little class when she was a police officer. Now that might not mean much to a lot of people, but she has a general idea, right? Thank you, Forrest. It's a general idea. Like, Barty over here messing with this dog. I know the dog said, I thought I got rid of you. She has a general idea. And this is again, what did I say? I say this all the time, y'all. Why does Hank ask questions he does not already know the answer to? And he sets himself up because now he's got a hope they're going to answer the way he wants them to. Why does he keep doing it? We'll talk about the transcript. This is why he will not bring that damn transcript up to her. At this point, she's asked for the transcript, I know, 10 times. He's not bringing her the transcript. And now he wants to call the lady out for not being an accident reconstructionist. Well, duh. She never said she was. But as a physician, just like the damn neurosurgeon. The neurosurgeon, he felt like he was qualified to speak on John because he looks at brains, right? He does this all the time. Dr. Russell has been an ER doctor for 30 years. I would listen to her if she said, that doesn't look like that was an accident. But now he goes from excusing her medical license to, oh, but you're not an accident reconstructionist. I'm just done. She said this, he just keeps doing it. He keeps doing it. And I don't know if Hank's having a hard time reading the room. What does he think? Because I do feel like I've seen a lot of people on X, and I love to say that we are the jury, right? I like to think that typically we've got people who think different things. I'll say X is a great combination of what the jury is thinking, and people kind of like Dr. Russell. More people like her than not. When you have a witness that people like, she's credible, she has an extensive resume. You look stupid up there trying to challenge this woman. They're going to say, well, we know she doesn't know about accident reconstruction. Hell, she was in the ER. It doesn't make sense for her to know about accident reconstruction. And Hank's beating the dead horse at this point. And Brianna, her wording has not changed. If anything, she has actually specified and clarified things in her report. I don't think it's crazy to, damn, it looks like teeth. Okay, after further research, this may be a canine. I don't think that that's crazy. Now, if she went from it's all scratches to now she's saying teeth, she has always said teeth or nails or nails. She's always said it. Hey, Mama Jackie. She's always said that. So I don't think it's crazy. Lauren said, Jessica reports this is an aggressive sidebar. She can hear it all. Oh, wow. Seem to like her, but not for Crossy. I think people kind of genuinely like Dr. Russell. I think she's annoyed with Hank. She's had to answer the same question over and over. I get that. I'm annoyed with Hank, but I mean, everything about him annoys me, but I get it. I do get it. Alex said I had to take a break from this case, but I'm back. This is our first day back too, Alex. I haven't been on since Thursday. This is our first day back. Chatty said Hank is stalling. I don't know what he's doing, Chatty, but I need him to hurry it up. I really do want Dr. Russell to go on. Let off the stand. She's been up there a long time. I think the fact that Hank, he really wants to have a defense moment, and you can tell, but you're not going to have that with Dr. Russell. You're not going to have it. I love that she's standing firm in what she said. And I'm not mad at her for asking about that transcript, but clearly he had something. He still hadn't brought it.
Dr. Russell, before you gave your opinion to this jury,
Oh, he moved on.
suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe's wounds on his arm were not caused by an impact with a motor vehicle,
I know he's
did
dead.
you go to the scene of 34 Fairview and look around in the corner of the yard?
I did not need to.
Did you?
No.
Did you look at photographs to see if you could identify the land, the dirt, whether it was flat and smooth or whether it was bumpy, whether there was rocks or debris in that area?
Yes.
And you went there and looked at it?
No. You asked me if I looked at photographs.
When you looked at photographs, did they show whether that ground had any bumps or divots or rocks?
It showed that there was a little bit of a hill in that area.
Could you tell from the photos, were they close enough so that you could see what the makeup of the ground was?
No, most of the ground was covered with snow.
Did you know that there were bushes right near the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found? Bushes with branches. Did you know that?
Not very close, no.
Did you see the bushes in the photographs near where Mr. O'Keefe lay?
Right where he laid, no.
How about next to him on the left? Did you see those bushes?
There was some other stuff there in the photograph, but the photographs I looked at were not of excellent quality.
Do you have any understanding or information you can share with us the angle of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time of any impact with a motor vehicle?
I don't see any medical evidence that there was impact with the vehicle.
Do you know Mr. O'Keefe had other injuries other than just the superficial abrasions on his arm?
Yes, but no significant injuries below the neck.
How about on the head? Was there a significant injury?
Oh, yes.
When you considered excluding car collision as a source of those wounds, did you consider in your history that you've seen, or have you seen, let me strike that, have you seen in your history multiple victims of a car collision where
Many.
they were
Sorry.
hit by the same car?
Probably, but I can't recall a specific case.
Would you agree with me if a car ran into a group of people and caused a number of injuries, those injuries to different people could vary wildly from one to another?
Yes.
Even if the car was going at the same speed and ran into a group of people, those injuries could be totally dissimilar from one another, couldn't they?
Yes.
Some person, unfortunately, could be killed if the car was going fast enough and hit them the right way. Yes?
Yes.
Another person could have a less severe injury, maybe a broken bone.
Yes.
Another person in the same exact collision could have scratches.
Yes.
In fact, there are cases, I'm sure you've studied, where people have been hit by cars, thrown airborne, and had no wounds on them at all. Have you seen that?
Could you repeat that?
Are the instances that you have considered where a person is hit by an automobile, actually thrown, removed from the ground, thrown in the air, and gets up unscathed with no injury at all?
No significant injuries. Correct.
So a car collision can cause wildly different injuries depending on many, many unpredictable factors. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
When a vehicle's involved, have you ever been involved in treating patients that received injuries from broken plastic or broken glass in a car?
Yes, many times.
And when you've seen them, have those injuries differed on a person as far as cuts and abrasions from glass or broken plastic?
Yes.
When you were considering excluding car impact or collision as a source of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, did you consider whether or not Mr. O'Keefe could have been struck on the side of the car in a clip type event rather than being run over?
Yes, I considered multiple scenarios.
had you or do you agree that injuries from a side swipe or from a clip could be much, much different than a full rear or front impact being run over?
They could be.
Did you do any study in this case when you were thinking about excluding the car collision or impact as the source of Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions, about what his body posture was, how he may have hit a motor vehicle? Did you consider that?
I considered several scenarios,
And when you
several different positions.
And when you considered that, what did you conclude as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body movement at the time of any potential impact?
Oh, first of all, I didn't see any medical evidence that there was an impact. There were no significant injuries from the neck down, no fractures, no bruise, no internal injuries, no lacerated organs, no collections of fluid in the lung cavities, the abdominal cavity, no significant injuries from the neck down. And so, yes, I used that and tried to put that in a scenario of his various positions. What could he have been standing, kneeling, sitting, lying down on the ground? I did all that.
You were a police officer before you went to medical school, weren't you?
Yes.
You had arrived at scenes of many, many car collisions, hadn't you?
Yes.
What is oftentimes left behind after a car collides with an object?
Debris.
Debris field, yes? Did you look at the debris field in this case?
No.
In the cases that you went to wherever you saw car collisions, some of the debris that you would find could be broken glass or broken plastic. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you went to those scenes, you would often find broken glass or broken plastic in a debris field near where the victim was found or laying. Isn't that fair to say?
The debris field would be usually near the collision, if there was a collision impact.
And when you were considering excluding car impact or collision in this case, did you take a look at the entire debris field to determine how close or far it was from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I couldn't tell on
Did you
the
ask any
photographs.
question? I'm sorry, please finish.
I couldn't tell from the photographs.
And before you came to your conclusions, did you ask anybody for any more information so that you could make a fair assessment of that information?
The injuries here were so characteristic that, and they were so parallel to one another that I couldn't even imagine pieces of glass or plastic or even metal lining up to cause those injuries, lining up in a certain fashion to cause those regular striations.
Rather than imagining, did you make any effort to actually seek information so you could identify and evaluate the debris field around Mr. O'Keefe's body that morning?
I did not.
Have you ever, as a police officer looking into car collisions, ever hear the term knocked out of one's shoes?
Not as a police officer.
Have you ever heard of that as a medical expert?
I've heard of it as a civilian, yes. Not as a medical expert.
Can I have Exhibit 74B, please? In your study, before you gave an opinion excluding an impact or a collision as the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions on his arm, were you aware of this photograph where Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker was found on the side of the road?
I am aware that there was one shoe off, correct.
Were you aware that it was wedged right up against the curb? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware, I have been aware of that, yes.
And when you came to your conclusion that you offered that the injuries are not consistent with a impact or car collision, was this photograph part of your consideration?
No.
Could I have Exhibit 99D, please? In your study to give an ultimate opinion, where you suggest that a car collision or impact was not the source of Mr. O'Keefe's arm injuries, were you aware of this photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's hat found at the bottom of the snow in the corner of that yard?
No.
Do you see underneath that hat, there was not 2 inches of snow? It looks like dirt and grass.
Yes.
When you gave the opinion that he was on 2 inches of snow, would it be important to know whether or not he fell directly on the hard ground or on snow?
It could be important. However, it could be if the ground was frozen. If it wasn't frozen, it could matter a little bit.
Exhibit 73, please. When you were reaching your conclusions, you said you considered some of the debris field. Did you see this photograph of a piece of taillight that matches the defendant's taillight of her SUV? Did you consider this piece of evidence that was found in the debris field?
Not specifically.
76A, please. Same question. Did you consider this piece of the debris field when you were coming to your conclusions that you offered us yesterday?
I considered that there would be several pieces of metal, plastic, or glass at the scene.
Did you consider this picture of plastic from the defendant's rear taillight found at that scene? Did you consider that before you gave your opinion to the jury?
No.
You can take that down, please. Would there be any significance in your study in the foundation of your opinion that a collision or impact did not cause Mr. O'Keefe's wounds on his arm? Was it important for you to determine whether or not the taillight to the defendant's Lexus was broken early that morning?
I think there needs to be more to the question.
Okay. When you were considering potential causes of injuries, did you know that the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight was broken and missing pieces?
Yes.
Was it important to time when that taillight was broken?
What do you mean by time?
You understand that Mr. O'Keefe was found on January 29th, 2022, yes?
Yes.
Early morning hours.
Yes.
When you were making your differential diagnosis, was it important for you to learn whether around that time the defendant's taillight was broken?
It was important to know. I still don't understand the question. I'm having a trouble understanding the
It's
question.
my fault. I'll try to ask it a different way. You were considering as much facts and information as you could to give a solid opinion in front of this jury, weren't you?
Yes.
And you ultimately have offered an opinion that the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm are not consistent with an impact or a collision with a vehicle. Yes?
That's correct.
You know the vehicle in question in this case is the defendant's vehicle, her Lexus.
Yes.
And you learned that her right rear taillight was broken and missing pieces. Yes?
Yes.
Did you want to know if there was any evidence depicting when that taillight was broken? And considering this conclusion,
Yes.
did you know that there was video from 5:07 a.m. showing that the defendant's taillight was missing pieces?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Not at the time, but I expected that if there were a collision, that there would be pieces of the car, involved. So it didn't really make any difference.
When you were trying to rule out a collision between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed's vehicle did not cause these injuries, did you want to seek that information about the broken taillight and date and time?
A broken taillight in and of itself could not cause those injuries. There would have to be multiple projections from the vehicle that were lined up in certain pattern to give those parallel marks all in the same direction. So, that's why a broken taillight could not have done that.
So you, in your investigation, you did not want to know when that taillight was broken.
Oh, I did, but for information only.
Did you review the ring video from 5:07 a.m. at Meadows Ave?
Later on, later on in the not initially when I had the initial records, but later on I did.
Did you have that information before or after you arrived at your opinion?
Oh, after.
So you had already arrived at your opinion, then you received new information, which was that ring video, correct?
And it confirms, yeah.
And then you received more information. Did you receive photographs from a dash cam during a wellness check showing the defendant's Lexus missing pieces of her right rear taillight at about 8:03 a.m. that morning?
Would that be? I'm not sure which video that is.
Well, it's not a video. If we could put up Exhibit 10. It actually was from a video. Did you look at this picture during your differential diagnosis?
I think I've seen that picture before.
And
The
could we
car,
have
the vehicle parked. Yes.
Exhibit 11, please. Did you consider this picture in your differential diagnosis?
I didn't. I don't know that I ever saw this picture.
Seeing this picture, do you see that the right rear taillight is missing pieces?
I can't even see that. Oh, yes, I do see that. But again, these pieces would have to be lined up in a certain configuration in order to cause those wounds.
So seeing this photograph now for the first time, it doesn't in any way shape or change your opinion, does it?
No.
You had, as a police officer, when you're excluding the source, and in this case, you're saying the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's scratches on his arm could not have been from a collision. Do you listen to witness testimony or do you review witness statements?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that. Just, do you do that?
As a police officer, in investigating a car accident, is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Did I listen? Did I take witness statements?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you value the statements as part of your analysis?
I give varying values depending on what I believe to be the veracity of the witness.
Have you listened to the statements of the defendant herself in this case regarding potential impact?
No. What do you mean?
Well, have you seen any statements made by the defendant to any media about potential impact or collision in this case?
Oh, are you referring to what you've asked me previously about? Did I hit him or something of that? I don't. What do you mean specifically?
Have you seen any of the media statements by the defendant, 2020, Nightline, docuseries? Have you seen any of these statements in your analysis of whether or not there was a impact, a collision between the defendant and her Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Have you seen any of those?
I did see some statements, but that was after I rendered my opinion.
And some of those statements, after you rendered your opinion, did some of those statements come from the defendant herself?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements, did you hear any of them talk about the idea or issue of collision or impact?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements after you formed your opinions, did in any way change the analysis of your opinion?
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you why.
Please do.
Because she had, the defendant had undergone a very stressful event, finding her loved one in the snow. And so after a stressful event, many people suffer from what's called an acute grief reaction. It's very common. And they do things that seem to be irrational. They ramble. They act bizarrely. They make statements that are irrational, that don't make sense, and they oftentimes tend to blame themselves for whatever has happened. I've seen this many, many, many times in the emergency department.
Does this happen moments after a stressful event?
Oh, yes.
Does it happen months later when you go on 2020 or Nightline?
I've never seen that situation.
No. Does it happen a year later when you go and speak to documentarians and be interviewed? Is that the same kind of condition you see a year later, year and a half later?
A grief reaction can last years. It usually is very brief, but it can last years.
Now, when you looked at the clothes in this case, Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you are aware
I got to get this puppy.
that those clothes were swabbed for DNA traces, weren't you?
Yes, I'm aware that some of the clothes were swabbed for DNA.
Could we have Exhibit 147B, please?
What?
On the right arm, there were a number of different tears in that fabric that you looked at, weren't there?
Yes, there were a number of small round holes in that
You're
fabric.
aware, aren't you, that those holes were swabbed for traces of dog DNA?
Okay, come on up.
Hey, y'all know the girls got new puppies. This is Stormy. This is Stormy. I had to take Stormy out. I have to take her out every couple of hours. So I missed. Was he asking her the grief reaction was for Karen? Yeah, what is Hank doing right now? I came back like, why are we here? Why are we here? Peggy probably saying this is a waste. This is crazy. This is crazy. What is going on? Stormy is a sweetie pie. Hold up. Stormy is she's a standard golden doodle. She's very sassy. I just tried to take her out and she was trying to bite off the leash. But Mariah has Coda, and this is Miss Stormy. She's so cute. I just love her name. She's so cute. She's only 8 weeks. But yeah. I came back like, what the hell is Hank doing right now? And poor Peggy. Peggy probably sees that this is a disaster. Y'all, the other dogs don't even come near the new dogs. Barchi never sleeps in the bed. I just looked down. Barchi's laying in this dog's bed. She never sits in the bed. Never. Barchi's right here, Ken, sleeping in this dog's bed. Never, ever sleeps in the dog bed. I have a really cute one. You can't pay Barchi to sleep in the dog bed. She's sitting in this dog's bed right now. They don't come around them legs. They literally will do everything to avoid them. This is Stormy. My hand is Barchi. Barchi will walk all the way around. She won't sit by her. They do a little growling, but they don't like her or the other dog because my niece has a dog too. She said her dog stayed under the bed. And Stormy is like, she's a puppy. You know, she wants to play. So Mariah has Stormy's brother, and her dog's name is Coda. When they're in the playpen together, they play so well together. They have a good time. They lay on each other, everything. You can tell they're siblings. Baby, Barchi won't come near the dogs. Barchi is definitely a mean girl. She is not a girl's girl. I was like, Barchi, you need to show him the ropes. She wants no parts of it. Good morning, everybody. But yes, Barchi said no new friends. Yeah, you're right. The young blonde, they said that's Allie, but that could be Allie with blonde hair now. I don't put it past them because, you know, Jennifer went and got some highlights. So that might be what's it. Barchi get that from her daddy's side. Yeah, Barchi's mean. Barchi is mean too. They both sitting over there on the couch. They don't even want to come near Stormy. But it's okay. That's not Allie. That's her sister. She looked like Jen. Why is she there? Why is she there? When y'all said young blonde, I thought you were talking about the woman in front of her. I'm like, I don't see a young woman. But why is this girl here? What is her what? Yes, that is friend. That is John's friend with that blue suit coat on that thinks Karen is guilty, and he's clearly not watching the case. So yeah, he is not watching the case at all. Aqua, she don't need to report back to her mama. Her mama watching it online with her. She might be in this chat. She might be in this chat. That just might be what's going on. Oh, okay, hold on, doggy. That's not Allie, guys. They said it's Allie's sister. But one of Jennifer McCabe's children. Okay, child, settle down. One of her children, though. That's not Allie, but they're saying that maybe one of her daughters. For sure. So I will say yesterday, guys, while we're on break, Valerie pointed out to me yesterday on X that yesterday, did you guys hear that they were Proctor said in those text messages that John's brother-in-law OD'd on his sister's grave? Did y'all hear that yesterday? I heard him say it, but I just really thought he was, I hate to say being funny because it's not ha-ha funny, but making a sick joke is what I thought he was doing. And that may explain why Peggy was doing all of that crying. That was out of order. Y'all, all of this time, now he could have had a heart attack as a result of, whatever drugs or whatever he took to overdose. It makes it so much worse. It makes it so much worse. And the fact that Proctor would put that shit in a group text. So I don't even know. I saw somewhere, and I don't know where I saw this. Maybe it was in one of my other group chats that the children had no clue. So now they're hearing about it as a result of this damn case. I was done. It was no reason for him to say that. Right. No reason for him to say that. Proctor was gossiping. Yes, he was, Key. He, and I'm going to say again, if it was Proctor and his sister, Key, if it was Proctor and his sister, I'm going to give him a little wiggle room. But the fact it was high school friends.
We're going to continue what we're doing, but we will give you the morning recess. So that's about a half an hour.
Oh, what's about that?
All rise for the court, please. Close your notebooks. Follow me.
Emily, I screamed today, girl. I missed today. This trial will be over in a couple of days, and I said, listen, I missed 2 days. I can't do it. I did, Key. 30-minute break. Well, they're about to argue something, but what are they about to argue? It's what I want to know.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I have hours.
Coming down. Follow me.
Jury is exited the courtroom. Please be seated.
What are they about to argue?
All right, Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you. Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you.
He heard you, baby. Give him a second.
Excuse me, Mr. Brennan.
Mr. Brennan, can you remove? Oh, okay, it's being removed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Attorney Brennan, just with regard to Dr. Russell, in open court in front of the jury, used the concept of DNA in this case, he has introduced it and brought it in for the very first time in front of the jury. He has done so intentionally.
Oh,
He
mistrial.
intentionally brought up DNA. Based upon that intentional mention, the defense moves strongly, vigorously for a mistrial with prejudice. A mistrial with prejudice.
Finally!
There has been no mention in this trial of DNA with regard to the topic, with regard to what Mr. Brennan has raised. There has been none.
Finally!
Specifically,
They really
the
did.
prosecution had, in the first trial, had a witness, Terry Kuhn, with regard to DNA. For whatever reason, the prosecution has chosen not to bring that witness in who would testify perhaps to DNA. As a result of that strategic decision that the prosecution made, there's been no mention. I want to be very clear. The defense has been incredibly assiduous and meticulous about not mentioning DNA in any fashion, directly or indirectly. With regard to the hoodie shirt and the hole, the only thing that was adduced in direct examination was a mechanical function, simply of Dr. Russell testifying that a dog tooth went in and came out and caused a certain mechanical effect on the yarn. Nothing even close to the mention of DNA. With regard to representations that Attorney Brennan has made, that somehow there was a hearing that we were on notice, it is completely incorrect. Show me the hearing, show me the transcript where that has been discussed. The prosecution has also said, we're going to, or we always intended to bring on rebuttal Dr. Crosby, who would talk about the supposed absence of DNA, the alleged absence of it. The problem with that of trying to rescue the mistrial that the prosecution has caused with prejudice is that Dr. Crosby could never testify about such a topic, because I would object because there would be no foundation, because the prosecution strategically chose not to bring in the foundation whatsoever in this trial. The fact that they did it in another trial, or perhaps did it, is irrelevant to this trial, as Your Honor has admonished several times. What happened this is a new trial, and whatever happens in the first trial is the first trial. So in conclusion, Your Honor, because of the conduct of the prosecution, and specifically the intentional mention of DNA, the prosecution has put in the jury's mind that topic that is irremediable. That cannot be reversed. That cannot be cured. That cannot be ameliorated with a jury instruction. That cannot be dislodged. The prosecution has to suffer the consequences of its own intentional actions of bringing up that topic.
Get them together.
Ms. Reed is entitled under the Constitution, under the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, to a fair trial.
Ooh,
and what has just happened is antithetical, abhorrent to a fair trial. The only remedy is a mistrial with prejudice.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Now look at Hank with his sticky pads like Miss Love. His sticky notes. That's
Inquiring of Dr. Russell about the absence of dog DNA is not only proper and permissible, it's essential, and the Commonwealth is entitled on cross-examination to explore theories and facades that the defense creates if there is actual evidence that undermines or contradicts the representations that they are trying to portray to this jury. Let's be clear. The defense is on notice that there is no dog DNA in the sweater of John O'Keefe. Let's be clear. The defense is on notice that we were not going to try to disprove all of their varying theories in our case in chief. But if they were going to propose theories that we thought were unsubstantiated, we would do so in rebuttal. It is clear these witnesses are on the witness list. More so, the conversation and examination of Dr. Russell is replete in the historical record of this case. Dr. Russell herself testified on December 12, 2024, that she did consider the absence of DNA in her opinion. She disregarded it. She discounted it. She created false theories about the potential destruction of it. But she did testify this was part of her consideration for her opinions. Again, on January 7th, 2025, Dr. Russell again discussed the absence of dog DNA in John O'Keefe's sweater. Now, it may be inconvenient. It might be hurtful for the defendant's theories, for the creation they portrayed for this jury yesterday. But it is not improper. It's not unconstitutional. It's not irrelevant. It's very relevant. It is powerful evidence that the Commonwealth has to undermine this idea that the linear superficial abrasions on John O'Keefe's arm were somehow caused by a dog. They, on their case in chief, tried to create impressions about the cause of the abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe. The defense does not get to pick and choose what words the Commonwealth can or cannot use. They do not get to pick and choose what parts of Dr. Russell's opinions are important and not important. Because they chose not to emphasize, highlight, or discuss the absence of dog DNA on direct does not mean it's beyond the scope of direct examination. It means they did not want to talk about it because it was not helpful to them. There have been countless cross-examinations in this case where questions are asked beyond the scope of direct. This is not beyond it. It goes to the heart of her opinion. If I cannot cross-examine her, as proposed by the defense, about the heart of her opinion, she shouldn't give it. She shouldn't have an opinion, because you can't come in and just take the favorable factions to yourself and leave out reality. I intend on asking Dr. Russell about her opinions, about the role that the absence of DNA played. Also, I expect to ask her about her attempt to diminish or demean the DNA evidence, because it shows her inherent bias in all of her opinions, where she acts as an advocate, not as a scientist or a doctor. It is admissible evidence. We intend on using it. And when she returns to the stand, these are the very questions I'm going to ask her.
Hank said this would not be.
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ooh, look at the Leslie.
Your Honor, a key misstatement of fact that Attorney Brennan just made. He said that Dr. Russell talked in prior proceedings and hearings about dog DNA. The record is abundantly clear. She only did so in response to a question from Mr. Brennan. I have the transcripts right with me. She never raised it affirmatively. She gave her opinion that these wounds were to a reasonable degree of medical certainty from a dog. Mr. Brennan on cross said, did you consider, and this is in a prior proceeding, did you consider DNA? She gave her answer. She didn't raise it. I heard it. I was there. Your Honor was there. So this impression that Mr. Brennan is trying to give, that somehow the defense brought this topic up before, is incorrect. The second point, Mr. Brennan needs to have a good faith basis to ask the question. To have a good faith basis, he has to have some admissible evidence that he's got for it. He has no admissible evidence on dog DNA with regard to the arm. He knows he doesn't. He strategically chose not to bring that evidence in this case. Now he's saying he wants to use it. That would be improper in this trial for that reason. The other 2 points quickly.
How this that fast?
Mr. Brennan alleges an absence of dog DNA with regard to these wounds in the right arm. There was no swabbing of the wounds of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. That is a major, major investigative flaw in this case. That should not be befallen upon the defendant. Secondly, there are, with regard to the hoodie, that was one, I believe, swab taken, and we don't know much about it, but what we do know about it is there are horrible, tremendous chain of custody and care with regard to the hoodie, conceded, virtually left on the floor of the ambulance, left on the floor of the hospital, carried around by Mr. Proctor for weeks, maybe even months, not submitted for testing for months. There are huge issues that prevent a fair determination about whether there was even proper determination of whether there was DNA or not. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the defense has never brought up DNA or alleged absence with regard to the right arm of the hoodie. It's always been the prosecution. We were meticulous and assiduous in not doing it here. The prosecution needs to live with the consequence of its action. This is remediable, and I respectfully submit warrants only one ruling respectfully, and that is this trial must be declared a mistrial with prejudice.
You mean that shit. You mean that shit. Woo-hoo! Maybe I love when the lawyers argue. When they had to go
defense can pound their fists and yell as loudly as they want, but they can't change. Whatever the motivation is
it's a
for wanting
fight
a
in here,
mistrial
baby.
can't be based on a claim that the prosecution raised DNA for the first time with Dr. Russell at the Lanigan hearing. If we actually look at facts and reality, rather than making false claims about everybody in the courtroom and everybody else who comes in here, what we'll see in the transcript, and this is the December 22nd,
he got the damn transcript.
December 12, 2024 transcript. I direct the court to the direct examination of the attorney who just accused the government of raising it for the first time. Despite his words, we have page 83,
I thought that was a lesson, like, what
line
page?
21.
It's like, wait a
We
minute.
have page 122, line 14. We have page 124, line 14. These are the words of Attorney Alisi on direct examination.
You know that man's name is a
And
lesson.
there are more. There are more. But that is enough for the court to understand that the representations are wholly
This finna be a
mistaken by Attorney
Call that
Alisi.
man Alisi.
Wholly.
Get up there,
All
Les.
right, thank you.
We'll give everybody a half an hour. So
All right.
Hold on, y'all. Y'all know I got the call over there. This too, baby. I've been waiting on the motion for mistrial for 25 days. 25 days. I've been waiting on the motion for mistrial for 25 days. Half an hour. She got to go phone a friend, baby. She has to go phone a friend. So it looks like we'll be back about 12. Okay. If she might call me back. Okay, y'all. Let's talk about it, y'all. Cat, if you want to come up, I'm putting the link in. I have been waiting on this for 25 days. 25 freaking days, and it finally comes. 25 days, y'all. Shameen, all my life. Listen, I've been waiting on this. Brianna, why your screen blue?
Oh, my bad.
Hey, girl. 25 days, Brianna.
It's about time.
25
It's about time.
Brianna, all I'm trying to say is I've been begging them to say it with their chest. I've been begging. God,
About time.
Mom, I didn't even know they knew the word mistrial.
I really now.
I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just saying I wanted one.
I did think that they was going to ask bail for a recusal first, If she don't grant this mistrial, they need to ask for a recusal. She got to go.
I need a lawyer. I do need a lawyer, y'all, so bad. I think let's see what Yates doing.
Yates ain't working. What she be doing, needling?
She would have popped in by now. I gotta call her. Maybe she on a break or something. She gonna be like, why the hell she me this early? Friend, where are you?
At work.
I just said it. I said, I know Yates at work. Why we in the I said Yates is gonna be like, why she timing me?
Let them sit in the
for a mistrial. Catch up. Go.
I'm at work. Okay.
Go.
Do you want to be my law clerk?
Do I want to be a law clerk?
No, do you want to be my law clerk?
Yeah. Hey, Trevor, friend, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Very
Friend,
excited. We have a great law clerk this time.
go look at what just happened.
Okay, I've got to get more work done. I will look.
Go listen to it and meet me on TikTok after court.
Okay.
Okay, bye, girl. She in there really working. She got a cute little law clerk too, y'all.
I was like, turn the phone around.
I'm gonna try to get him to come on or something. He was kind of cute. I said, "Oh, hey, friend." No, he light skin. He light skin.
Oh, okay.
He probably like he light skin, but okay, she can't come on right now. What? Hold on, I'm really like overstimulated at the moment because that was so good. And do y'all want to go back a little bit to when it happened?
Yeah, go back. I feel like it's good. It was so good. And I would feel so hyped right now if I didn't know Bill wasn't listening. She wasn't.
Brianna!
She was trying to see how many seconds she got till she can get to her little drink in the back.
Okay, this is what we're going to do, y'all. Because I do think this will be helpful. We do not have a lawyer right now. So this is what we're going to do for the moment. Hold up. Somebody just FaceTime me. Hold on. For the moment, we're going to go back, listen again so that we can see where the problem came in. 25 days, friend. We've been waiting 25 days. They finally said, we got to go ask for a mistrial. This Miss J, y'all. Miss J just called me back. Speaking of, I need an update because I haven't talked to y'all weekend. Have you hit your 100K yet?
This morning.
Oh, congratulations!
This morning. We at 100.1.
Period.
Listen, I went to bed last night at 99.8 because I have a local company that was going to do something for me for the 100K, and she reached out to me and she was like, over the weekend, like,
girl, now we about to cry. I need to get my life together.
She was like, mid-March, she's like, mid-June, are you sure? I've been watching your numbers. It looked like, and I was like, no, we should maybe next weekend. And then I looked at it last night, and she reached out like, it say 99.8. You gonna wake up to 100K? I said, no, that's still 200 people. We'll wait. I woke up this morning, 5:30 this morning.
Congratulations. I'm like, I haven't talked to you all weekend, and I feel like you should have hit it. I'm like, I haven't talked to you since Friday.
Traction will kind of stop over the weekend.
No.
But apparently
TikTok just
for gifting the membership.
And TikTok is messy because I was just telling them, I said, I've been complaining for weeks, like, oh my God, my views not here, not there. I have a video doing really well. It's probably gonna hit 1 million. And why is it the one that damn smoke detector going off? I said TikTok is messy. I got so many other videos that could have blown up. Why is this the one? Congratulations, friend.
Thank you, friend.
I swear, I remember. I think I found Miss J. I know we have stuff to talk about, y'all, but this just made me so happy. I always tell y'all Miss J is one of the people I found. She's one of the people I found. Y'all, my cheeks hurt during YSL. She was like the second person I ended up finding. I felt like she was so real. I loved how she broke stuff down. And then months later, we're like friends. We talk about this content shit all the time. So supportive. She is just so amazing and so deserving. And I am so happy for you. So happy for you because I think you're amazing. And it's only going to get bigger and bigger. You have an amazing personality and a great heart, and it's just gonna just keep going up. Just keep being you. Keep being you.
Y'all gotta understand though. Sometimes y'all only get a Miss J because of Mel. Because Miss J be like, I go to work. I ain't gotta do this shit. I don't feel like folks.
Coming like that lady. My man got 2 jobs. What she say? I got a job. I have to be on here.
I gotta go to work. She was listen. Maybe we can. Mel gonna find a way, y'all. Mel is gonna find a way.
I'm gonna figure it out.
Mel is gonna find a way. But yes, this is so crazy. And Miss J is just as antisocial online as she is offline. And so I really only be talking to Mel and sometimes the other Mel and Kayla. I really do. And so Mel is a special type of patient because Miss J would be like, I ain't doing shit. You be back? Dallas just woke up.
What?
I don't know, friend. I'm pissed.
My bad, Alice, y'all. Y'all should know me by now. That sometimes I get excited and I'm gonna be loud. Sorry. I tell you, I turn those phones down.
Well, y'all
Sorry.
never want to hit me.
I'm gonna drop down.
Okay, Brianna. She said,
I'm telling you, friend, I don't know how to say this. Hank is crashing out before our eyes, and I feel like he gonna be at a retreat center in the next couple of weeks. I've never in my life.
Keep in here talking about that man on powder. He got the wrong batch.
Listen, I have never in my life seen somebody ask for us for dinner and then chew on their own leg. I have never in my life, like, sir, you spent all day trying to tear down the fact that she has no methodology or no standards when at least she got articles that support what she's doing. Where was Shannon shit?
What?
So if you want them to not believe anything that doesn't have standard methodology, what was the basis for everything you said?
I just don't get it. And what I also didn't get with Dr. Rose, I think she has an amazing resume, right? But he is attacking her because she's not an accident reconstructionist. Like, I said, what the hell are you doing? Where are we going with this, Hank? Huh?
My thing is Shannon didn't register as an accident reconstructionist for this either. And then you want us to take his word on math when he lied about the math degree and fucked up the conversion.
I was about to say, and didn't even do all the math.
So my thing is, I keep calling her itty bitty. I wanted itty bitty to get into her bag. Do you hear me? I wanted her to toss that feathered bag and say, listen, I don't do the mechanics. I don't care how fast it was going, the wounds. I've been knowing wounds since your daddy had a full head of hair.
She was trying.
Somewhere around the nutsack of your daddy when I was getting wounds together. I didn't have no scans. I had an x-ray machine and Jesus.
And that's it. That's it.
In the 80s. So if you want to tell me about some wounds, sir,
I think I was saying that we were saying in the chat, like, I love when she would kind of snap back, Mr. Brennan. I said teeth. Canines are teeth. Like, she'd have little moments, but I'm like you. I wanted her to be consistent in those moments. Like, shut him down.
Because I said there's 2 things in this world that you do not F with. And that is a grandma. You don't F with your grandma. And you don't F with nobody when you don't know, when you really don't want the answer, right? She's both. And so Hank was asking questions that I truly believe
he didn't know the answer to.
You didn't know what's going to come out of her mouth. How dare you go out of your way to prove how much of an accident reconstructionist she is not? And then ask her if she looked at 5:07 a.m. What would her lay eyes?
What was she?
An accident. Didn't your expert say that accident was not enough to bust a tail light? But my lay eyes will say that's how a tail light got broke.
And not only that,
your case like that.
He was just asking ignorant questions, and then he kept asking the same question. I said, okay, Hank, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Do you think now I know the answer to this, but I still want to ask you, do you think Bev is going to allow the mistrial? Damn, everybody's saying no.
Nope, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because, and it's so crazy that I'm hitting 100K the same month we was probably starting to go viral off of Woody. Okay, this was YSL month.
Really? That is so crazy.
This is when Woody saw Woody in. Okay.
Oh my God, it's June. Yes.
So we should have known something was gonna happen. But is that Bev is not going to let a mistrial happen for the same reason that Whitaker did.
Yep. Too big of a case. Won't do it. Too big of a case.
They don't want it on her. They want it on the jury. So just like Whitaker let that jury walk off with all them not guilties, not my problem. Respect the jury. They made the decision, but she doesn't want it on her.
And that's my problem with Bev.
Like she don't want it on Bev. Don't want this on her. It's Bev's fault. Bev could have stopped it. Bev could have controlled it. When really it's Brennan's fault. Brennan did this. But what they're going to do is Boston or Massachusetts is going to blame this on Bev. So that Bev don't lose her supporters, her contributors, those that back her backdoor networking, the shit she got going on under the robe. She's not going to do that. So what she's going to do, like, what did Whitaker do?
I almost said something so bad.
Watch a training video.
I almost said something.
The training video on discovery violations. I don't think Bev is going to take this one on the chin. But
See, I almost said.
Or do something where the instruction is going to further let this jury know Hank full of that bullshit, and it's going to come out like a YSL jury.
Missy, and when she said, what did Whitaker do? Baby, I almost yelled out, F Whitaker. Because, like, listen, I know people love to, give Paige her praises. My issue with Paige has always been she could have stopped YSL when Glanville got off. That report, that motion she filed, that response she filed, Glanville was gone. Pissed me off so bad because I said, oh, and I'll never forget how she did Kayla. Baby, Whitaker is not good in my book. Whitaker is not good in my book. I'm sorry, just like Bev isn't. And I do believe what T is saying. I think both of them, they were two big cases. But I always go back to the Alec Baldwin case. That was a big case too. That lady said, baby, this has to end. The law is the law, and the law is clear. Judges who do not follow the law piss me off because now you're being selfish. This case isn't about you. Okay? Bev, listen, in my opinion, Bev, you ain't using your money to buy no conditioner, so you can stand. You can stand and go back down. Go do some consulting. Bev could go be a consultant.
She act like she didn't, like the only issue earlier was the dang old comments when he had asked to answer the same thing
50 times.
I said, if Bev don't get that bang at her brain.
She never said, Mr. Brandon, move on. She does it all the time with the defense.
She never told him to move the fuck on.
And certain occasions, and I will give you that. But she will never be that girl. Like, she will never be that for me because I do feel like she straddled the fence a lot because, like T said, she was thinking about supporters. She was thinking about her own aspirations. Did y'all not just see she had a Supreme Court nomination? I think about all of those things, right? I have to think that as she was trying this case, it was in the back of her head. I'm not saying she led with it, but I have to think that some of her decisions were influenced by how is this going to look for me? I'm sorry, that's what it looked like.
I think at the end of the day, I always watch judges that split the kitty. I do. And Bev does it a lot where she's not going to make one person, like she's not, this is, like I've been saying this whole time, I don't do participation trophies, and that's why Hank acts like this.
Yeah.
Because he never has to lose. He gets something out of it. Same thing I said with Love in the YSL case. She continues to act like this because she's getting a full reprimand.
Yep.
And no judge wants to just stand on business. Ben's not going.
She's not standing on it, friend.
She's not standing on it.
She's not standing on it, and that's my problem. Oh, sidebar, you got to tell me what you want to drink because the millionaire's gonna send you some congratulatory drinks. So tell me what you want. And another motherfucking thing. We go.
So we twerking later.
We could get on TikTok Live and have a twerk session. I feel like I might need to go ahead and pop it real quick.
Yeah, man, listen. I said, what? I said, it's definitely gonna be a party at the Wine Down.
Okay.
The Wine Down definitely.
Y'all hear that? Wine Down Friday is a party. It's a little different. It's gonna be a little different than we normally do. Do we need to do Wine Down on TikTok so we can have some music? Or how about this? Because I know we this is our YouTube show. We need to do 1 hour on YouTube exactly. Then we move to the after power. We got an after party. Okay? Okay, y'all. 1 hour exactly on YouTube on Friday. After that hour, from about, we can do like 9 to 11. It's a party. Bring your drink, bring your food, go get some wings. Y'all go get some Rotel. Y'all know wine down is every day at 7:30. So we'll do about 7:30 to 8 or 8:39, somewhere up in there. And we going immediately to TikTok.
Oh, somebody just popped in.
For a party.
I had a motion for a mistrial.
We're having our party. Shalom, we're gonna start on YouTube and we're gonna end on TikTok so we can play music. We want to play music. It's a party. My friend hit 100K and I need to twerk a little bit.
And so
y'all know I like to twerk a little bit. So listen, Key says $60 at the door. Come, y'all, we coming. The after party is really a celebration. Miss J hit 100K on TikTok. So it's a party. It's okay. It's a party. Now we
Look, did you see it? Tiffany sent me a shirt that says Jay Sayers.
Miss J. Oh, that's so cute. I saw Jay, but didn't see Sayers. That's so cute, Tiff. The Jay Sayers. That's so cute. And it's purple. I like that.
I'm gonna do something because I do have a training tonight. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pop off with you, and while I'm gonna take a minute this break and do a couple of TikTok videos.
Go ahead, friend. Congratulations.
I'll be back. I'll call you.
I'll talk to you after. I'll talk to you after court. Congratulations. Bye bye.
Bye, y'all.
Okay, y'all. Party on Friday. Party on Friday. If you guys did not hear us, we're having a party on Friday. We're still going to do our wind down as usual, right? But we're going to make sure it's an hour because y'all know me and Ms. J be on there sometimes 2 hours or a little more. We're going to do our usual. And then we're going to go to TikTok live afterwards. And it's going to be more laid back. More laid back. We'll still be talking about the case, but we're going to be celebrating. Celebrate because my girl done hit that 100K. So just so y'all know, that's going to be the schedule for Friday. Now that Miss J's off the line, I think we do have enough time to go back and see what caused the mistrial. So for those of you that are just joining, we are going to see what caused the motion for mistrial. Do we think it's going to be granted? Nobody thinks it. There's probably going to be a curative instruction. That's the most Bev's going to do, but we'll see. We will see. Missy. Okay, I can't even argue with it. I can't argue, but it's me and Miss J, so I'll make sure Miss J knows too. We are ending. Just make sure y'all telling us in the chat when the hour comes. I'm not playing with you.
The right arm, there were a number of different
I'm not.
tears in that fabric that you looked at, weren't there?
Yes, there were a number of small round holes in that
You're
fabric.
aware, aren't you, that those holes were swabbed for traces of dog DNA?
Okay, here we go. I was right at it.
Okay, come on up.
I was right at it, y'all. Right at it.
Those, on the right arm, there were a number of different tears in that fabric that you looked at, weren't there?
Yes, there were a number of small round holes in that
You're
fabric.
aware, aren't you, that those holes were swabbed for traces of dog DNA?
Objection, Your Honor. Like to approach, please.
Okay, come on up.
All right, y'all. That was it. That was it. Okay, we're going to let them go to their break. That was it. I want to make sure that we are all on the same page. What caused the issue, the question that was asked, are you aware that that jacket was swabbed for traces of dog DNA? So on a bigger note, if you're the jury and you hear that, in your mind, you will automatically exclude that dog, because you would think, why wasn't there any DNA on that jacket? Right? It automatically debunks the theory in my mind. But for me, the pig DNA kind of brings it back. But hey, that's another story. We're not going that far. So we are specifically addressing his sleeve. So what the defense will listen to Alessi's argument as he argues about the dog DNA on the sleeve, while the defense was sure, they made sure not to bring it up. Right? They made sure not to bring it up. Can I pay for that? You know you can pay $11. Let me just tell you about the X real quick, because I see Keys come in. I paid for the verification on X, only to see what X's monetization looks like. So this is my full-time job. But after I started getting traction on X, I'm like, let me see. I need to go actually cancel it, because you have to have so many like verified followers. I hadn't sat down to really understand how it works on X, but I haven't got paid for X. I just wanted to see, if you pay the $11, are you going to see a return on that investment? And so far, I have seen no return on my investment. So Elon is a fraud. Okay? He's a fraud. And I need to go cancel it. I need to go cancel it, because I was like, okay, let me see what it's about. But they have a different process. Every site has a different process. Like I just saw K Hood just posted, she made $26,000 off of Facebook and Instagram. I'm like, damn, how do you do that? Because I need to get better. But now that I'm in my house, I can probably be more settled. And then I said we were going to do these things together. So we'll just do some lives and we'll talk about it. We'll do some lives, y'all, and we'll talk about what we're doing on these platforms, because now that I'm like in a space to learn, we'll learn together. Key, please stop. Not selling it. That's crazy.
Your Honor. Attorney Brennan, just with regard to Dr. Russell, in open court in front of the jury, used the concept of DNA in this case. He has introduced it and brought it in for the very first time in front of the jury. He has done so intentionally. He intentionally brought up DNA. Based upon that intentional mention, the defense moves strongly, vigorously for a mistrial with prejudice. A mistrial with prejudice. There has been no mention in this trial of DNA with regard to the topic, with regard to what Mr. Brennan has raised. There has been none. Specifically, the prosecution had, in the first trial, had a witness, Terry Kuhn, with regard to DNA. For whatever reason, the prosecution has chosen not to bring that witness in, who would testify perhaps to DNA. As a result of that strategic decision that the prosecution made, there's been no mention. I want to be very clear.
Okay, because just look at what Forrest said, guys, and what Alessi is saying now. You didn't call the witness that could have testified to who collected the DNA. They could have come in and testified. You did not call them, but you get on cross and you want to ask Dr. Russell about it? Make that make sense. Make it make sense.
The defense has been incredibly assiduous and meticulous about not mentioning DNA in any fashion, directly or indirectly. With regard to the hoodie shirt and the hole, the only thing that was adduced in direct examination was a mechanical function, simply of Dr. Russell testifying that a dog tooth went in and came out and caused a certain mechanical effect on the yarn. Nothing even close to the mention of DNA.
Hold up.
tooth went in and seduced, and direct examination was a mechanical function simply of Dr. Russell testifying that a dog tooth went in and came out and caused a certain mechanical effect on the yarn. Nothing even close to the mention of DNA. With regard to representations that Attorney Brennan has made, that somehow there was a hearing that we were on notice, it is completely incorrect. Show me the hearing, show me the transcript where that has been discussed. The prosecution has also said, we're going to, or we always intended to bring on rebuttal Dr. Crosby, who would talk about the supposed absence of DNA, the alleged absence of it. The problem with that of trying to rescue the mistrial that the prosecution has caused with prejudice is that Dr. Crosby could never testify about such a topic, because I would object because there would be no foundation, because the prosecution strategically chose not to bring in the foundation whatsoever in this trial. The fact that they did it in another trial, or perhaps did it, is irrelevant to this trial, as Your Honor has admonished several times. What happened this is a new trial, and whatever happens in the first trial is the first trial. So in conclusion, Your Honor, because of the conduct of the prosecution, and specifically the intentional mention of DNA, the prosecution has put in the jury's mind that topic that is irremediable. That cannot be reversed. That cannot be cured. That cannot be ameliorated with a jury instruction. That cannot be dislodged. The prosecution has to suffer the consequences of its own intentional actions of bringing up that topic. Ms. Reed is entitled under the Constitution, under the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, to a fair trial. And what has just happened is antithetical, abhorrent to a fair trial. The only remedy is a mistrial with prejudice.
He moving like Obama. I'm sorry. I know how Obama loves to do the hand like that. Come on now.
Inquiring of Dr. Russell about the absence of dog DNA is not only proper and permissible, it's essential, and the Commonwealth is entitled on cross-examination to explore theories and facades that the defense creates if there is actual evidence that undermines.
Hold up, y'all. We just want to see the very end of Alessi. Let me make sure I don't have any comments up.
The prosecution has put in the jury's mind that topic that is irremediable.
He's not lying.
That cannot be reversed. That cannot be cured. That cannot be ameliorated with reversed. That cannot be cured. That cannot be ameliorated with a jury instruction. That cannot be dislodged. The prosecution has to suffer the consequences of its own intentional actions of bringing up that topic. Ms. Reed is entitled under the Constitution, under the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, to a fair trial. And what has just happened is antithetical, abhorrent to a fair trial. The only remedy is a mistrial with prejudice.
Oh, that's so good. They said they about to come back, y'all. Hold up, let me see.
Inquiring of Dr. Russell about the absence of dog DNA is not only proper and permissible, it's essential, and the Commonwealth is entitled on cross-examination to explore theories
I'm gonna have to go up, y'all, because I don't want y'all to miss. Oh, hold up.
All right, did not address.
Save.
Don't ankle it. I mean, they've got a cup.
Please be seated for session.
I'm gonna just get ready for it. I know she's gonna do some bullshit. She ain't gonna even be mad. I'm not even gonna be mad.
All right, so the motion for mistrial is denied. Your rights are saved. And Mr. Brennan, you can continue with this line of questioning.
All right, did not address sidebar, the other issue that's under.
Denied. And she gonna let them continue this line of questioning?
Yeah. I don't see it without a foundation. So if you can build a foundation, I'll consider it.
Denied.
I do not believe that foundation has been made yet.
I would expect that foundation would need to be substantial, specifically whether or not it was relied upon by the witness.
Yes.
Could we do that outside the presence of the jury so that I don't ask the questions in front of the jury?
Oh, yes, but not right now. They're on their way. All right. Do you have enough?
I'll work around it.
Okay.
I'll work around it.
Your Honor, I would object to being done outside the jury, that it should be done like I've had to do with several witnesses in front of the jury.
Okay. If that's what the defense wants. Are you sure, Mr. Alessi?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, let me confirm with my. Yeah, okay. I am going to, yes, Your Honor, we are going to.
Oh, dear.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Beverly gets on my goddamn nerves. I know I said I wasn't gonna be mad. I just can't stand her. She not even.
Are the lunches here?
Damn, she want to go to lunch at 11:45.
Are they still over there?
What the hell?
How long they are?
Did you start yet, or can you?
If they're downstairs on their way up, I don't want to stop them.
I could do it in 2 questions.
Yeah, please.
Oh. Excuse me?
They're still over this way.
Great. Okay, they're going to stay.
Your Honor, if it might help, obviously, with subject whatever Your Honor does, based upon if Mr. Brennan only has 2 questions, I may have 30 minutes that I could, most 35 to finish up whatever redirect that I have, if that affects Your Honor's scheduling.
I just didn't want to stop them if they were on their way. They haven't yet gone downstairs.
No, I don't think they made it.
All right, we'll do this now. Okay?
Dr. Russell, during your review of the case, did the defense offer you the report of John C. Walsh, MD, Deputy Medical Examiner?
I didn't hear the whole
I'm sorry.
question.
During your review, the defense provided you materials. Did they provide you the report of John C. Walsh, MD, Deputy Medical Examiner?
I don't recall.
May I approach?
May I?
Yes. Can we turn the fan off over here, Tony, please? Or, thank you.
Dr. Russell, did you ever review and receive that document from the defense?
Oh, yes.
And regarding Dr. Walsh's opinion, did you consider that when you formed your ultimate basis that the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were consistent with a dog bite?
Yes.
Did you disregard it or agree with it?
I disregard. I disagree with his assessment.
Thank you. All right, I'd like to inquire.
Your Honor, I would object. This is the same exact issue I had to deal with Recross. The witnesses disregarded it, and I was not allowed to pursue questioning. So I do not believe under the
Sure did. Trooper Paul.
The proper foundation.
Merch. Trooper
What do you say
Paul.
about that, Mr. Brennan? How is this any different?
Pardon me?
I'm talking to Mr. Brennan. How is this different with this witness's analysis?
Because they specifically opened the door when they had her vouch for her own credibility,
What?
showing her uniqueness and ability to determine that these were dog bite wounds. And so when they
What?
opened their own door to vouch for their own credibility,
vouch for
suggest
their
that
own
they're only
credibility.
person or a limited person in the
This
entire
is
country that
freaking
can do this.
insane.
They should be confronted that they are not alone. There are other experts. And so this isn't affirmatively bringing it in. This is
What?
defense continually
Vouch for their own credibility. Is he serious?
What do you say, Mr. Leslie?
Thank you, Your Honor. My response is this. I'll give two quick examples. Dr. Welter, Trooper Ball, Dr. Squirty Bell.
Come on.
They talked and opened the door under Mr. Brennan's theory of opening the door widely.
Mm-hmm.
They even had, as part of their direct examination, documents in Dr. Welcher's slide that mentioned Dr. Squirty Bello.
And Trooper Paul.
You'll recall that slide. They even had material from the CARS team with a file named Trooper Ball.
I'm not letting it in.
Thank you.
All right, I'm not letting it in under that, Mr. Brennan. So you can mark the report if you want, but for that reason, I'm not. For the reasons
Okay.
stated by the Commonwealth, I'm not letting it in.
I don't need to mark.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Hunter.
Don't piss us off, Beverly. I might would have came to Ken and sat outside with a sign. I know I say I'm not gonna let this lady piss me off, but she pisses me off so bad. So bad. But hey, I can't wait till this trial is over because look at Alessi. Look at Miss Little. Her little bangs.
Objection. Where are we? Is it in evidence now?
It's not yet. It will be.
Okay.
Your Honor, just say it in evidence.
The DNA. It's not, right?
It is not. And
Okay.
is there a question?
Yes, it's open. I denied the motion and allowed the line of inquiry.
Okay, what they want to say about that? Ken, I'm staying out of Cannes, baby. I am staying out of Cannes. And Mia, the question about no DNA being found on John's sleeve, that's the problem. That is the DNA that all of this is about. And Bev is going to allow it. Bev doesn't know she's in trouble, Kay. She doesn't know she's in trouble. And I think that's the problem. That is the problem. She does not know she's in trouble. And because she doesn't know she's in trouble, she's going to keep doing things. Baby, it's terrible. I don't even get it no more. She said Bev is a dirty hoe. Bev is a dirty hoe. Y'all, Beverly just really has bothered me. What do I like to say? She's not acting real judgy. I don't like it. That's what it is, Destin. No, Bev sitting up there like, who gonna check me? Who gonna check me? Y'all, I know Bev has to know 99% of the trial watchers hates her. She has to know that. She has to know that.
Back in session, you may be seated.
Jurors, I appreciate your patience. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Hey, I don't get it. I don't get it. Yates will be on TikTok live later. Maybe we'll figure it out. Y'all supposed to have dinner with a friend tonight. My homegirl from Memphis. Now I need to reschedule. Too much happened today. Too much has happened today to be trying to break and go eat.
Good afternoon, Dr. Russell.
Oh, wait.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Russell, we were talking about your differential diagnosis and your opinion that Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions on his arm were not consistent with impact or collision with the car. I was asking you specifically about some of the things you may or may not have reviewed before you formed your opinion. You looked on direct examination at a photograph in Dr. Welcher's presentation, and it had a photograph of a person who had been hit and died as a result of a collision. Do you remember that photograph you looked at?
The photograph of which one specifically?
There was a gentleman
I've
lying
seen.
on the ground. His face was redacted, and there was
Oh,
some
that one. Yes.
Remember that one?
Yes.
And when you discussed that, what was the reason? What was your point in discussing that?
I was answering questions.
Do you know what the point was? What you were trying to deduce or
No, I was
suggest?
just answering questions.
Okay. You have
Okay.
stated before that one of the reasons you do not believe that the injuries were the result of a collision or impact with the car is because there were no lower body injury breaks. Do you remember that?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
You would agree that a side swipe or a clipping collision is different than a front or a back immediate impact, like being run over. There's a difference, right?
In general, yes.
When you talk about the absence of lower body breaks, do you have any studies about the frequency or the likelihood of lower body breaks in a clipping impact as opposed to being directly run over?
No.
When you looked at that photograph that was shown to you on direct examination, did you look at the actual injuries that were listed for that gentleman and see that there were no lower body breaks?
I looked at all the injuries, yes.
And did you recognize in that photograph and slide that there were no lower body breaks?
Yes, I did. There were major internal injuries, however.
When you considered the information
wanna
in
hear
space,
that.
did you have an opportunity beyond that photograph to look at Dr. Welcher's videos about impacting a vehicle driving backwards? Did you watch those videos?
I saw an image. I saw an image.
Did you see a video when Dr. Welcher put blue paint on his arm and showed the height and the location when it touched Alexis? Did you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I saw that image.
Did you consider what's called the text stream data? Do you know what text stream data is?
What?
Text stream, the black box that shows the operation of a car, how fast, how slow, acceleration. Did you look at any of that information before you formed your opinion?
I looked at it, but I honestly did not understand it.
Did you ask anybody to help you interpret that data before you drew an opinion that the injuries were not consistent with the collision?
Well, first of all, my opinion came long before that report ever came out. So the answer to that is no.
When you have an opinion, if there's new evidence,
Kellen, he
That
doesn't
is
get that. And it's so annoying.
contradictory or different, or maybe undermines your theory, do you have an open mind to reconsider your theory?
Yes, I do.
Did you want to understand that information about the text stream data and
Why
the
does she
information that
need
was
to?
available regarding this allegation? Did you want to understand that before you came back and offered the same opinion you had before that information was available?
I didn't understand it. And I didn't know that if any of the attorneys understood it, actually.
Did you know anything about Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data when you were drawing these conclusions about when his last movements were? Did you learn anything about that?
Why
No.
is he asking her this?
Did you know about any type of DNA testing on the defendant's rear taillight area?
Yes.
And did you know about any hair found on the car?
Yes.
Did you consider those things when you excluded the collision or impact as the cause of those wounds?
Well, I considered that. However, he had, my understanding is he had been in and out of that car, on many occasions. And so therefore there would be reason for either skin cells or DNA or possibly other, hair, fabric to be on that car.
So when you consider testing your conclusions, do you look at it as an advocate or do you look at it as a scientist or a doctor
Why does he keep
and try to
doing this?
value how little or how strong that evidence is?
I'm looking at it as a neutral party, a doctor, scientist.
So you're not looking at it as an advocate to try to discourage the strength or weakness of evidence?
Excuse me?
You're not looking at it as an advocate? You're looking at it as an independent professional?
I'm not an advocate at all.
When you talked about John O'Keefe's sweatshirt, can we put that up, Ms. Gilman, please?
I know that's right, Nicole. Built to ass, okay?
You identified or discussed some of the tears to the right sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt, didn't you?
We discussed one puncture to the right sleeve. Yes.
Having an interest in dogs and dog bites, certainly you're aware in your experience, when a dog bites, it creates quite a bit of saliva, doesn't it?
It can.
It can actually, a dog can froth, is what they call it, excessive saliva when it's in the moment.
Some dogs, yes.
And some dogs, they can shed hair, especially when they're interacting with other objects, don't they?
They could.
Hair is considered trace evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
And saliva contains important items sometimes like DNA, correct?
Yes.
And that's considered oftentimes very important trace evidence.
Yes.
And Dr. Russell, are you aware that one of the criminologists took swabs of holes on the left sleeve of the sweatshirt?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, are you aware of that?
Yes.
You've heard of UC Davis, haven't you?
Yes. And in reference to that previous question, however, the swabbing was done many weeks after the death, and there were images of clothing on the emergency room floor. So, yes, I am aware that there were some swabs taken at some point.
Is that gratuitous answer part of your advocacy or a part of your medical objective opinion?
Baby Dr. Russell,
And so you're aware that these holes were swabbed to send a sample to UC Davis, aren't you?
Yes.
UC Davis, do you understand they specialize in dog DNA?
Animal DNA, I believe.
And you also know, and giving it before you gave your opinion, that when they were tested, there was no dog DNA found in any of the samples. You knew that, right?
Yes.
In fact, what was found was pig DNA.
That's correct.
And why would
And there's no identification where the pig DNA came from, is there?
I don't think so.
So when you
Why would
saw
pig
the
DNA
information, after you claimed there is a dog, Kubik John O'Keefe, when you saw the information that they were swabs done of those holes and the results were no dog DNA, did you consider that before giving your ultimate opinion?
Yes.
And in fact, you've tried to discount the significance of that evidence in the past, haven't you?
Yes.
In fact, you have made claims about that evidence candidly with no foundation whatsoever, haven't you?
I explained why there could be no dog DNA found.
You were claiming that it was inconsequential because a number of speculative reasons, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the objection sustained. You can ask it differently.
When you were discussing the absence of dog DNA on Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt in the past, were you trying to make suggestions that perhaps the samples could have been tarnished or compromised in some way?
That's one possibility, yes.
As a independent, objective expert, should you deal in possibilities, or is it a better practice, best practice, to deal with objective criteria in the form of actual opinions to a reasonable degree of certainty?
It would be best to go through a process to determine, or at least come up with a list of reasons as to why dog DNA was not found. There are a number of reasons. You know, if you have a test in medicine, you expect it to be positive, and it's not positive. You go through a process of trying to figure out why the case is that way. There are many reasons why there could have been no dog DNA found.
When you first gave your opinion, you didn't even know about that DNA testing, did you?
Not initially, correct.
But then once learning about it, you were not willing to reconsider and change your opinion about the source of these scratches. You maintained the same opinion you had before, correct?
I reconsidered, however, my opinion did not change.
What you suggested is there's possibilities, is the word you would use, possibilities why there were errors with the DNA. Yes?
Yes.
You can't tell us anything based in fact. Wait,
No,
You can't either.
Oh, sorry.
You can't tell us anything based in fact to support the claim that something was wrong with the testing of this DNA, can you?
Not in fact, but again, you have to go through a process. If you expect a certain diagnosis or a certain finding on a lab test and it doesn't materialize, then you wonder why. And you want to know, was the test done correctly? You know, was the specimen handled correctly, et cetera, et cetera. There's a process.
And in that process, you found no evidence whatsoever, none, zero, to support any claim of compromise of that DNA.
Yes, the hell she did.
Well, ideally, the swabbing should have happened immediately
Thank
or
you.
very soon after the incident. So there was a delay in processing or swabbing to begin with. And then, of course, I don't know about the transportation or the chain of custody.
You were a medical examiner, weren't you?
Yes.
When you were a medical examiner, when you examined a person or their body, you did everything you thought was reasonably necessary based on the information you had, correct?
Yes.
Did you know at the time Dr. Scotabello did the autopsy, there was no claim whatsoever that a dog caused these wounds?
Yes.
Did you know that claim didn't come about until over a year later?
No.
Did you know that in response to that claim, that's why this was done at a later time? Did you know that?
Still, for a complete investigation, this should have been considered by investigators early on.
Even where there was absolutely no claim or evidence whatsoever that a dog caused these wounds?
Well, again, a complete investigation.
You can't tell us one step that went wrong with that DNA process, can you?
Hey,
The process, no.
In fact, you have admittedly very little experience with DNA.
I have little personal experience with DNA.
And yet, although you're not an advocate, you are willing to advocate trying to undermine the strength of that evidence, aren't you?
No, I am a scientist, and I'm trying to understand why it could have been negative.
child, Hank is freaking losing it. He told that like she's trying to undermine their information, their evidence. This is crazy.
As a scientist and providing a medical opinion, do you try to exclude in your differential diagnosis all other reasonable causes of a wound?
Generally, yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Now, when a dog bites a sweater, would you expect that it would leave DNA?
He going back there again.
Yes.
When a dog bites a sweater, you would not expect it would leave little fragments of taillight
None,
charge
Bia.
in clothes, would you?
Correct.
And so in this case, when you were developing your theory and differential diagnosis and excluding causes, did you consider that when Mr. O'Keefe's clothes were scraped, his pants and his shirts and his sweatshirt, what was discovered were minute, small fragments of broken taillight that came from the defendant's motor vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to 11.
Did you consider that?
I didn't know that at the time.
Could we have 201D, please? Dr. Russell, this is a photograph.
Okay.
Child. Hank is dragging this because he's getting nowhere. Well, Megan, I don't see y'all see Hank's suit jacket. That man's suit jacket is damn near at his thighs. I don't think Hank knows that he's getting nowhere. I really do think Hank thinks that this is landing. And it's not. Stephanie, if he wants, I don't know why he's stuck on the dog. Like, I get that in his mind, he's trying to prove there was no dog, right? But the more he asks these questions, the more Dr. Russell responds, I'm more convinced there was a dog. I don't know. Excuse me, Bia said, the lawyer said that Hank keeps bringing up the dog. It can cause more harm than good for the Commonwealth, Bia. Because I think for me, he won't just let it go. I wish he would have asked the questions about the dog bites, got what he needed to get out of it, and then moved on. Because I think you are planting that seed, right? There's been some mention of the dog, but I think you just sitting here, you're going 2 hours. We've been in court 2.5 hours, been about the dog bite, the bites on his arm and stuff. So I think he should let it go. Oh, okay, Bia, yeah. The stepmother has finally changed her mind after this witness, and this is what Hank may be faced with. People who thought she was guilty, but now they hear Dr. Russell because he seems genuine. He don't seem like a liar to me.
Dr. Russell, were you aware that very small fragments, shards of plastic,
why is he
that
doing
match
this with her?
the broken taillight of the defendant's Lexus were found when criminologists scraped Mr. O'Keefe's shirt and sweatshirt?
Yes, I became aware of that.
Did you become aware of that before or after you came to your opinion and conclusion that Mr. O'Keefe's arm abrasions were not caused by a collision or an impact?
After.
And when you learned that, did you get a chance to see this photograph to see how small many of those pieces were?
Yes.
And would you agree that broken plastic, like broken glass, can tear fabric?
Yes.
Would you agree that broken plastic, like broken glass, can rub up against a person's skin, and if enough friction is caused, it can cause abrasions?
Yes.
Would you agree that if fragments like this were randomly in the sweatshirt, that it could cause cuts or abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I don't believe that fragments that are randomly in the sweatshirt or clothing would cause the parallel abrasions, the pattern of the parallel abrasions that we saw in the arm.
Do you know how Mr. O'Keefe fell to the ground and what movements his body and arm made as he...
You don't know.
Not definitely.
You don't know?
You don't.
No.
Do you know how much distance or little distance he moved when he was on the ground?
Yes, approximately, I think it was 20 feet. I initially heard 60, but around 20 feet, I believe.
You think, do you know where his body was found on the side of the road?
Yes.
Do you know if his body, before it rested, moved or slid on the ground?
How would she know this?
Yes, it did.
And it's your opinion that fragments like this could not have caused the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm?
You know, in reference to that last question, actually, that I don't know that there was a collision, but I know that it's alleged that there was movement of the body after the collision.
I wasn't asking about the collision. I was asking about his body. Are you telling us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these type of fragments that were found in his clothes could not have caused the superficial abrasions on John O'Keefe's right arm?
They can cause superficial abrasions, but not in that pattern that we saw on the arm.
Good answer.
I'm going to ask you the question again.
She answered
it. To a
it.
reasonable degree of medical certainty that these fragments
Aaron, that's what
did not cause the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's right arm.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Finally.
Mr. Alessi?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Girl, finally. I want Miss Little to put a little bump in the bangs or something. They make her look stressed. Like, you know how sometimes people just get mad and say, just cut it off. Put a little bump in. Hank is a loser, Crystal. And I can't believe he just did that. Well, Bia, I think Hank thought she would change her answer. I think she did well. It looks like a little mullet, Val. She said she listens to Hank every day. I'm sure she is stressed. All right. Hey, Key, I hope you're feeling better.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to have published what is in evidence is 201A, and then I'm going to proceed after that with 201E.
Okay.
Come on, let's just clean this up.
Dr. Russell, I have up this exhibit, and with regard to the questions of Attorney Brennan that he just asked about these alleged shards, can you tell the size of them from this depiction?
I don't even see any shards in that depiction.
Can you read that slide and see the handwriting that is there?
Yeah, it looks like clear app plastic collected from 7/18/18. There's another date over to the left side, and then it says AMV 6/29/23.
Right. And if Mr. Wolk, you could go back, can you determine at all from this whether the shards are microscopic or not?
I cannot see any shards.
All right, let's go to 201E.
I know that's not what was found in their shirt.
With regard to this depiction, do you recognize what is in this depiction?
It looks like irregular, red-colored pieces of debris.
Thank you. And do you recognize the ruler above those pieces?
I'm not sure if this is the same ruler as in the previous image, but there does appear to be a ruler.
If we could go back to the previous slide, does that at all assist you in determining whether or not it's the same ruler?
Not exactly, but there are similarities.
So let's go back to, flip back to the next slide. Does the, what is up in black help you reach any conclusion about whether those pieces are microscopic in size or not?
Well, so those are, again, I'd like to go back, but I think those might be 16th or 32nd of an inch if we're using the same edge of the ruler. Those pieces that are depicted are not microscopic because we can see them with our eyes, but they're extremely small.
All right, so they're extremely small. You've asked, you want to go look back at the ruler. Does that further assist you in your analysis as to the size of these pieces?
16. So those looks like they're maybe a 16th of an inch or less.
Okay, so let's go back, Mr. Wolk, one more time. So these pieces are a 16th of an inch or less, correct?
Yes, if we're using the same ruler.
Right. So with regard to, and if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 1.
Everything was in the same bag.
Attorney Brennan asked you several questions with regard to whether those 16th of an inch or less pieces could cause these types of abrasions. You have addressed this issue, but I would like you to answer whether those pieces, 16-inch or less, could cause, now knowing the size, whether they could cause these abrasions, including with regard to this pattern.
I don't believe so.
And with regard to that answer, how do you come to that conclusion? What is your thought process?
Okay, again, there are multiple parallel abrasions. So these pieces would need to be lined up in a certain configuration to cause those abrasions, and they'd have to be oriented in nearly the same direction, because many of these groupings of wounds, and if I may use the pointer, are oriented in this direction a little bit, well, anatomically a little inferior to superior, ever so slightly this way. So they're oriented in the same way. So not only would they, those abrasions are rather large for those tiny pieces of plastic or glass, but they'd have to be oriented in a certain way to cause those wounds.
As an emergency department physician, as a forensic pathologist, what is the likelihood, if any, that those shards could cause those wounds?
You have to ask it differently, Mr. Wilson.
Dr. Russell, please state your evaluation and conclusion and the basis for it as to whether those shards of glass, or excuse me, shards of plastic, 1/16 of an inch and less, can cause those abrasions on and wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
I do not believe that they could have caused those wounds.
Is that a close call for you to come to that conclusion?
Not at all.
You were asked several questions by, please keep that depiction up, Mr. Wolf. You were asked numerous questions by Attorney Brennan where he wanted you to go section by section by section and evaluate each. He grouped these, I think, 5 or 6. Do you recall that questioning?
Yes.
Is that a scientifically proper way to evaluate this wound to determine whether or not it is from a dog? Is that a proper methodology to look at each individual section only?
No.
How, at a scale, is it improper to evaluate them that way under your methodology?
Sustained.
Dr. Russell, what is the proper way to evaluate the wounds on the right arm to determine whether or not they're caused from a dog?
To look at patterns, because individual wounds can vary, but the pattern is what is significant.
And on your direct examination, did you go through this method that you just described, a pattern and pattern recognition? Did you go through that in some detail and discuss that?
Yes.
Now, you were asked questions by Attorney Brennan, and in his questions, it was asserted that you don't have a standard, a published standard. Do you recall that questioning?
I'm going to allow it.
Do you recall the question asking whether you had a standard to reference for your methodology? You recall that questioning?
In reference to dog bite wounds, yes.
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 And with regard to the question and assertion in the question with regard to a methodology, you referenced studies and as part of your answer. Do you recall that discussion with Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
Do those, and you are those studies peer reviewed?
Yes.
And give the name, please, again, that we had gone over on direct, but give the name of the lead authors of each of those studies.
Yes. So one of them was by Dr. D. Munich, and the other one was Dr. Pollock. And by peer review, that means that it's the article was reviewed by other physicians in those respective specialties of the authors.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Doctor.
I'm sorry.
Finished?
The specialties of the authors, yes.
If we could take that down for a moment. Your Honor, may I approach, please?
Okay.
If I could have, Your Honor, for Madam Court Reporter, exhibits marked for identification PPP and QQQ.
Right.
And I'll start with PPP if I could, please. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. May I present PPP to the, thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, you have before you PPP. Is that the study with the lead author, Dr. DeMunich?
Yes.
Do you recall Attorney Brennan in his questioning asserting that you had no basis and there was no support for your methodology of pattern recognition? Do you recall that discussion?
Just stand in that form.
Do you recall questioning on the cross-examination by Attorney Brennan as to your basis for a methodology in terms of pattern recognition with regard to dog wounds? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you please take a look at exhibit PPP for identification and identify whether there's any section in that study that talks about and documents the methodology that you use in that study?
Yes. So this is an article that was published in the International Journal of Legal Medicine, and it is entitled Forensic Approach of Fatal Dog Attacks, a Case Report and a Literature Review. And so it's several pages long, talks about a specific case, and then on page 298, there are some significant passages that I would like to read, actually. So it says here, dogs have some very specific dental and maxillofacial features. They have 42 teeth, 20 in the upper jaw, 22 in the lower. Usually the mandibular dental arch is narrower and shorter than the maxilla. And that means upper, lower and upper. Maxillar is the upper. Maxilla, and the shape of the dental arches varies among the different breeds. There are natural gaps between the teeth that are attenuated or accentuated depending on the breed. The canine masseter pterygoid complex is short and strong, and its insertion on the mandible provides powerful mechanical advantage. So that's talking about the muscles, how powerful they are. And then goes on to measure the forces.
If
Let me go to
you could
next.
find the location, if there's any in there with regard to pattern, is there any discussion about attributes and patterns in that study?
I'm not gonna
This
like
next
it.
paragraph. The above features attribute to the characteristics of dog bites. The maxillary teeth distal to the mandibular teeth allow the so-called scissor bite, in which the dog can lock onto his prey. The tremendous force of the bite, muscle complex, can develop, allows the dog to twist and tear, and cause great damage. The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, tearing that results in characteristic patterns of punctures, lacerations,
Here we go.
avulsions of the skin, and soft tissue.
She kept saying
Forensic
pattern.
pathologists noted the multiple torn wounds with adjacent puncture wounds, the so-called hole and tear combination. That's in this case. The puncture wound, a round hole, is made by the canine tooth of either the upper or lower jaw on one side that serves as an anchorage, while the other teeth cut into the flesh, causing stretching lacerations in the process of biting, shaking, and tearing. This should be considered pathognomonic for dog bites, especially when accompanied by tissue defects and claw marks, the latter being narrow, superficial, linear abrasions arranged parallel to one another,
She said linear.
4 or 5 in number, and usually found in the vicinity of the bite. This pattern
Ooh.
allows differential diagnosis with bites of other animals, which are not accompanied by pulling and shaking, nor by the usage of prominent canine
Cut the
and
cake.
with stab wounds caused by sharp instruments.
Does
Damn.
that study support or not support in the literature a pattern recognition methodology?
That's sustained.
What do you conclude from the language you just read in that study with regard to methodology of discerning dog bite wounds?
That pattern recognition is very important.
Elaborate.
Now what I would like, if I could approach Your Honor.
Okay.
Again, stop being messy.
If I could return this to
Hey,
Madam Court
Caitlin.
Reporter and please request Exhibit QQQ for identification. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. May I hand it
Y'all don't be letting
Thank
up.
you, Your Honor. I've now handed you what is marked for identification as Exhibit QQQ. I would ask, please, that you,
Exactly, Lynn.
is that the Pollock study that you referenced in your direct and in your cross-examination?
Yes.
Could you please, as you did with the Munich study, can you please articulate the relevant sections with regard to your reliance upon that study?
Yes. So this is an article from the Institute of Forensic Medicine at the University of Vienna.
Is that a peer-reviewed study?
Yes.
Please continue.
Excuse me?
Please continue.
Okay. The title of the article is Fatal Dog Bite Injuries. And there's a summary. It says the dog's front teeth. So let me preface this. This was talking about a deceased child. And they describe the features. It says the dog's front teeth left marks of individual circular or scratch-like abrasions, as well as slit-like skin severances. Slit-like skin severances of the skin, arranged in curved lines. The pattern of the skin lesions largely corresponded to the anatomy of the dog's set of teeth. No tissue defects could be detected.
And is there any other section of that study that references pattern and pattern recognition methodology? Any other
Yes.
words, any other section? And if so, could you please read them?
Yes. So on page 491, there's a section called the morphology of dog bite injuries.
What does morphology mean?
It means the shape. And so it goes on to say the anatomy of a dog's teeth is the key to interpreting injury findings. The particularly long, cone-shaped, pointed canine teeth often create sharp-edged wound slits that can be mistaken for stab wounds. The bite mark on the skin is ideally a complete and congruent imprint of the front dental arch. Sometimes only the protruding canine teeth are imprinted. If the shorter incisors leave an impression, smaller skin lesions, parentheses, round pressure marks or streaky glide marks, can be found between the impact points of the canines. In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors will act uniformly.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that sentence. Could you repeat that?
In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors of a jaw will act uniformly.
Is that sentence relevant at all to what you've referenced as an incomplete bite?
Yes.
How is it relevant?
Because if not all the teeth impact, then you get a partial bite. You get irregular appearances. There's another sentence that's important here. A gap in the injury pattern can have several causes. Oblique biting, so what that means is not dead center on, but off to the side a little bit. Oblique biting, curvature of the body surface, which we could have in this case around the arm, the edges of the arm.
Mr. Wu, could you please put Exhibit 1 back on the case? And Dr. Russell, would be helpful as you're discussing these items, if you could determine whether or not what's discussed in that study is at all depicted in this exhibit.
Okay, so we discussed oblique biting, which is off at an angle. Curvature of the body surface. So here we have a body surface that's actually quite irregular. There's curvature down here. There's definitely curvature around the elbow. And so there's curvature around the bones. So curvature of the body surface can change the appearance of the wounds. Interposition of textiles, so that would be clothing.
Is there an example of interposition of textiles in this case?
I don't think so.
Well, was the decedent in this case wearing any, is textiles mean clothing?
Yes, and I thought you meant in this article, but yes, there was textiles in this case. Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that hoodie sweatshirt or sweater shirt. So interposition of textiles, and then it goes on to mention some other things which I don't think apply in this case, such as different tooth lengths, tooth loss, abnormal teeth.
And is there any other aspects of that study that are relevant to your analysis and methodology with regard to evaluating the wounds in Exhibit 1?
A lot of this article is relevant, and I don't know if you want to keep.
I don't want to keep
reading.
Keep reading it, but if there is a section, because then I'm going to have a few more questions once you're done identifying the most relevant sections of the article.
Yeah, this. And then there's one section that said.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Then it does mention that in some victims, parallel scratch marks originating from clawed paws are found accompanying the injuries.
And is there any other section that you believe supports your evaluation of the wounds on Exhibit 1?
No, I think that's it.
All right, so thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Russell.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Court Reporter.
I just think
So is
a lot.
So do those
Thinking there's-
studies, the Demunic and the Pollock that you just referenced, do they support the methodology of pattern recognition that you applied in evaluating Exhibit 1?
Absolutely.
And do they directly or indirectly support that methodology?
Directly.
And is that medical literature peer-reviewed support or not for your pattern recognition methodology?
So as to the form, Mr. Alessi.
Do those studies, each of them, those peer-reviewed studies, support your pattern recognition methodology that you applied with regard to Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Did those studies look solely at individual wounds, or did those studies methodology look at the overall pattern to evaluate and discuss wounds from dogs?
Ask it differently.
How did those studies evaluate wounds with respect to individual wounds and overall wounds? How did the study evaluate those?
They described some individual wounds. There were numerous wounds. Described some individuals, but they looked at the overall pattern to make recommendations.
I'm going, Kate.
Was the overall pattern in those studies important or unimportant in the analyses and conclusions that those authors reached?
Important.
Now let's switch topics. Attorney Brennan asked you about various considerations you made with regard to differential diagnosis. You recall those?
Yes.
Let's just start with your differential diagnosis methodology. You describe whether or not you took into consideration additional information that was presented to you in determining whether your initial hypotheses was correct or not. Describe just generally that process and whether or not you took new information and retested your hypotheses. Describe that process that you undertook just generally.
So in general, when a physician is presented with a set of circumstances or wounds or symptoms or whatever, they come up with a possible diagnosis, but have to consider other diagnoses as well. That's what a good physician does. They consider what they think is the most likely, and then they go through a process of eliminating the or including and the other possibilities. Would you like me to give an example, like chest pain or?
Well, I'd like to give you an example of what you used here in this case as
okay.
the application of that.
Well, okay, so I'm just describing the overall process because if you came to a diagnosis and narrowed in on it and never considered any other information, sometimes your diagnosis is going to be wrong, and so you have to allow for other information. And so I did that in this case. I examined the circumstances, examined the wounds photographically, and came up with my impression. But I also considered other possibilities. What else could cause those scratches or those abrasions?
And did you honestly and scientifically consider those other possibilities as you continue to review the information, old and new information in this matter?
Yes.
And did that process allow you to avoid confirmation bias?
Yeah. Yes.
So in terms of that process, now let's go through some of the items that Attorney Brennan discussed with you. He asked you several questions, one of which, did you evaluate news clips in audio clips? You remember that questioning?
If y'all can see me, that's not me. Hold on, let me switch to Court TV.
As you continue to review the information, old and new information in this matter?
Yes.
And did that process allow you to avoid confirmation bias?
Yeah. Yes.
So in terms of that process, now let's go through some of the items that Attorney Brennan discussed with you. He asked you several questions, one of which, did you evaluate news clips in audio clips? You remember that questioning?
I remember a question about some news clips.
And did you recall your discussion with Attorney Brennan about acute grief reaction? You remember that discussion?
Yes.
Now, in terms of acute grief reaction, you talked about it, and do you recall discussing that sometimes people who have a traumatic event, that acute grief reaction occurs? You recall that discussion with Attorney Brennan?
Yes.
Now, do you recall also mentioning that sometimes these patients engage in self-blame?
Yes.
And my question, among others, is when they go to self-blame, from your experience as emergency room physician, seeing patients with this, as you discussed with Mr. Brennan, are there instances when patients blame themselves for something when they're not to blame? Can you discuss what you meant by self-blame in acute grief reaction?
Sustain.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Alessi said, I'm sick of this. Y'all, let me tell y'all something. I went to just go check to see where our video is. Somebody said, if you didn't notice, it's time to change your battery in your smoke detector. I said, did you not see the excuse to beep? Come change it for me. I'm sick of y'all. I'm sick of y'all. But I appreciate y'all too, because this might be my first million view video. So keep on with the smoke detector. Okay, I'm looking on X. Did you guys see what I just said? Okay, let's read it out loud on here. Shout out to Kay, because Kay is always on X and online. I mean, in the chat too. So she'll be like, Mel, go look at this. All right, let me tell y'all what Turtle Boy said. I think this is actually crazy. Okay, y'all, listen. He says, FYI, sources are reporting to me that Karina Kolakatis, I think this is the Greek couple. Remember, there was a doctor and a lawyer. Kay, is this not the Greek couple? I feel like this is the Greek couple because it's given Portakatis. Y'all know my big fat Greek wedding. Their last name. That's what it's given. Okay. She said a witness. What'd you say, Gwen? Close enough. A witness for the Commonwealth last trial would testify with a lawyer present that Jennifer McCabe told her that there was a ring camera footage of John O'Keefe being hit by a car in an attempt to convince her to turn against Karen. Lacey, how y'all sick of something you only heard in one video? I just moved Friday. I'm like, y'all ain't heard no smoke detector in my videos. It's one video. I'm not mad about it though. I guess this is why people troll. Maybe I should start trolling online. I don't know. But if that lady gets on that stand and says that Jennifer McCabe flat out lied, because we all know there is no ring footage. If you're a juror on the stand and you've been hearing about Big Bad Jen, right? Jen gets to stand completely live. First of all, Carrie already got on the stand and said Jen lied to her. Merch, I'm not mad about it because my views ain't been the best on TikTok. So if the smoke detector gonna bring them, come on. But yes, Jen lied to Carrie. If you're in the jury, what do you think? Lizzie, I didn't even notice it that time, and I was going to delete that video. I was going to delete the video because I heard the beat, and I was like, I like the points I was making, and I'm like, damn, what if I forget or if it don't come across the same? I said, fuck it. I'm gonna just post it. It is what it is. I said, excuse the beeping. I thought that was nice enough. What this girl I watched, Tony Shea, moral of the story, post a damn video. Post a video. And a lot of people got the point. They probably said, girl, change that smoke detector, but didn't tell me that in the comments. They got what I was trying to say. It did good. It did well. I just think that when you are doing content, one of the things is authenticity. I don't like practicing a lot of my videos. I'm just going to go. I might edit some stuff out, but that's like my real reaction, how I'm really feeling. I think it carries over well, but hey, she said them views won't mean nothing if you can't get out the house in time. I know that's right, friend. But yes, new defense motion for aperture discovery info. If I'm on the jury, though, back to this case, if I'm on the jury, I am wondering why Jennifer is going out of her way to make up lies. I'm wondering, hey, Taylor, I am wondering why she's going out of her way to make up lies. There is no freaking ring footage of John being hit by a car. Why would you say that? Yes. Khalees said, I've seen verdict mail and never clicked on the profile and put 2 and 2 together. Verdict mail is my page. If you are Khalees, maybe you are newer here and you may not know that Elon has it out for me on X. That's why I do not have a profile picture, but I do post my videos on there. When I pull my videos from TikTok, I try to post them on X too, but I do not have a profile picture because Elon, unfortunately, he's after me. And no, I'm not crazy, guys. I've had 2 pages. I think they thought it was AI because I wasn't posting. I was just like sharing pages. I really think I like one too many posts that they just didn't like. They didn't agree with, but that's me. Oh, you never knew that was my page? Okay, Khalees, yes. Well, then you just may not know that Elon is after me. Okay, I've had 2 pages. He's let this one sit, but I do not have a profile picture because I think there's some type of facial recognition or something on them. So I don't know. I just don't have a profile picture on X. Probably will never have one, but I do post my videos. One day Elon's going to catch up. He's going to see that verdict mail is my other 2 pages that he suspended. I don't even know why he suspended my pages, but oh well. Elon is after me, Taylor. I don't understand it. Both of the pages that were suspended had less than 200 followers, probably less than 100 followers, because at the time I wasn't using it to talk about cases. I was just on there looking at football stuff. So I think I was just sharing too much they didn't like. Nothing crazy, but yeah. So no profile picture for me. No profile picture. I think my picture on X is some flowers or something, but I do have it in my bio. Key, calm down. Khalees is a friend. Key said, I need to calm down, Mel. Are you new here? Is my trigger phrase. I looked from the laptop so fast, ready to block somebody. No, we were talking about X. We're talking about X. Brittany, I have a really cute little cartoon version of myself that I got made so long ago. It's so cute, girl. I'm gonna post it on my Instagram. It is just too cute. She's like hippie and everything. Got little cute shaved blonde hair. She's real cute. But yeah, that is me on X, verdict mail. If you guys are on X, please follow me. Follow Miss Jefferson. We're both on there. I think he and Lexi too are really great follows. It's funny that y'all know she young, so she talk about daddy. But she has a really great X account and following cases. Lexi is really, really amazing with taking notes down. I'm on here too. If you're looking for a trial, I love Lexi. Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm saying them. I know they're in the chat. Y'all saying, "Oh, why she calling them out?" They're in the chat, and I like their tweet.
Dr. Russell, do you recall questioning by Attorney Brennan with regard to some alleged clip with regard to a motor vehicle, the Lexus and the pedestrian in this case? Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
And have you reviewed and Attorney Brennan asked you about the slide presentation, what Dr. Welcher did with regard to this supposed accident reconstruction? You remember those questions?
Yes.
Mr. Woke, if you could please publish the slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation with the arm out in the glass in the back, not that one, the one in this case of the
Please let her go.
Lexus and Dr. Welcher dressed up as Mr. O'Keefe in the clothing in the back, but with a.
He said dressed up as Mr. O'Keefe. Please point that out because that is still weird to me. He said pull up the slide with him dressed up as Mr. O'Keefe. Please.
That would be toward the back of that slide presentation, probably around 130-ish. That's it, yes. And what slide number is that? 109. So, Dr. Russell, can you see what is depicted on that slide?
Yes.
Is that impact that is depicted on this slide, is that a clip or is that a direct impact to the arm?
I believe that that's a rather direct impact.
Okay, so this is a direct impact. And now, from your experience, and you were asked about this on cross-examination, a direct impact to the arm, assume, as was discussed, a motor vehicle, 6,000-pound Lexus going 24 miles an hour in a reverse with a direct impact on the arm. From your experience as an emergency medicine physician, what type of injuries would you expect to this arm?
So I would expect at least significant bruising, at least. But I would also expect fracture, possible dislocation of portions of the arm.
What portions of the arm would you expect fractures and dislocations?
Well, from this image, if it impacted that section of the arm, and let me use my pointer.
Please,
right here. A very good possibility that there would be a radius and ulnar fracture of the forearm or an elbow fracture.
Could you please stand up and with your Honor's permission, show where the radius and where the ulnar bones are of the arm? Lights on, please. Thank you. You can keep the lights on.
So the radius and ulnar are the two long bones in the forearm right underneath the skin. And then they join with the humerus bone here in the upper arm at the elbow. And those, of course, these bones are they're susceptible to fracture with a significant impact. And also the elbow would be susceptible to fracture.
How about the hand?
The hand could be injured. It depends on where the hand was in relation. And also, if there was a fall, there are other mechanisms that could contribute to a fracture from the actual fall onto the ground. So there could be a wrist fracture, digital fractures. It depends on the circumstances.
Thank you. And do you, you can be seated. Thank you very much, Dr. Russell. From a direct impact to the arm, as you said, is depicted here. What is the likelihood of there being any fracture to any bone?
Yes.
Sustained in that form.
Do you have an opinion based upon a reasonable degree of medical certainty
Please let this
as to whether there would be any fracture to any bone?
I believe that there is a very high likelihood that there would either be a significant bruise or a laceration or a fracture of the bones.
Now let's go to, as I understand it, you have reviewed the autopsy report of Mr. O'Keefe,
Yes,
and you've reviewed the file, the medical records files, correct?
yes.
Is there any indication at all of significant bruising to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
With regard to the lower extremities, from what is depicted here, meaning this impact, did you evaluate the autopsy and the medical records to see what evaluation was done of the lower extremities?
Yes, a very extensive evaluation of lower extremities was done.
What very extensive evaluation was done, and by whom?
By Dr. Scotabello, and it was both an external and an internal examination of the lower extremities.
Let's start with the internal examination by Dr. Scotabello. Could you please describe what type of internal examination she performed?
Well, she opened up the legs.
Sustained.
May we approach her for lunch?
Jurors, I'm going to send you a lunch.
Listen,
Okay, we'll see you at 2 o'clock. Yes, come on up.
Key, I'll worry about that in October when I'm at my best self, okay? Not worried about that at the moment, but looks like we're about to go to lunch. Let's see I wonder if they're going to come back. She's still on the stand. I'm ready for them to let her go. Yes, she does, Lynn. She does. I'm just ready for them to let her go. Dr. Russell's been up there a long time, and I just think we're beating a dead horse. We get it. She came up there, did what she was supposed to do. Either you believe a dog was there or you don't, right? That's it. Either you believe it or you don't. Just let her go. Are they gonna come back? Maybe they went to break. Let's see. Key, I called. Let me tell you, Key. I was gonna post this on X. I mean, not on X, on my Instagram. I've sent way too many "Hey, big head" texts since I moved, because is moving those boxes. I had to call the firefighter about the smoke detectors. Baby, I had to call my other little friend. My electrician friend, he gonna come replace the smoke detectors. I said, Lord, I'm sending way too many. Hey, how you doing? I'm having to be nice. I just like to be in my little bubble, and I'm having to reach out because I am a single woman. Lord, baby, I've been having to call these people, Lord, and Key now I have to call and let people know I've moved because I need help in the new place. I know you didn't cancel it. That it was with a friend. It was one of my homegirls from Memphis. Like, you know how you know people, y'all cool or whatever. That's what it is. We just cool. And she was here in Georgia. She's into real estate as well. And I was just like, I've been gone 2 days. I do have some other stuff to do. But yeah, I had some other stuff to do. I was just calling because, when you start, my friend that's an electrician, child, I had to call him. He gonna come hang my TVs for me, change the smoke detectors for me, help do some other things around the house, and that's okay. That's why it's good to just remain cool. I'm not on bad terms with anyone. The one man who had 93 kids, I did not air it. Why would I call him Ash? Baby, now Zakia, normally I would, but my friend that's the electrician, I couldn't reach the smoke detectors. My landlord probably take a long time. I'm just like, listen, I call like, listen, I stream on a daily basis. What I cannot have is this beeping noise behind me. If I replace these, will you guys just reimburse me? And he's an electrician, so he can do it. So I'm just going to have him replace them for me. You need to put your best outfit on. Girl, please, please. I cannot wait. And I say this again, y'all. I told my cousin, give me to July. Let me get settled. Let me get back on my workout routine. Give me July. I'll be ready to go out. And I hope it will make y'all just as happy as my cousin. Okay? It'll make y'all just as happy because clearly Melanie, like, it's like I have no man is written on my forehead when it comes to y'all. Y'all want to see me outside, and I love that. But damn it, I don't know if I want to be outside, okay? No, Key. Y'all, are we on lunch? Because or are they taking a break right now? When are you going? Kellen, when are you going? I'm gonna be there on the 12th. I actually have to get my flight this week. I need to get my flight. Becky, I thought we were on lunch, but I saw Karen moving. Are you going that Friday? Well, Kelly, I'm going by myself. And so I didn't want to be in Vegas. Like, I don't love Vegas. I like Vegas. I don't love it. So I didn't want to be there for an extended period of time by myself. I'm going to fly in on Saturday and I'm flying back out on Sunday. So I got my room for one night. I'm staying at the Cosmopolitan. I have my room for one night. I got really great seats and I'm really excited about it. And come July 12th, I'll be about 7 pounds down. I could guarantee that. That's what I'm thinking, T. That's what I'm thinking as well. But I thought, yeah, I saw Karen. I saw them moving around, so I didn't want to exit off of it yet. Are you live in Vegas? Let me tell you my thing with Vegas. I don't like Vegas clubs. I'm 38 now, so I'm not like wanting to go to clubs anyway. I don't gamble. My sister said I should go and jump out the plane because that's something I do want to do. I want to go skydiving. She did it, and I really want to do it. But I told her, girl, I don't know. I'm going by myself. I'm happy. Who's going to tell my kids? Who's going to tell my kids that mama fell out the plane?
What? All right.
Did y'all say that? What the hell going on in that courtroom?
What? All right.
They need to cut that damn fan back on. They got musket in there.
What? All right.
They need to cut that fan back on. Baby, they gonna have to go cut that fan off of that. Why do we always get something ignorant? Why do we always get something ignorant? No, Key, I don't gamble. Listen, I'm gonna buy something cute for the show. I don't know. It's gonna be summer, girl. I'm feeling some orange or something. I want to get me something really cute to wear to the show. I'm just gonna enjoy my little one day there. This is like my little day trip. I'm gonna enjoy my one day there. But that's all I got. I got one day. I might put $20 in the machine. $20, may put $20 in there, and that's it. That's it. Big Lou, she look like she in there funky. She is in there funky. She said her piss stink. Let me see. Yes, we're on lunch, guys. I don't know what they be talking about. Well, Shanny, you got to keep some earbuds in. Sharonda, I don't know. Look, what is going on in that courtroom? You don't even hit the strip club in Vegas? I mean, I'm 38. I keep saying I'm 38 because this Melanie is different than when I was younger. I've been to strip clubs in Vegas before, but again, I'm going by myself. Why would I want to go in a strip club by myself? It's no fun in that. So no, I'm just my sister has Gretchen is really good at finding Gretchen is really, really good at finding things to do. So she sent me this restaurant she says I should go to. I'm going to get to Vegas. I'm going to get dressed. I'm going to get myself together. I'm going to go to this restaurant. After I have dinner at the restaurant, I'm going to leave there and go to the show. After the show, I'm going to go back to my room, go to sleep, wake up, and go home the next day. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just saying, like, that's my plan. You know what? I'll probably be on live or something. That's my plan for it. That's my plan for that trip. Go, and I'm coming right back. I'm going to Toni Braxton's show. I don't know the place that Gretchen sent me to go this time. It's like around the world, the top of the world or something. I have to look at the menu first, but she says it's really good. Gretchen is all about experiences, experiences and aesthetics. Child, I gotta go look what the menu. I gotta look at what the menu looks like. Shannon, that's what I used to do with my son. I call his daddy and say, "Hey, what's the haircut I'm supposed to tell the barber?" Yeah. No, I will not. I will not. Della, we're talking about me going to I'm going to Vegas next month. I'm going to Vegas next month. Lord, I'll be in Memphis 2 weekends in a row because my high school graduation is the weekend of the 20th. And then my cousin graduates the next weekend. That's in June. July, I got Toni Braxton. I'm going to see Jeezy. I'm going to see Chris Brown and Beyonce too. I just haven't got my tickets yet. And then I'm going to let me see, my aunt's having the 65th in August. I got a lot of little parties going on. Maybe So Runny. It's Top of the World or something. That's where Gretchen wants me to go. Ash, Shameen, I saw your reunion vids. If I'm being honest, Shameen, this reunion, so I told you I went to 2 high schools, so I have 2 reunions because like 2 months before I was supposed to graduate, I had a fight at school. My mom transferred me, but I was with that class for all of that time. So I've got 2 reunions. And the other reunion, I went there 9th, 10th grade, transferred to the other school because we moved. And then I transferred back when the fight happened. So the one I'm going to in June, if I'm being honest, like I'm not too worried about it. I think it's simple. You know, my best friend, she's on the committee. So I'm gonna go. We're gonna have a good time, but I'm not tripping, right? Like the one in October, that's the one I'm trying to lose my way for, you know, be right, you know? And it seems like we're gonna have a time like what you had at your Shameen. I don't know what this one's gonna be like. It was much cheaper too. I do think that matters. This reunion, I think the ticket was like $50. The one I'm going to in October, I paid for myself. It was like $250, and then my friend to come with me, it was $375. So the one in October, they have a whole weekend plan. We've got an itinerary. I mean, it's really nice. So I'm ready for that one. I want to do 3 days of nonstop partying. Shameen, listen, you look like you had a good time. I'm going to tell you now, this face that you see by the time October gets here, it's going to be a little slimmer, okay? It's going to be a little slimmer. Booty's going to be sitting up a little bigger, okay? I'm going to have some muscles in the calf muscles. Like, by the time October gets here, it's going to be giving brick house. I'm going to be ready for October. So I'm excited. I'm excited about the reunions, and I'm actually have something to work towards. So that's good. One of them friends got to know how to Day, I'm just fine. I was reading like, what? I just learned that pig DNA is actually in dog treats. Shay, yes. So during the first trial on my X account, so many people in the carrier universe told me that. Key for my 40th. And by the way, let me say this now. I know it's a little early. This is very premature. No, not yet, Alice. I need to. This is very premature, but it's 360 people on here. All 360 of you are invited to my 40th birthday party. I'm 38, so I'm giving you guys time to prepare now. And don't say I didn't invite you. Of course, I'm going to do invitations and you guys will see them. But my 40th birthday party is going to be here in Atlanta. Okay, I'm letting you guys know now that you guys can come to my birthday party. I'm letting you guys know now that you can come to my birthday. 360 people are not going to come, but I'm giving you guys a heads up so you can plan. Let me tell y'all what date it's going to be. What's this month? 2025. It's 2020. It's going to be 2027. Hold on. Let me tell y'all now. So y'all won't be having no pro. Y'all be like, oh, Mel didn't tell us. Okay, I'm telling you now so y'all can be ready. Day. Oh, Lord, I done put 29, 27. Hold up. I already know where I want to have it at and everything here in Atlanta. Oh, okay. So it's going to be a Monday. So my party will most likely be March 27th, 2027. Keith, please stop playing with me. March 27th. I am going to live stream it too in 2 years. Yes, I'm telling y'all now. So you don't come with the, oh my God, Mel didn't tell us. I'm saving for my 40th birthday party right now because Key made me remember. She said, Mel, if I see a new photo shoot for my 40th, I better be in the best shape of my life, okay? And I am going to have a new photo shoot. Super excited, but it's not going to be a Monday. My party is going to be that Saturday. Rihanna, get off this live. Get off the live. So it's going to be like the 27th, and I'll probably do like a whole weekend or something. But the 27th for sure will be my party. I already know the place. My sister's going to come up with a cute theme. I already put Gretchen on it, and Gretchen's going to come up with the theme. So I'm telling you guys now. I'm telling y'all now. So everybody, Brita, we can celebrate together. It's going to be my 40th. It's going to be a party, okay? I don't know. I was thinking all black, but I just don't know if that's what I want to go. I'm going to see what Gretchen comes up with it. But I'm saving up right now. Y'all talking about 2 years? Yes. Mariah's Sweet 16 cost me $10,000. And I don't even feel like her Sweet 16 was what I wanted. Like when I look back at her Sweet 16, I loved her, the way her cake table and stuff was set up. But I don't know. I'm like, I want it to be nice. It's going to be nice. So that's your 31st. Oh, that's Mariah's dad's birthday. Alice, it's going to be nice. I'm telling y'all. It's going to be nice. Just watch. We're going to have a good time. We're going to have a good time. So I'm putting you guys on notice now. My sister was like, are you going to invite your millionaires? I said, oh, hell yes. But I'm going to make sure I do like a guest list so I can keep count of who's coming and everything. But it's going to be nice. It's going to be a time. We have Duke to bring the cookie cakes. But yes, it's gonna be super chill. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna see while we're on lunch. What time did I take that puppy out? I think I took the puppy out at 10:30. Let me see. Let me tell you, the lawyer, said, I almost think Brennan's cross was better for the defense than Alessi's direct. I have a lot of thoughts on the mistrial and some other legal arguments being made, but I'm going to save them for today's video as it's too much to type. While Brennan's cross was rough, I thought he had a decent ending setup, but he let Dr. Russell explain it all the way before he sat down. I agree. I think the hey Miss Pooh, how are you? I think the pig DNA came from those dog treats. Is what members only? Lily, what's members only? What's members only? Are you talking about my party? Are you talking about the party that I'm talking about? You said on my birthday? Oh, my birthday stream. Baby, that's 2 years from now. I can't even answer that. I wish I could, but Lily, I can't tell you what I had for dinner last night, so I won't remember that 2 years from now. Ask me closer to the day. Lily, they said you being messy. Oh, that'll be cute though. A little members only live stream. Okay. Listen. Let me tell you guys, my sister is planning a bachelorette party. And she was telling me about this party. And at some point in the party, someone was like, well, who all are you going to invite? Because we don't need them going back saying stuff. I said, what the hell y'all doing at this party? Because I might not need to come. Is this finna turn into Junior's bachelor party? Or y'all remember Lance's bachelor party on The Best Man? Please let me know. Because if it's finna be that type of party, I won't come. I said, I'm not going to come. If it's that type of party, Melody will not be there. But they're going to report back. I said, what? I still want to, y'all, these people, they're not young. I mean, I hate to say that. They're older than me. What the hell y'all about to be doing at the party? What y'all about to do? Oh, Lily! Period. Lily, no, not the party. I'm gonna have it open invite. A marriage came from Lance's party. Brianna, that's a nice way to look at it. That's a nice way to look at it. But Key is, she's talking about y'all gotta sign an NDA. Be damned if I get on live repeat. It shouldn't be nothing crazy at my parties, okay? And I'm gonna tell you now, my sister said I'm a little judgy. Y'all do all y'all stuff outside the party, okay? I'm telling you right now, Melanie is not the person. I'm not the person to sit beside it and snort a line. I'm not the person. My sister said, Mel, you just too judgy. I'm not judgy. Do what you do. You just ain't got to do it beside me, okay? You don't have to do it beside me, okay? You do not have to do it beside me. Go have at it, okay? Have at it. Have fun. I just don't have to bear witness to it, okay? Ain't no after party on Cleveland. Missy, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm telling you now. I don't know. I think there's something about my personality. Maybe, I do get out and I like to have fun. I am going to be dancing. I'm going to scream. I'm going to holler. I might jump on a table. But I draw the line at the line, okay? The line of code, I draw the line. Slime, I don't want slime juice either. But do you. Just don't do all of you in front of me. I don't want to see it. She said, I don't want to see it. I have fun, Destin. I have a good time. I mean, I haven't been anywhere here lately, but I like to have a good time. It's messy, that's all I'm saying. I like to have a good time, I know I don't leave the house often. But when I am out, I do like to have a good time. That's just not part of my good time. And it's okay if it's part of yours. I just don't want to see it. My sister said I'm too judgy, Mira. She said you too judgy. Key, we're gonna have to figure. First of all, when I have my party, I definitely don't want like an 8 to 12 situation. I don't want that. Like, no, I want a party, Like, I want to start at 9 and I want my party to end at like 2 a.m. Something like that. I want you to feel like you've been out. I'm talking about by the time my party gets here, the Megan needs that I see in my head, I'm gonna have them. And I'm telling you, I'm gonna be cutting up by the time this party gets here. Yes, 2 a.m. Yes, fam. Y'all know that TikTok sound. Woo, we had a time last night. I want to get up feeling like that. Do you hear me? Oh, Ash. Don't threaten me with a good time. Ash, I can do a party bus and we could do some members only type shit for a party bus. I can rock with that. I could rock with that. Miss Pooh said she don't think she can get her AI through court. But no, I do. Like, I can't wait because I was just saying it's not just me. I want to make sure I invite the millionaires and have a good time. I have a good time. Plus my family, my friends. It's going to be a great time. I haven't had like a party in a while, and I think my 40th is a perfect time for it. Baby, I want the DJ. I'm gonna probably get my best friend to DJ, I don't know. I want a DJ. I want it to feel like the 90s clubs, okay? Where I want y'all to leave my party. When I tell you, if you come in, I want your wig up when you leave the party because you done danced so hard, No White Claws will be there red, but I want an open bar. I do want an open bar. Fam, do you do photography? Yes, ma'am. I just really want it to be a really good time. I want us to come in there looking good, but baby, I'm gonna have I want a long dress, and I might come in with my heels, but baby, once it's time to party, I'm gonna change it to some Miss Love kitten heels. You hear? I'm gonna click clack them together, and it's on, baby. It's on and popping. Make sure to please don't do that, Shetty. Do not see that. Do not. King, by the time my party gets here, that man should be out of jail. He should be out of jail by then. If your food better not be nasty either. I'll have a good caterer. I'm really excited about it. I'm gonna have to fly in from Detroit, sugar. Fly in, friend. And Duke, you gonna come to my party? Oh my, it'll be Duke's birthday too, though. But he won't be turning 40. Y'all know I'm older than him. That's my little brother. I'm older than him. So it won't be his party, though. No, it's Miss Cherie, come. It's going to be so good. Not y'all so much y'all going to fly in. I'm serious. It's going to be a good time. Y'all know what I really wish. Oh, it's going to be a good time. Mel's Boom Boom Room. It's going to be cute. My little sister hasn't come up with the thing yet, but I do know I want to have it in the city here in Atlanta. I do know I want to have it in the city. I do know. That's the one thing I do know. Yes, Miss Cherie. It's going to be good. I'm telling y'all all invited. March 27th. The firefighter coming to perform for us. I don't even know if I'm gonna invite him because I'm still cool with people. I'm gonna invite him. And I'm gonna invite his mama. His mama cool as hell. That's it. please don't do it. Magic Duke is crazy. Please don't come in. Don't come in like no stripper. Please don't. Outside area for smokers, please. I hope they have an outside area. I want to have, let me tell y'all where I want to have it. Let me see if I can show y'all where I want to have it at. I saw a party here and I was like, I'm having my 40th there. It's this place in Atlanta. It's called the High Museum of Art. That's where I want to have my party at. It's really cute. I'm trying to see if they got a picture of the inside of it so y'all can see it. Y'all can see my vision. It's a really cute area. And Miss Cherie, that's what, like, whenever we closer to the party, because people are coming out, I'm gonna have family there. We'll have hotel rooms and everything. I'm not gonna judge y'all. Oh, you can smoke. Y'all can smoke all you want. No, y'all can smoke all you want. You can smoke all you want. I'm sure they'll have a smoking area though. I'm sure they're gonna have a smoking area. They should have one. But it's gonna be super cute. And I think y'all are gonna have a great time. Great DJ, some good food. Oh, I just can't wait. I can't wait. Not she said not no crack though. Please don't do all of that before you come. But yeah, closer to the date, we'll have more information. Like I'll make sure we have some rooms booked off. If I do something for the whole weekend, which I plan to since people are coming in, we'll do like something, maybe dinner on Friday, something on Saturday, something on Sunday. Yes, y'all, we're gonna have a good time. We're gonna have a good time. I can't wait. So block the dates off March 27th. Let me put that in my phone so I can tell Gretchen. Because Gretchen, she's gonna come up with how we're gonna do everything. Now where's my 40th birthday party? Here it is. Hold on. Oh, it's 3/27/27. And Lo said they a little too free. Show up with the lotto numbers and I'm sure ATL does summer. Closer to the date, I'll have more stuff in line. Oh, I was going to tell y'all this though. For people, can you put a 1 in the chat if you are in Georgia, like I'm in the Metro Atlanta area? Hey, Catherine. Yes, I'm back today, girl. I had to come over here so that I could work. If you're in that Metro Atlanta, can you put a 1 in the chat? Okay, I'm trying to see how many people are here before I say what I'm going to say. I see 2 people. Okay. Okay, that's like 5 people. Okay, well, it's 5 people. That's enough. No, it's more than 5. Shit, hold on. Okay, let me tell y'all what I wanted to do. So I wanted to do this month. I wanted to see what day is good because I promised a bowling meet and greet for you guys. And I wanted to know, like, what is everybody's schedule? Y'all pick a weekend this month. I'll pay for the bowling lanes. I'll pay for the lanes and your shoe rental. And we can do our millionaire meetup and I'll take you guys bowling. But I need a weekend. Now, I can't do, hold up. Let me get a calendar. And if we had to do next month, that works for me too. Let me tell y'all what my schedule looks like. I'm trying to find a weekend to do like a meet and greet here in Atlanta. And we were supposed to meet up and do bowling. So June, stop. Ash, I'm not playing with you. Okay, so I can do the 14th. We can do a Friday. We can do a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. I could do the weekend. I could do this weekend. I can do the weekend of the 14th. I can't do the 21st or the 28th because I'm going to be in Memphis both of those weekends. And in July, I can't do the weekend of the 12th because y'all know I'm going to Vegas. And then I'm going to the Jeezy concert on the 26th. So I could do like the 19th. I don't want to plan for the 4th of July because I may go to New Orleans. Keep seeing your dollar back is crazy. Y'all, bowling is not that expensive. It's not that expensive. I can pay for some bowling lanes. And it looks like it's like maybe 7 to 10 people. Y'all, bowling is not that expensive for 7 to 10 people. No, it's not that expensive, y'all. Y'all know I played my family reunions before. So it's I wouldn't be saying something that's crazy, stupid expensive. I'm not that crazy, y'all. Keith, stop it. No, I'm just used to doing with my reunion. So if I know how many people are coming, I know how to talk to the people and get a cool price. It's like 7 to 10 people. Now, y'all are out of y'all mind if y'all think I can pay for 100 people to go bowling. But 7 to 10 people is not crazy. Oh yeah, okay. I definitely said the lanes and shoes. You got to pay for your own food. He said you got to show your channel activity to get in. Shay, are you talking about July or are you talking about June? Because June is either this weekend or next weekend for me. Oh, congratulations, Brita. Congratulations. Okay, y'all got June. I could put a poll on, I could do a poll on my page, on my Instagram if you want. We can do this weekend or next weekend, right? Friday, y'all, if we did Friday, of course, y'all know we'd have to do late, like we'd have to go at 9 or something like that. Or we could do July. It's either y'all. No, stop, Erica. No. 145 a person is crazy. No, ma'am. Ash, you talking to the same man that has an assistant to put him on YouTube. Come on now. I'm gonna pay the lane fee and the shoe fee because in my mind I'm adding it up. So I know how to call them and negotiate it though. Okay, y'all not saying I'm gonna put it on my IG, and then I like the bowling alley in Duluth because for those of you that like drinks, hookah, all of that, they have all of that at the bowling alley. So we could do that one, but y'all just have to let me know how. Let me know. I'm gonna put it on my IG story for you guys so I can lock in the date because I have to have a date. We can't just be I'm sure y'all don't want me to just go with the wind like me. I'll just wake up one Saturday like, hey y'all, who wants to go bowling? So we don't want to do that. Okay, Shay, you saying either. Yeah, Shani, like a little poll to see what day they want to go. To see what day is best for them, but they've got to tell me. I would ideally, I would go this weekend if y'all not doing anything. But I need to know. I don't think it's gonna be 1,300 people, Shani. It's not gonna be 1,300 people. I would say it'll be 10 to 15 people. at most. Y'all think about it, like when you're online, so people are from everywhere. It's like people are going to be coming from everywhere. I mean, they're online and we're convening in one place. But yeah, Chelsea, I just think it's going to be 10, maybe 15 people. That's it. Maybe 15 people. But I don't think no. That's why I need them to tell me. And when I said who on here is from or in Metro Atlanta, it was 7 to 10 people. That's it. Lizzie, if I were to do free bowling with Mel on my TikTok, I don't even know. I still don't think it'll be a lot of people. I don't think it's going to be a lot of people. I don't think it'll be a lot of people. Oh, Landis, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss. Yeah, I don't think we'll just do that. When the 40th is gonna be a movie. It's gonna be a ball. Hey, Stephanie. Stephanie, the only thing you missed, they had a motion for mistrial. It was denied. We are right now, Dr. Russell is still on the stand talking about dog bites. Kind of how she came to the determination that it was a dog bite, how she's certain that it was a dog bite, and that's really about it. Shani, they should be back. I'm going to say, I think they're coming back at 2. It comes back at 2. Brianna, please stop. Not the AI version. I'm going to see. I want to put a little poll on my Insta story, and we'll see who all is over here, who might come. Oh, Mariah said my Wi-Fi came. Okay, that's good. No, Ronnie, I won't say free bowling with Mel. I'll just say bowling. Oh, Gwen, and we got 2 years. 2 years to prep for that. Gwen, where are you again? I saw you say 6 to 7 hour flight. Where are you located again? No, Missy, I'm just going to say who's in Atlanta. Maybe I'll just say DM me if you're in Atlanta. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll just say that. DM me if you're in Atlanta. I think you guys, I don't think it's going to be 50 people saying, hey, Mel, I want to come and meet you or something. I don't think that. Shandy, the smoke detector. I'm going to see if my friend can come and do those smoke detectors today. If he can make it out to do the smoke detectors, yes, but if not, I'll be back here tomorrow. I can't even reach it to turn the smoke detector off. Like the ceilings in my bedroom are really high. Even if I would need a long, like one of those longer ladders to take it down. Oh no, Gwen, I'm so sorry. It's 2027. I'm just giving y'all a heads up. You tried to find me help, Alice. Who? Missy, I don't think it's gonna be more than 20 people. Oh, Gwen says she's in England. No, it's 2020, it's 2027. So yeah. But I don't think I'm gonna be there. Stephanie, I don't know if what weekend, Stephanie? I don't know if I'm gonna be here. I'm going to Memphis. I have to go to Memphis back-to-back weekends. Brianna, you know what? Bye, Shani. Goodbye. No, y'all, it's not gonna be crazy. I probably, you guys have kind of scared me. The best way to do it is I'll say, if you're in Metro Atlanta, DM me, and I'll keep a little spreadsheet like, hey, do you want to come and go bowling? And then we'll see. Child, Alice, that's the wrong person. Oh, you're driving to the beach. Oh, okay. Okay. Yes, I'm gonna just tell them to DM me, and then hey, do you want to meet for bowling? And then we'll do a little meet and greet that way. Y'all definitely are Missy, and this is why I love y'all, because y'all know I'm impulsive. Somebody sound like you selling. Y'all know I'm impulsive. I've done something way too much. So yeah, but I do just want to have an opportunity to meet people that are in Atlanta in person, just to say hey, just to say thank you for all the support that you guys give me on the channel. So that's all. I didn't want to do nothing super crazy, nothing big, but I thought bowling was fun because we discussed it. I know, Key. I know. I'm a constant work in process. In progress. Alice, I felt like this is planning ahead. I felt like I'm like, hey, let's pick a weekend. They picked the weekend. Then I can call the bowling alley, say, hey, this is how many of us. Can I get a deal? Boom, boom, boom. Cool. I felt like this was planning ahead. Now I told y'all, impulsive Melanie, I'd say meet me on Friday. Meet me on Friday at the bowling alley. See, that's impulsive Melanie. Not y'all raising me as a group. Goodbye. Yes, Alice, pick a weekend. What's good for you guys? Like, I knew Shay was here. I know Isis is here. I know Kiss is here. I didn't know Kira was here, but I know Kira is here now. And I mean, of course, I'll have Mariah come. So, I knew it wasn't a lot of people, but I thought it was like 10 to 15 people that are here. No, they're not going to snatch me at the bowling alley, I hope. I hope not. I hope nobody gonna try to snatch me. But no, I was supposed to do it in March, the week before my birthday, but I think I ended up going to Memphis, so I wasn't able to do it. So it's summertime. I wanted to make sure that I did have the opportunity to be meeting people. No, Ash. just go, Missy. What? No, I thought this was very proactive. Like, okay, guys, what's a good weekend for you guys? Okay, I'm giving y'all options. Let's figure it out, and then we're going to go from there. Y'all say the weekend of the 14th. So, chat, if you're not seeing what the chat is saying, they told me just give y'all the weekend. I'm going to talk to the chat, then we'll figure it out. You going to have, you know what? Which CC key, Cassie or Capricorn? Every time y'all say Fox 5, I think about what's his name? Funk song. No chat. Now that they're gonna pick a day, I'm gonna pick the weekend. It'll probably be next weekend. Missy, Mariah be so annoyed. She's so annoyed. No, we're going bowling, y'all. I don't know what they're talking about. We're going bowling. We're gonna go bowling and we're gonna have a great time, and we'll probably live stream it for those who can't come. My IG is Millionaire Male. I think it's 2 N's. Let me make sure. I think there are 2 N's on there. Yes, Millionaire Male with 2 N's. I'm not lying to y'all. We're gonna go bowling. Sundrop, I like the 14th. Y'all know how to. I'm gonna have them help me out. Now, what they have convinced me of, I may just announce it on my live and not put it on my TikTok. That way, you gotta be on my lives to know. I think next weekend is the 14th. Okay. Nope. What is wrong? Okay, y'all. I gotta have a off-camera chat. Have an off-camera chat to get this set up. I hope y'all see this. Who's this said let them DM Mariah? Oh, Brianna, I found Mariah a car. Did I tell you that? Did I tell you she got a car? She got a car. I got it yesterday. She got a car yesterday. No, I will not key. It's not gonna be crazy. Bia here. Bia is here too. Sanity. I gotta have a whole sidebar with the mods. She's ready. She said she's ready to drive now, Brianna. And now I actually have to teach her. Now that she has a car, I actually have to teach her how to drive. It was yesterday. I forgot, Erica. It was yesterday. I started the process before yesterday, so that's why I was thinking that it was. That's why I had to think about it. Bia lives in Metro Atlanta. Girl, no, she got this. She got a cash car. She got it's a 2009 Volvo S40, I believe is the number. It's red. At first, she was like, she was like, oh, I don't want a red car, but I showed her the car. I think it's cute. It's small, right? And it was way under the budget that I wanted to spend, way under budget. And she really she likes it now. She likes it now. Mariah, wait a minute, y'all. Mariah has great grandparents. Okay? She has great grandparents. Shout out to her grandparents for always coming through for my baby. So it was a collaborative effort. But yeah, she finally got her car. And she said she named it Strawberry. No, I think her car is named Perline. She named her car Perline, but she's gonna do a whole strawberry shortcake, something that she's gonna do with it, some foolishness. But I'm just happy because my first car, baby, I bought my own first car, and I feel like as parents, we always want to just do a little more. I had to buy my own car. So I'm just happy. I was happy to give her her car. Brianna, I don't know who she thinks she is right now. Your car's name is Perline? Child. I said, Mariah, why would you name your car Perline? She named the car Perline. She did name it Elmo. But yeah, it is Perline. But now I just actually have to teach her how to drive. That's the scary part. I have to teach her how to drive now. So yeah. But yeah, happy that that's done. So hopefully she can drive by the time school starts. She can drive a little, but I mean, actually, she has her car now, so maybe she'll really try to learn so that she can get on the road. No, Aaron, no. She said, "Go see Perline riding rail zone 3 with missing person flyers." Oh, yeah, child day. I don't know if you want to get in the car with Mariah. She at least does drive with one foot. 99 Honda Civic. Let me tell Alice, my first car was a Mazda 626. Are y'all watching court so that we can see when it's coming on? Baby, my first car was a Mazda 626. I think I paid like $3,500, $3,000 or something like that, or something for that car. You couldn't tell me nothing. Key, I'm gonna have to change to Life 360, and I think I'm gonna be super. For the first couple of months, I don't even want her to drive the expressway in Atlanta. You gotta learn how to drive the streets in Atlanta first. It's something serious. I don't know. Have y'all ever been to Atlanta? Dave, I don't mind her not being home. Just let me know where you is. Let me know where you are. T, I love my 626. I love my car. Just let me know where you are. That's it. Is this the car? No, Chelsea. I bought the 626. My mother's car, she had a Cadillac Catera. She had a Cadillac Catera, child. That's the car I was driving to school. But I loved it. Atlanta, I think Atlanta is so many people from different places. So you really have to, baby, you got to step on the gas. When I go back to Memphis, I have to remember that it's Memphis and not Georgia and slow down. No. Shay, that's a personal goal for me. I wanted to be able to purchase her a car. She really wanted a truck, but I just couldn't find one. And I just really didn't want to pay a lot of money for a car when she can't drive right now. She's a new driver. Like I told her, I said, listen, keep this car. Once she graduate college, I'll buy her a brand new car. So I'll do that. Georgia speed limits are kind of normal, Chelsea. It's the fact that there is a posted speed limit and there is a mental speed limit. Speed limit may say 65, but if you're not going 75, 80, then you'll probably be run off of the expressway. But I'm used to it now. But baby, Atlanta drivers, they're aggressive. They mean, they don't like to let you over. It's crazy. So Stephanie, the good thing about the community that we just moved in, she has like so much space to just drive around, drive in circles. And I think that that's good for her. Practice there first. Then we're going to go to the mall. But I have to teach her. I have to teach her. Yes, Chelsea. It is crazy here because nobody goes according to the speed limit. They just, you have to go. And if it's traffic, you need to know if the GPS says your exit is a mile away, baby, you need to start getting over now because it's not like you can just hop over. No, you need to be prepared. Be prepared. She said, I love driving an ATL. It's a challenge. Hey, something's wrong with you. Something is wrong with you. Atlanta, it gets serious out here, baby. Oh, wow, Ebony, I hate that for you. I lived in Stockbridge and worked in Roswell. I hate that for you. Brianna, you think that? I feel like Memphis is different. When I go back home, I have to remind myself to slow down. But I do feel like that expressway, it's some crazy drivers on there. So I get that too. Once I sit up in my seat, it's on. Ash, no. No. And don't honk the horn in Memphis. I sure don't. Brianna, when I came home, I hadn't been home in a couple of months. I came home. What's with the running red lights in Memphis? Girl, it was like a Sunday. I guess it was a car club. It was my turn to go. The car came from nowhere. He turned and then here go 20 other cars. Baby, I just let them go. Have at it, baby. I could sit here and wait at the light. Have at it. Yep, Shay, I had to buy my own car. And I mean, I just think that just wasn't something in my mom's budget at the time. So I'm thankful. I really wished I could have bought her car when she graduated from high school. I wish I would have bought the car instead of that damn Sweet 16 party. But she getting it now. She has it. And she's in love. She loves her car. She loves it. It looks really good. For it to be a 2009, it looks really good in the inside. Everything works on it. We just got a new tire. She's going to get her windows tinted this week. I'm very pleased with it. I'm very pleased with it. I think it was money well spent. Money well spent for her. I just can't wait to see her pull up. It's such a cute little girl car. I can't wait to see her like just pull up with her little, I know she's going to have little car keys and stuff. I can't wait to see her pull up with her little cute keys for her car. It's going to be cute. Mel, did you see the girl yesterday who had a false memory Prince? I was screaming. I didn't have this chat. I thought Kelly was she was a terrible witness for me because she was trying to act like this is my truth and they want me to lie. No, that was your truth. You're lying now. And it was so evident that she was lying. I mean, the way she was answering questions, the way her face, she'd be like, and I'm like, why is she doing all of this? And why would the commissioner call you to come to his office to tell you they got your back? No. You think so, Bia? Why would you do that? For me, it made no sense. It made no sense for her to say, knowing that if we are buying that there is this big conspiracy, I think she made it worse yesterday. What in the hell would the commissioner want with a freaking rookie to tell you, we got your back, do the right thing? Damn, ain't she supposed to do the right thing? Have you ever called her? Thank you, Forrest, for the super chat. I know that's right, Forrest. Like, did he call you the other dozen or so times that you've testified and told you do the right thing? He has not. Why is this case any different than those? Why is this case any different? So I just don't get that. Oh, I like that, Maris. I don't understand why this would be any different than that. And then Prince, people finding out that she got paid double for her salary, it screams that was payment for something. Her blurting out about the FBI. You should have known better. You've testified in cases. You say you watched this case, so you see how they are really purposeful. Like they're really intent. What's the word I want to use? They make it a priority to not say FBI, to not say FBI agents. And then you get up there, and when the FBI called, I was screaming. She kept saying agents, right? She kept saying first trial. She was saying first trial, agents. Then when she said FBI, I lost it. I said, oh my God. I was texting my friends like, oh my God, she just said the FBI. Intentional. Thank you. Thank you, Emily. That's the word I wanted. I said she just said FBI. Like, do you know what you just did? Do you know what you just did? Like, do you know what you just did? And AJ was smiling so hard because she tried her best. I don't want to be here. I don't know why I'm here right now. I would like to know. This has nothing to do with me. I went to work one day. Well, duh. You went to work and you may have witnessed something. Also, Brian Higgins and Berkey at that truck for a wildly long time. Forrest, what's this crown? Is this what we were seeing last week, Forrest? The chat rankings. I think that is so funny. But I read it, and let me just say, when I looked at the chat rankings, I said, oh my God, these are like all of the people I talk to all the time. But I just didn't understand that. I said she was trying so hard, but they couldn't say FBI. They couldn't say it. Okay, the fan is on. Thank you. But she got up there and said FBI. Okay, there we go. She got up there and said FBI. And Sarah is her friend. Miss Cherie, I think they just don't want to prejudice the jury. Yeah. I just think that's it. You know, it won't look good for either side, right? Knowing that the FBI has been involved. So I do get it. But hell, I feel like she's opened the door now. Hell, either side can use it because either side can say something, right? The Commonwealth can say, listen, the FBI was involved. They didn't do anything. right? So what does that look like? There was nothing for them to do. The defense, they could argue that the case is still open because there's nothing that proves that the case has been closed. So I don't know. I don't know. But I do feel like she opened the door to it, but I don't think either of the attorneys are going to lean into it because there's nothing to me that just nothing proves anything as far as John being hit. Yeah. Alice, I don't know where Jen got that they weren't investigating anymore. I was so mad because I was texting my friends and my friends were saying, I know you wish you were on live right now. Like I wish we could see we could see the reaction. And I wish I was on live too. I'm just happy I have friends that watched the trial because it was real hard yesterday. It was real hard, but luckily my friends tapped in so I could talk to my friends. Thank God for them. Group chat was crazy. Thank God for my friends because it was definitely hard. I was trying to be on X as much as possible, Gwen. I was moving around a little bit yesterday, so as much as I could, I was trying to be on X. But there's nothing like watching trial here. And again, I told you I fell asleep on Dr. Russell. Y'all know I just moved. I don't really have furniture downstairs, so I was upstairs in my bedroom on my bed. And this is why they say when you work from home, don't work in your bed. Do not work in your bed. I missed y'all, Stephanie. Do not work in your bed. It's a recipe for disaster. I mean, one minute I was texting in my group chat, watching trial, listening to Dr. Russell. Baby, the next minute I was knocked the hell out. I was knocked out. And I text my friend. I said, man, watching trial, if I'm doing live updates, cool, but that beeping was going on, so I knew I wasn't going to be doing live updates. Watching trial by myself without y'all was stressful. It was stressful. Ash, baby, knocked me clean out. Dr. Russell knocked me, her and Alessi. It was the voices, the bed. I was kind of tired of hearing. Listen, Mickey, I don't even have a dining room table. Now, I found a really cute couch, though. I think I'm going to order it today. I found this so cute. So I don't really know what I want to do with my living room, but I try to keep in mind that I will be filming content from my living room sometimes. So I do want something cute. And I want some color this go around. The couch I threw away from I didn't throw it away. I sold it. It was gray. I don't want gray. I wanted like, I said hunter green. I really would love. That's large, Shonda. I'm making it now. I am. I just haven't finished it because I hadn't had time, girl. I love the burnt orange couch. I'm going to show you guys because I think I'm going to order it. But I'm going to show you guys when I get it. I love it so much. I saw it on TikTok. And I was like, oh my God. I want this.
Put it back in session. You may be seated.
Yes, emerald green. I got to take the dog out while they just started.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, we left off talking on the topic of differential diagnosis, and more specifically, we were talking about the lower extremity, the leg, and you were mentioning we reoriented to Attorney Brennan's questioning in the area. Could you please describe for the jury your basis of differential diagnosis with regard to the lower extremities and the leg, and specifically with regard to the autopsy's analysis of that area?
Well, the autopsy doctor did a very thorough evaluation of lower extremities. And to include, the external examination, which is very important, as well as an internal examination of the extremities, the tissues beneath the skin in both legs.
And just briefly, how did she perform that internal examination beneath the skin to look at what was beneath the skin?
Well, to directly visualize those tissues, she had to open up the skin. So she opened up the skin in the legs from the buttocks right down to the bottom of the legs near the ankle, and then reflected or folded back the skin to examine if there were any injuries to the tissues underneath.
Were there any injuries to the tissues underneath from that examination?
There were no injuries that she mentioned, nor no injuries that I saw on the pictures.
And no injuries, did that include analyzing whether there was any inflammation?
No, you can't tell about inflammation, but I specifically looked at the area adjacent to a very punctate little abrasion on the knee. And I looked underneath of that area very carefully on the photograph, and there was nothing, no injury underneath, no bruising, no hemorrhage underneath that abrasion.
With regard to that, how did you describe that punctate? I want to make sure I got it accurate. By the right knee?
Abrasion.
Abrasion. Could you determine from that even the age of that abrasion?
I could not.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Mr. Brennan?
Could I inquire about scope?
See what type of.
Yeah, this puppy gonna stress me out. All I wanted to do was go get her leash. Baby, I looked down. She used the potty. I mean, she used the restroom. This dog, I guess I'm just have to hold her. I should have just held her. Baby, these puppies stressing me out. They're stressing me out, but at least I just heard that we done with her. Stop. She is cute, and I just got her out the crate. I took too long. Now the other dogs mad. They thought they were going outside. I took too long. I took too long to take her out. I'm gonna just hold her next time. I'm gonna make sure I tell my niece, you have to hold this dog. And she got like wobbly legs. It's hardwood floors in here, so she has wobbly legs. She can't walk on them. Right now I have 3 dogs in here. Stormy, this is the puppy, then Barchi, and then my niece has a dog, Nunny. Nunny's the one you never hear her bark because she doesn't bark at all. And then Mariah has Coda. So now when we travel, if we all travel together, there'll be 4 dogs. 4 damn dogs. My mother would have had a fit. I could hear my mother now. Mariah got a dog, Princess, not me. Mariah got a golden doodle. This is Mariah's dog's sister. She does, Key. She just sliding across the floor. She needs something. But I'm a little bothered. Barchi was partially potty trained when I got her. She went on puppy pads, so this is new. I just can't believe they cut so much of his leg for us. Yes, but I hear they're good dogs, though. They say the doodles are good dogs and they're really smart. She is, Nicole. Listen, Prince, my mother was afraid of dogs. If my mama had to come to our house and it was all these dogs, I could hear her now just really upset about it. It's too many dogs. Too many dogs. And the doodles, they say they're gonna get bigger. I pray that I'm okay with it. I'm praying that because I get her so small. I mean, we got them so small that when they get big, they won't bother me. She said mine won and still acts dumb. Barchi had separation anxiety really bad. I left her in her crate so I could run some errands. I guess the trash bag was too close to her crate. Child, trash bag was inside of her crate when I came back. She's like, really? Barchi's bad. Really, Stephanie? Doodles are like mini horses. Nicole, I just pray. I just keep praying. Don't let this dog get that tall. She gets big. But they're so cute. And I pray that, I'm in the house with them every day. I'll be okay. We need another voir dire. This is Terica's dog. My niece. This is my niece's, Stormy. And then Mariah got Coda. So Zakia got one other dog. But I'm cool. Barchi's needy. And I'm okay with Barchi until I need to leave. Key, no, for real. I have a mini. He's only 15 pounds, but a full size. I think these are full size ones.
May I?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, I asked you questions about your past testimony regarding methodology. And when I asked you those questions and showed you some of your transcripts, would you agree with me that you have testified that there is no recognized methodology on diagnosing dog bite wounds?
She said that.
No, I believe I said that there was no standard methodology or no standard guidelines as to how to diagnose dog bite wounds.
There is no accepted practice directing you on what is appropriate and what is not appropriate to identify a wound as a dog bite, is there?
There are no accepted standards.
When Attorney Lisi had you look at a couple of case files from the Journal of Legal Medicine, let me ask you about that. You're not suggesting that those articles substitute for the absence of standards in identifying dog bites from photographs, are you?
Before standards are created, there are usually articles that have recommendations upon which the standards are subsequently based.
That wasn't my question. So we're going to listen to the question, please.
Okay.
Those articles, whatever their value you think they are, they do not create a standard to apply for diagnosing or looking at a photograph and coming to a conclusion whether the abrasions are dog bites, do they?
Correct.
And so when he had you read pieces of these articles, had Attorney Alisi gone over these articles with you before?
Yes, we discussed them several months ago.
Did he point out parts of them he would like you to read?
I pointed out parts that I thought were significant.
In this article that was marked for identification, parts of it are highlighted. Who highlighted those parts?
Mr. Alessi highlighted those based on my recommendations.
So Attorney Alisi highlighted the parts he wanted you to read to the jury?
Yes, and I believe they were the same parts that I read last time.
Can we have Exhibit 1, please? Now, regarding the Munich article, that was a case study on the unfortunate death of a young girl, yes?
Yes.
Who was attacked by or bitten by up to 3 different dogs.
Yes,
And it was a neck wound from which she bled.
yes,
Very, very unlike what you're looking at here.
yes. But that's very typical of an article, scientific article. They will present a case study and then present the research behind what they have seen in other articles and make recommendations.
I'm not asking you to defend that it's different. I'm asking you if it is different.
Oh, it is different.
Very different, isn't it?
Yes, that neck wound, yes.
Extraordinarily different.
Yes.
And so when you read this, let me ask you a couple questions. In this article, it talks about the characteristics of dog bites, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it talks about the maxillary teeth distal to the mandibular teeth allow the so-called scissor bite.
Yes.
So when the dog clamps down, the teeth kind of go to the side to tear the skin.
I didn't interpret it that way, no.
Okay. A scissor bite is when a dog bites down, yes?
Yes, I believe that what they were describing was the dog bites down.
And when it bites down, it anchors. That means teeth on the bottom penetrate, puncture, yes?
They can, but they don't always puncture.
And then the top is a puncture. If you're going to scissor, it requires a puncture, doesn't it?
It's a mechanism. It's a movement. What they're describing is a move. The way I read it, the way they described it is a movement like a scissor, where it's open and it's closed. It doesn't mean anything about how deep they penetrate.
There are no scissor bites on that wound, are there?
I don't know. I see 1 or 2 things that shown up what I think might be upper and lower. So it could be.
Would you define any of those abrasions as scissor bites, Dr. Russell?
We talked earlier about how these marks here may be lower. I'm not going to define it. No, I can't say for sure that there's a scissor bite, but I see things that appear to be characteristics of upper and lower teeth.
I'm asking you about scissor bites. Please listen to my question. There is nothing on that wound that is consistent with scissor bites, is there?
I don't know.
Well, you're the expert. So when you look at that, can you point whether there's any wounds that are consistent with scissor bites?
According to their definition, and that's not an accepted definition, but according to what they were describing, and I believe what they meant was an open and closing of the jaw as the scissor activity. I believe that there's possibly 2 areas where I see that.
You're now saying this article that you relied on redirect examination is not an accepted authority?
I'm not saying it's not an accepted authority. It is a peer review article.
The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, and tearing. Do you see any crushing or tearing in those abrasions?
There's no crushing or tearing here, but does not mean that there has to be crushing or tearing.
I'm reading your article. I'm just reading verbatim, and I'm asking you about it.
Yes, and I'm trying to explain so that nobody gets nobody misunderstands this.
Crushing and tearing that result in characteristic pattern of punctures. A puncture is when a tooth penetrates the skin and there's some depth to it, correct?
Yes.
Show me one puncture, anyone, on that wound.
Okay, there are no punctures on this arm that I see. However, again, the wounds don't have to have every single characteristic. It is it depends on the force of the bite, how the wounds are going to appear.
The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, and tearing that results in a characteristic pattern of punctures, lacerations, and avulsions. There is no punctures whatsoever in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree.
There are no lacerations in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree.
There are no avulsions in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree. However,
I'm just asking you the question, Dr. Russell.
So you can maybe ask her.
Specifically, this study says the injuries cause a combination biting, crushing, and tearing that result in characteristic pattern of punctures, lacerations, and avulsions. They name 3 things that are characteristic traits of a dog bite, and you would agree not one of those 3 traits is present on the arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Would you agree with me?
I agree. However, in that case, those were dog bites that killed the victim. In this case, we do not believe that these dog bites killed the victim.
When they were discussing this article on the victim who was killed, do you realize when they were giving background, this background has nothing to do with the case study? This is general background I just read. Do you realize that?
They were investigating fatal dog bites.
Do you realize that is not qualified in this article? You realize that?
I realize that they were commenting on fatal dog bites. This is not a case of a fatal dog bite.
This article, I'm going to show it to you. May I approach?
Yes.
In the highlighted paragraphs that Attorney Alisi had you read, that is describing the background of dog bites, not this fatal attack. Would you agree with me?
The title of the, no, I don't agree.
Okay. I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Mr. Alessi?
Is it 210?
In the other article that you read from, that was highlighted as well. Who highlighted the portions you were to read?
Mr. Alessi.
It describes that teeth from a canine create a stab wound-like skin laceration. They can do that, right?
They can do
Do you
that.
see any stab-like wound lacerations to Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No.
It talks about punctures. And again, we've discussed this. There is 0 punctures on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Correct.
You said that when somebody is in a collision, that they can suffer injuries such as bruising or breaks.
Yes.
We've also discussed when a person is impacted by a vehicle, it can result in a variety of different injuries or no injury at all.
Correct.
There's a number of dynamic factors involved that are very difficult to assess and predict, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, you did not do any accident reconstruction to try to identify the details of the mechanism of injury to John O'Keefe, did you?
I did not do accident reconstruction.
And so, having not done accident reconstruction, would you agree it's fair to say that you are not in an informed position to give an opinion as to how the injuries could or would have happened in this case?
I disagree.
Specifically, you were asked questions about the impact or collision in this case. How fast was the defendant's Lexus traveling when there may have been an impact in this case?
I understand possibly 24 miles an hour.
Who picked that number?
I have no idea.
Well, you heard it from somewhere and you've just given an opinion on it. Where is that number committed to or derived from?
I don't know.
Well, if you're going to give an opinion based on what you're portraying as facts to this jury, you should have some certainty about the source of your material, shouldn't you?
It's y'all.
You know, I'm an ER doctor, so in the ER, I've treated thousands of motor vehicle accident cases, and most of the time, I do not know what speed the vehicles were going at. I've never done accident reconstruction. I don't know any ER doctor that does accident construction or is trained in accident construction. It's not part of the job.
I totally agree, but you're having opinions you're giving on behalf of Mr. Alisi, and that's why I'm pressing you on these issues.
Sustained.
Do you know, you don't know the movement of John O'Keefe
really
before any potential strike or collision, do you?
I don't know the movement of most of the patients I've seen in my life
Come on.
before or immediately after the impact.
Of course, you wouldn't know the body angle because you weren't there.
You weren't
When you're asked to give an opinion whether this was a clip or a direct strike, you're really not in a position, having not been an accident reconstructionist and not having been there, to
She's
give that
a
type of information
doctor.
to you.
I wasn't asked to give an opinion about whether this was a clip or direct strike. I was asked to give an opinion about with these wounds caused by a motor vehicle collision.
So you would agree with me, you are not in a position, based on your opportunity to view evidence and your experience, to give an opinion about what injuries would have occurred in this event.
No, I disagree.
And so you think you can give an opinion about the extent of injuries, even though you are agreeing, not only you're not an accident reconstruction expert, you have no idea about the details of the collision in this case, Dr. Russell.
Mr. Brennan,
Is that true?
I have no details about the collision?
About what happened during the collision. You have no details about the body movement, the placement, the speed. You don't have any details that you know of other than what was told to you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
There are dozens, hundreds, thousands of motor vehicle accidents in which there are no lower body brakes. Fair to say?
Probably, yes.
You mentioned bruising. What do you do to treat for a bruise?
Now,
If
why
someone's
are we
going
still
to
here?
has some type of pressing and the bruise before it really forms, what's the best way to treat it?
Well, it depends on the bruise. It depends on the location. It depends on whether or not there's continued bleeding in the soft tissues. It depends on whether there's compression of the blood vessels and or the nerves underneath. And then, and of course, you want to examine adjacent structures for fractures and other injuries. And then after all that, if you've ruled out major, other injuries, you treat the patient for pain.
You ever prescribe ice?
Oh, yes.
So if a person was lying prone
Now,
in
what
the
is
cold
that
winter on the front
plan?
yard
This is ignorant.
in the dirt and was being covered by snow, sub 32 degrees, and the body temperature were to drop from 96.8 to about 80 degrees, would that have a similar effect to ice on the area that may bruise?
Not exactly. You want me to explain?
I do.
Okay, yes. So as the snowflakes fall, yes, there will be a gradual lowering of the body temperature and gradual effect on the body. Now, as opposed to in the ER or in a medical setting, if I or another practitioner, and by the way, nurses and nurse practitioners and PAs also treat dog bite wounds. But if another practitioner, a practitioner gives the person an ice pack, they get immediate coldness and immediate significant change in temperature to that area.
Assume the weather is so cold that the cell phone battery on someone's iPhone begins to plummet regularly in degrees.
I have no idea.
Objection, Your Honor.
Right, let's out of the stove.
Thank you.
When you came to your conclusion, considering what you see in this picture, and Attorney Alisi was asking you about fragments from a broken taillight,
Why is he doing this?
did you know or consider that Mr. O'Keefe, sometime around when he incurred these wounds, had a piece of glass stuck in his nose?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Finally, Dr. Russell, you said during your differential diagnosis, you consider information, you either weigh it, accept it, or you
This is terrible.
distinguish it and you disregard it, correct?
Yes, generally.
During your differential diagnosis, you've referred to a number of different people studies, things that you haven't done yourself, but you've looked at other people's efforts. One of the things you looked at was the deputy medical examiner from the forensic Pathology Investigations Division of the Armed Forces,
What?
a person by the name of John C. Walsh, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Would you like me to ask that again, Dr. Russell?
No, you don't have to ask it. I read that report, yes.
And John C. Walsh is a doctor, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And do you have any understanding that he works with the Forensic Pathology Investigations Division of the Armed Forces?
Yes, and therefore his practice may be limited in scope.
Well, you are trying to qualify what he doesn't do. Do you know if his practice is limited in scope?
Typically, the medical examiners that work for the armed forces often have a specific practice that is limited in scope.
Do you know anything about Mr. Walsh and his practice?
No.
Why do you find the need to try to undermine the extent of his authority before you know anything? Why is that important?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't know what his scope and practice is, do you?
No, but I always look at where the person works that writes the report in terms of physicians and what their possible experiences are. Do they work in a medical examiner's office in Alaska or Hawaii or big city or a little town? I look at those things.
When you considered his opinions after his review of these materials, did you consider when he offered in his report that multiple abrasions ranging in size from 2 to 3 millimeters up to 7 centimeters were documented on the decedent's right arm?
Yes.
These injuries do not photographically appear to be, nor are described as puncture, bite wounds, and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. The abrasions are non-specific. Abrasions occur as the body moves over a blunt or rough surface such as a skinned knee. Did you read his report and consider it?
I did. However, I don't know if he's ever had any experience with dog bites examinations. So I had to consider that and weigh it.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
That was dumb as hell. Why would he end on that? Why would he end there, y'all?
Dr. Russell, there were questions with regard to highlighting of articles. Did I determine which parts were to be highlighted, or did I merely perform the function of highlighting the parts you wanted me to highlight because you didn't have a highlighting function with you traveling from California?
That is correct. It's the second one.
With regard to these articles, you mentioned a methodology in connection with them and a pattern recognition methodology. Was it the purpose of citing this article to say that they're just like this situation, or was the purpose to say that there is a methodology in the literature to determine how to determine whether a wound is from a dog?
Objection.
Sustained is to the form.
Dr. Russell, what is the purpose? Let's just start with the Demunic article that was talked about, because these articles were discussed. What was the purpose of you citing to those articles?
The purpose was to identify that pattern recognition is an important component in identifying wounds, and particularly in dog bite wounds. It did not mean that the victim had to have every single characteristic that was listed. And it just was focusing on things to look for and the patterns. It was not just that there's one individual wound that's going to be diagnostic, but that there are patterns for the physician to look for.
I feel like that's
In terms of, Attorney Brennan asked you, and so now with regard to the Pollock article, in terms of the Pollock article, is there any discussion in this article about whether the spectrum of injuries to which you can apply the mechanism and the methodology, is there anything in there about whether the pattern of injuries can be diverse or whether they're all the same. Does Pollack speak to that?
He does.
And what does Pollack say about whether or not the spectrum of possible injury forms when you apply this methodology can be diverse? What does he say?
Well, he mentions about the actual surface of the body that is impacted, if there's any curvature to that surface, if there's any structures underneath that would affect the bite. Those are, and if there was material or textiles or fabric that were in between the bite and the skin. And there were other factors too.
Okay, thank you. Now, lastly, what I'd like to cover is Attorney Brennan discussed the Dr. Walsh. May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay. Did you show Mr. Brennan?
He's the one who gave me it.
Okay. I didn't know what you had.
Yes, thank you. So may I hand to the witness?
Yes.
That's funny. Go ahead.
May I stand here?
Yes,
Thank you.
just step back a little
Yes.
bit.
Yep.
Why won't they let this lady get off the stand?
Dr. Russell, what I would like to do is to give the jury a fair
Objection.
I'll withdraw that.
Objection to commentary, and I'd like to be heard.
Why don't you bring the reports over?
But what is going on? This case has more damn sidebars than a little bit. We are probably never going to get through it at this point. We're probably never going to get through this case. She is still on Recross glitchy. Still on. No, this is redirect. Now, and I don't know what commentary he's talking about, Shannon, and I don't even know when the man's going to get through. She said she thought we were rewatching. No, this is redirect. Thank you, Kelly. This is redirect. I just don't know what's going on. Let me tell y'all this. If y'all think this is bad, and this is just Dr. Russell. If y'all think this is bad, ARCA will be up here until next Friday. ARCA will be up here until next Friday. Yeah, with Dr. Russell? Because hold on. Dr. Russell gonna be here for a minute. Dang. Now, when they start going up, I know it's a problem. Hold on. End of July. Whenever they come, I'm skipping court. Hey, gonna shut. Oh, ARCA's gonna be amazing, but I do think not. I think is it Wolf? I think Wolf is not the one with the gray hair. I think it's Dr. Wolf. Dr. Wolf, I do believe, will probably be up here the longest. He will probably be up here the longest. And when I say they may have a whole day for direct testimony, whole day for cross, and then a half day for redirect, half day for recross. Watch. Just watch. Alice, it's kind of feeling like that. They'll probably be up for a week. They might. To Bev. Well, Bev, let some wine for us. I wonder if Bev would ever talk about this case. Like, I wonder what she says behind closed doors when it comes to this case. Okay, they've read Burgess. They've seen Dr. Welcher and his blue man experiment. Oh, it's going to be a mess. I just can't wait to see if they have any comments on the blue man. I still don't know what he was doing. Dressing up in that man's clothes? What the hell is wrong with him? I don't know what's wrong with him. Alice, you say you don't want to hear shit from her dry ass. No. Oh my God. I just think, Bev, I really want to know, what did she tell her girlfriend? Excuse me, what did she tell her girlfriends? Like, is she like, what is it? Because it feels like she is so pro-prosecution, but what if deep down she's not? I don't know. What if deep down she really does not believe Karen did anything? Okay, I want to know why we can't get her text messages. I want her text messages. That's what I want to see.
May I return next to the witness stand, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, I am re-handing you this letter from Dr. Walsh. And what I am going to do, and you just tell me if I do it correctly, I'm just going to read 2 paragraphs, okay? And you just tell me if I'm reading it correctly. In totality, the injuries documented in the autopsy report and photographs are non-specific and may be the result of a variety of different mechanisms. No additional information was provided regarding the possible circumstances or events surrounding the death. The absence of additional information prohibits the attribution of injuries and contribution of findings to a specific underlying cause of death. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Dr. Russell.
All right, Dr. Russell, you are all set.
Thank you.
The ex ain't. She said,
I'm going to have this marked for identification.
Thank you.
R, Freddie.
Thank you. And the next witness is who?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Who's the next witness?
If I may, Your Honor.
Yes, just tell me the name because I need to know whether we need to go to sidebar first. Okay, thank you.
go ahead, Dr. Russell Jones. Not Dr. Russell on her way to the waterfall. Time is always 2:40.
So you're gonna step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand, please.
Just how much of the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here, and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Maybe see.
Good afternoon.
Oh, y'all remember him. I remember him. Y'all remember him.
All right, Mr. Jackson, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please state your full name, spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Nicholas Barrows, Barros,
And where do you currently work?
the town of Dayton, Dayton Police Department,
How long have you worked for the Dayton Police Department, sir?
since 2011.
And what's your position there currently?
Currently, I am a sergeant.
What's your duty assignment as a sergeant? What do you do?
I supervise the 4 to midnight shift.
We'll get to that in a little bit more detail in just a second. A couple of more foundational questions. How long have you been a police officer altogether?
since 2011, so going 14 years.
And what education and training and background do you have that qualifies you to do your duties as a sergeant, a supervisor at the Dayton Police Department?
I completed the police academy. I hold a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I've been to many trainings as a police officer and as a supervisor.
When did you get your bachelor's degree?
Okay.
2012.
Period.
Is the Dayton Police Department an autonomous police department for the city? In other words, is it a branch of, say, for instance, Massachusetts State Police, or is it an autonomous department?
It's on its own.
Okay. It's not in any way connected to the Canton Police Department, I presume?
Correct.
Is it in any way connected to the Massachusetts State Police
It
Department?
is not.
As a supervisor, are part of your duties to oversee subordinate officers in their daily fare, whatever that may be?
Yes.
Does that include anything having to do with crime scene investigation?
To an extent.
Witness interviews?
No, that would be the detective bureau.
What about working and coordinating with detectives?
To an extent.
Collection of evidence or working with detectives as they collect evidence?
They would collect evidence.
Maintaining crime scene protocols, things of that nature?
Correct.
All right. As a sergeant with the Dayton Police Department, are you a trained observer?
I am.
Would you consider all of your subordinates, the patrol officers, day-to-day officers, are they also trained observers?
They are.
Is that part of policing?
It is.
Describe that a little bit for the jurors so we understand.
We are in the police academy. We're told to watch everything. It's our heads on a swivel. We are always looking because we don't know what the unknown is.
When you say you don't know, is it true that you don't necessarily know what might become relevant later that may be needed in court?
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to January of 2022, a few years ago. January 29th, 2022, did you have any, you personally, officer, did you have any personal relationship with the Canton Police Department?
I did not.
Did you have any personal relationship with a trooper from the Massachusetts State Police named Michael Proctor?
I did not.
Do you have any relationship with a person by the name of Brian Higgins, an ATF agent?
I did not.
Do you have any relationship with a Boston police officer known as Brian Albert?
I do not.
Did you know any of the witnesses or individuals involved in an ongoing investigation related to the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe?
I did not.
So he didn't have a reason to
On
lie.
January 29th, 2022, did you receive some sort of a call to respond to a particular location? I don't want the address of the location. We'll get to that in a second. Did you receive some sort of a call in the afternoon?
I did.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
Around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a call from the troopers assigned to the Norfolk District County DA's office in regards to a vehicle that was at a residence in the town of Dayton.
What were you asked to do? Why did you get that call?
The troopers said that they were coming into my jurisdiction, and as a courtesy, they wanted me to respond with them.
Is that sort of normal protocol? If you go into somebody else's jurisdiction, you let them know?
Yes.
So that was not necessarily unusual?
No.
About what time did you receive that first call?
The first call was around 2:30 in the afternoon.
Was there are logs kept of those kinds of things? If you get a call, you respond to location?
Yes.
At some point after you received that first call, did you receive any other call specifying a time of arrival for the MSP troopers, anything like that?
I did.
Describe that for us.
I got a second call around 3 p.m. From Trooper Michael Proctor stating that he was about 10 minutes away from the address in Dayton.
At the point that you spoke with Michael Proctor, had you ever spoken to him in your professional or personal capacity ever before?
Never.
Did you know the name? Did you know who he was?
I did not.
Complete stranger.
Complete stranger.
What time did you actually arrive at the residence?
I arrived at the residence, I believe it was 3:27 p.m.
Sergeant Barrows, did you, I don't want the address, cameras are rolling. Did you respond specifically to a residence in the city of Dayton?
Yes.
Did you at that time know who lived at that residence, who resided there?
I did.
How did you know that?
Early in the shift, when I came on at 8 a.m., the midnight shift, the outgoing shift, had told me that a resident of Dighton at that address had called looking for a ride to Brockton Hospital.
Who did you know at that time, or who did you believe at that time to live at the address that you are now responding to?
William Reed.
That was Reed, R-E-A-D?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know anything about his daughter at that time, or did you just know the name William Reed?
I just knew William Reed, the name.
Lizzie.
At the time that Michael Proctor called you, did he say anything about what his intentions were once he arrived at the location?
Yes, his intention was to retrieve a vehicle that he said was involved in a homicide.
Did he specifically say to you at 3 o'clock-ish in the afternoon, he intended to seize the vehicle?
I believe the first phone call, that was his intention.
Meaning all the way back to 2:30?
2:30 is when he first called me and said that they were coming to Dighton to retrieve a vehicle that occurred in a homicide in Canton.
And you understood that to mean what? Retrieve a vehicle?
Seize.
Thank you. What was your role once you arrived at the scene at the Reed household?
My role was Trooper Michael Proctor asked me to facilitate a tow to tow that vehicle.
Was that a private tow company?
Yes.
And when you say facilitate a tow, what does that mean?
He asked who we used for towing vehicles, and during that period of time, it was Diamond Towing.
Did Diamond Towing ultimately show up, a representative of that
They did.
tow company with a tow truck?
Correct.
A flatbed?
Yes.
Who was with Trooper Proctor when you arrived at the scene?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Had you ever met Sergeant Buchanan before?
Never.
Did you know him?
Nope.
Did you know him professionally or personally?
Never.
Had you ever spoken to him?
Never.
Ever? I'm so sorry.
Because AJ on the
It's getting late in
road.
the day. And I guess I'm going too fast. Sorry, my fault. Let's start that just a little bit slower. Did you know him?
No.
Had you ever spoken to him before?
No.
Had you ever heard his name before?
No.
No relationship whatsoever.
None.
Same with Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
Once you arrived at the residence, did you have an opportunity to see the vehicle that was the focus of Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan's attention?
Yes. Once I arrived and I parked my cruiser at the end of the driveway, I observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
What were you driving?
I was driving a Ford F-150 police cruiser.
A police cruiser that's a Ford F-150?
Correct.
They have those?
Yes.
Cool. Were you in full uniform?
Full uniform.
Gun, badge, the whole works.
The whole works.
Did you ever go inside the house?
Briefly.
What was the circumstance of going inside the house?
I went inside to let the troopers know that the tow truck operator was there. And I also went in to ask how we're going to get the tow truck into the driveway because there was about a foot of snow.
Okay. That sort of answers my next question. Did you see whether or not Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan actually did go inside the residence?
Yes, they did.
For the bulk of the time that they were in the residence, where were you?
Outside the residence.
Were you with the black SUV?
I was in the garage speaking to the defendant's mother.
The defendant's mom?
Yes.
Janet? Okay.
Yes.
Where was the SUV at this point?
In the driveway.
Did you have an opportunity to see the SUV?
I did.
Did you walk all the way around it?
Not all the way around.
Did you see the rear end of it?
I did.
Did you make note of the rear end of it?
Yes.
How long would you say you were at the location in a position to observe the rear end of that SUV? 2 minutes, 20 minutes, something in between, longer?
I would say not the entire time that I was there, but a good amount of time.
You can say that.
More than a glance.
Yes.
Kids, what?
This is the afternoon of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Before the vehicle had been seized formally by Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe anything of note about the rear end of that black SUV?
Yes, I noted in a report that there was damage to the taillight,
Can you describe for the juror, by the way, which taillight are we talking about?
the right rear taillight.
Can you describe for the jurors what you noted in terms of the damage to the right rear taillight?
I noted that the report said that there was right rear damage to that taillight.
When you say damage, have you ever described that damage previously?
I have.
Show them the
Can you
picture.
tell us what that
Yep.
description is?
There was, it was damaged. The taillight was damaged, but there was a crack missing, but it was not completely damaged.
When you say there was a crack, do you mean there was a piece missing?
A piece was missing.
Can you describe for the jurors kind of what that piece looked like, how big it was, how small, the shape, as you call it?
The piece was about maybe this big,
Is that maybe the size of a dollar bill, maybe 6 inches?
6 inches.
And
or so.
how wide?
Maybe that wide, maybe 3 inches, 2 inches, somewhere in
Okay.
there.
Y'all, this is crazy.
I want to show you a photo.
The date.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to
Busy, here you go.
show Exhibit 13. It's been previously marked.
A piece missing. Now think about propped about a car.
Do you see what's depicted in this photograph?
I do.
It's over.
What does that appear to be, just generally?
The right rear taillight,
Of what?
the Lexus SUV.
Is that consistent with the black Lexus SUV that you saw at the Reed residence?
That was the black Lexus. That was not the taillight the day I was there.
Can you do me a favor,
Get
Mr.
it
York,
out.
with the court's permission? Could we zoom in on the right rear taillight, please?
Okay.
Do you see the condition of that taillight as it's depicted in this photo?
I do.
Sergeant Barros, is this the condition of the right rear taillight when you showed up at the Reed household at around 3:15 in the afternoon on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
What's different about this photo, sir?
That taillight is completely smashed out.
Does it appear that there are additional pieces of taillight that are removed from this taillight condition than when you saw it at the Reed residence?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Of course. Describe specifically, other than the fact that it's different, describe in detail for the jurors what is different about this taillight as it's photographed here.
That middle section was intact when I was there. Towards that right side where that large chunk is, that's what was missing.
I'm going to hand you
He said smashed
a
out.
green laser pointer.
This shit down.
If you can,
Shut it down.
displays, one monitor directly in front of you and one to your right. If you could use the one to your right, it's a little easier on the jurors. Describe what's different about that taillight.
Can you see that? So this area was intact. This is what I saw was missing here.
May I approach?
Yes.
Shut this down, y'all. Shut it down. None of us believed that tail light was like that because Carrie said
If the entire taillight had been broken out as it's depicted in this photograph, would you have made note of that?
Sustained.
Do you believe you would remember if the taillight, well, let me ask it a different way.
why are y'all putting ones in the chat?
The piece that you saw missing, but not completely damaged, is the reason that you use the phrase not completely damaged to highlight the fact that there was still more taillight attached to the vehicle than is depicted in this photo.
Sustained.
We can take this down.
Baby, we got what we need. We can go home.
As you sit here and recall back to that, your observations, and you observed this for over the course of how long would you say? How many minutes?
Probably 20 minutes or so.
You actually wrote a report about this, correct?
Correct.
And you documented your observations, correct?
Correct.
In your documented observations, did you use the phrase cracked but not completely damaged?
I did not.
Sustained.
You've testified previously,
I have.
about a year ago.
Yes.
Did you use the phrase cracked but not completely damaged then?
The objection sustained, Mr. Jackson.
Ultimately, was the black Lexus SUV towed and cleared from the scene?
It was.
Is it your responsibility or part of your responsibility to log the time that things like this happen? Like, for instance, the SUV is taken away?
When I clear from the scene, yes.
What time was that when you cleared the scene?
I believe it was 4:17 p.m.
Suffice it to say that SUV was not seized at a later time, correct?
Correct.
It was not seized at 5:30 p.m.?
No.
I'd like to show you another
He did, but
exhibit,
I don't
if I could.
remember him the picture.
This is exhibit 105. Do you recognize this scene generally?
I do.
Do you recognize it as being, what do you recognize as being?
This is the Reed residence.
Do you see some vehicles in that,
I love it.
that still shot on the video?
I do.
Describe what you see.
That tow truck is Diamond Towing, and that other vehicle that's at the rear of that tow truck is the Lexus SUV.
Bring the feed.
If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in. It's high on the screen, correct?
What's that?
The vehicles are high on the screen as we're
Correct.
looking at it. Could we zoom in to the top left portion of the screen?
Okay.
Kelly says Kelly says she left at 3:45.
Can we play this video?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can't even seize her damn car without the warrant. Look at that, look at that, look at
Can you
that.
see what's depicted in the still image of that video right now?
I can.
I'm going to ask you if you'll turn to your right, concentrate on this area. This area here. Do you see what's depicted in that still image?
I do.
Does that appear to be a taillight?
Yes.
Does it look clear? Does it look like it's shining red?
Looks clear.
The portion that is intact, does that appear to be brighter red?
Correct.
And the photograph that I just showed you a second ago, is that red portion there?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Let's go back. You see the red?
Yes.
All right. Is that the condition of the taillight as you saw it on January 29th around 3:15 or 3:30 when you got to the location?
It was.
Let's go back to the other exhibit, please. Exhibit 13.
This is good, Lizzie. This is what you wanted.
Can we zoom in, please?
Hey, Black Sheep, this is what you
Can
wanted,
you see that this
Lizzie.
entire area is now missing?
I can.
Sustained. Just ask it differently.
Sure. The area that I'm circling here, do you see any red lens in that area?
No.
Is that consistent, this photograph consistent
Shut
with the condition of the taillight as you saw it on January 29th,
Hey, Ebony, wrap it up.
2022, at just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Absolutely not.
Y'all got
Thank you.
wrap it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He probably looking like this a little.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Have we met before?
We have not.
Do you still work in Dayton?
I do.
At the time you went to the lead residence, you did not know the occupants?
I did not.
Since then, have you ever met or spoke to William Reed
Nope.
or the defendant?
Nope.
When you went there that day, it was at the request of the state police?
Correct.
When they asked you to come, it's a typical procedure for one law enforcement agency to contact local law enforcement agency?
Correct.
And part of the reason they do that is to bring in separate and independent law enforcement officer to the scene
Yes.
because it's your jurisdiction.
Correct.
And they called you before they got to Mr. Reed's house, didn't they?
Yes.
They told you what they were going to do and when they were going to do it.
Yes.
They didn't just show up at the Reed house and then you found out later. They invited you and informed you what the process was going to be.
I wouldn't say that they told me what the process was going to be.
When you got there, were the troopers already there, or did they arrive after you?
The troopers were there.
Were they in the house or outside of the house when you got there?
They were outside in a pickup truck.
Did you see them get out of the pickup truck after you got there?
They got out after I identified themselves.
Did you ever see them approach and touch the rear taillight of the defendant's Lexus?
I did not.
Did you ever see them manipulate in any way that rear taillight of the defendant's Lexus?
I did not.
Did you see them do anything that was suspicious, inordinary, or unfairly remarkable relative to that car?
I did not.
When they spoke to you, they then went inside the house?
What do you mean by spoke to me?
After they introduced you, you introduced yourself to them, they went into the Reed house,
Yes.
and then they came out.
They came out much later.
And that vehicle was towed.
Correct.
At no time from when you got there until you left did you see anybody from the state police in any way tamper with that vehicle, did you?
I did not.
When the vehicle was towed, do you know how long it took to take the vehicle from Dighton back to Canton?
How long?
Yes.
I do not.
You didn't escort it back.
I did not.
You had an opportunity to write a report in this case, didn't you?
I did.
And when you did, you had an opportunity to describe the damage to that taillight in any way you wanted to.
I did.
You could have gone into detail about size of the damage.
I could have.
You could have gone into detail about the
You know
shape
they
of
was
the
gonna
damage.
frame the lake.
I could have.
You could have gone into detail about the width of the damage.
I could have.
You could have taken photographs of the damage if you wanted to.
I could have.
In fact, there was no limitation on what you could have written in your report regarding the damage, was there?
No.
You write reports regularly, don't you?
I do.
You're trained at the academy. It's the best way to memorialize events.
Hell, why
Correct.
y'all
Because in
keeping in
time, your memory is not always as good later on than it is at that moment.
Correct.
What might be important or remarkable later might not be remarkable at the time you're making the observation.
Correct.
So you're taught at the academy to use as much detail as you can so that you can have an accurate memory later on.
Correct.
Because oftentimes, well, you respond to a number of different events and incidents, don't you?
I do.
You write a lot of reports.
Not necessarily now in this position that I'm in, but
Did you at the time?
at the time, correct.
Yeah. And so it's sometimes difficult to remember the details of all events, and you use the report to refresh your memory.
Correct.
When you wrote your report, and you could have put as much detail as you wanted, is it fair to say you only wrote one single line about the damage to the car?
Correct.
The vehicle had damage to the right rear taillight.
That's what I wrote.
Fair to say you didn't document that it was the size of a dollar bill. You didn't say that, did you?
No.
Or that it was 3 to 6 inches. You didn't mention that, did you?
No.
You didn't mention the placement of where the damage was.
To an extent, I did the right rear tail light.
Right rear taillight. You didn't indicate if it was on the side or on the back.
I did not.
You didn't provide any other details of the description when your memory was probably at its best. True?
True.
And would you agree that your memory that day was probably much more accurate than it is today?
I would not.
When you wrote the report, did you ever have an opportunity to write a supplement report if you wanted to give more detail?
I guess I could.
You didn't.
I did.
Inevitably,
Lawrence, 500
you were
days.
a
Shut up,
witness at trial. I'm sorry. You were a witness at a prior proceeding in this case, weren't you?
Correct.
You came in and you swore under oath regarding your memory.
Correct.
And that was probably a year to a year and a half after you first made the observations, which you reduced in writing in the police report.
Correct.
And when you made those observations, that was on January 29, 2022?
Correct.
When you came into court and you testified, that was on June 10, 2024.
If that was the date.
You were asked questions to use your best memory to describe the damage to that taillight last time you swore under oath to tell the truth, weren't you?
I don't think I was asked that.
But were you asked about to describe the best you could the damage to that right rear taillight last time you were in court on June 10, 2024?
I don't think I was told to describe it in depth.
Were you asked questions about the damage to that rear tail light last time you were in court?
I was.
And when you described the damage, did you do your best of your ability to give as much detail as possible?
I did.
Did you qualify your memory at that time, saying to the best of my ability and recollection?
I did.
And when you qualify as a police officer with the best ability and recollection, that is recognizing that time had passed,
Time has passed, yep.
that you had a report, that you could refresh your memory.
Correct.
And did you refresh your memory with that report before you testified last time?
I did.
And when you qualified that it was to the best of your ability and recollection, that account for the fact that when you looked at the report, there was no detail other than your commentary in your report that the vehicle had damage to the right rear tail light.
Just think it's
Correct.
specific.
And so when you qualified,
Y'all do it
you
all
were
the time.
considering human factors like time had passed,
Correct.
that your report was respectfully scant,
At least it's in there.
Correct.
that you had heard a lot about this case since that point, hadn't you?
Correct.
And so considering your memory in June of 2024, when you qualified your answer, was it considering all of those different factors that had passed in between that time?
Can you rephrase that?
Yes. When you decided to qualify your answer and you said to the best ability and recollection, and then you went on to describe what you remember from the break of the taillight,
I remember him always
the
saying,
reason why you used that qualification to the best ability and recollection, is it because of those human factors that had passed?
I would suppose so.
And sir, since the time you came into court on June 10, 2024, have you spoken to anybody from the defense about this case?
Yes.
How many times have you spoken to somebody from the defense about this case
she sure
after you gave your testimony on June 10, 2024?
Once.
Where did you speak? Who did you speak to?
Attorney Jackson.
Did you speak to him in person or on the phone?
In person.
Okay, don't. Okay.
You can't tell him how to
You're not
answer.
hesitating, are you?
No.
Where did you speak to him in person?
At his hotel.
Tell him don't hesitate.
How did you know where Attorney Jackson was staying?
He told me.
Did you find it odd to go visit an attorney at their hotel and talk about a case?
It was in their conference room.
Find it odd. Go to somebody's hotel and speak to them about a
He
case.
don't live there.
No.
Without saying the name of the hotel, where was the hotel located?
Boston.
And where were you located?
I don't feel comfortable telling you.
I'm sorry. Did you have to drive?
I did.
So you took the effort to go to see.
Child, he's a witness.
You know who Mr. Jackson was?
I did.
You seen him on TV.
I did.
When you went there to the hotel in the conference room, who else was there?
Attorney Little.
Okay. Who else?
I'm not sure of the other gentleman's name.
It was one of the gentlemen right here on the end.
The-
The good-looking one down there on the right.
no, it was not.
Somebody else.
Somebody else.
Okay. Was there anybody else there?
No.
When you were in
Baby, you
that
met with
conference
Jennifer
room,
McCabe 20
were
times.
you shown your police report?
No.
Were you shown your testimony from the last time you came to the court?
No.
The photograph of the vehicle in Sally Port, the vehicle with the missing glass, were you shown that?
No.
Had you ever seen that photo before?
Of course.
And you saw it at the last event you testified at, right?
Correct.
And when you were shown that photo during your prior testimony, you never, ever suggested that that was in any way different than what you had seen in the indictment.
Nobody asked me that.
When you were asked to describe the damage, and you were shown that photograph, you never, ever suggested that there was a difference in the damage as you see it in that photo compared to what you remember. Did you?
I don't think anybody asked me to describe that.
Did you ever make a note or say anything that is similar to what you remember at the last event that you testified at?
I testified that that was not the taillight the day that I saw it.
That's what you testified at the last event?
Did.
Yes?
Yes.
You said that photo does not depict what you saw?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
And when you testified to that at the last event, Who was asking you that
I'm saying
question?
event, like it was a
District Attorney Lally.
Okay. And you remember making that comment under oath?
I do.
Do you remember that as well as your memory about what the taillight looked like back in Dayton?
I do.
When you were asked questions about that taillight, you had described the taillight as
and he's an officer. It's
not completely damaged, it was cracked, and there was a piece missing but not completely damaged. Remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that accurate testimony?
It's accurate.
So in your memory, in June 10, 2024, was that vehicle's rear tail light had a piece missing, correct?
Correct.
You said that your memory about the damage to the tail light, as you recall it when you were in Dayton back on January 29, 2022, you said your memory is as good as your memory that you said in court there was a difference between that photo and the damage, right?
Right.
Have you ever read your testimony from your last proceeding?
Never.
But you have a specific memory of discussing that specific photograph? Yes?
Yes.
Any approach?
Yes.
Stephanie Hank is trying, but I'm done. He came back, said the same thing, but this time he was a little more specific. When I saw that light,
I'm going to show
I was
you
like this.
your transcript of sworn testimony on June 10, 2024. And when you reflect on your memory, understanding some time has passed, you've testified that your memory of distinguishing that photo is reflected in your testimony, right?
Objection.
So ask the question differently.
Okay. Your memory is that you discussed the distinction between that photo and what you saw at the last time you testified.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
And as you take a look at that, could you show me anywhere in your testimony? Anywhere.
Let's see, Sassy.
Where you made any statement about that photo being inconsistent with what you saw in Dayton on January 29, 2022.
Frenchie, when you say that, all I think about is Rudy. Remember Miss Hilton start running away. He must be reading the whole page. He pulling a Jennifer McCabe on there. What do you say, Aaron? Give it. I think he said he remembers testifying to a picture. So maybe it wasn't the picture. I don't know. Yeah, I think he did trip him up. Baby, this long pause is hilarious.
It's not in there.
Can I approach?
Yes.
He can say, well, I would do it.
Thank you.
Then he gonna say, well, if you can't remember that, how can you remember this?
So respectfully, sir, your memory about distinguishing that photo is not as you thought it was and claimed it was in this transcript, correct?
Correct.
And that's not a matter of you trying to fool anybody or lying, is it?
No.
No, it's a matter of time passes and memory fades. Yes?
Yes.
And that's one real example why at the academy, they teach you when you write reports to be as detailed as you can. To accommodate the fact that memories can fade, right?
Correct.
Memories can change.
I know what I saw, and that wasn't it.
Well, that's not what I'm asking you, because you just testified that under oath, you had looked at that photo and distinguished it. But that's not accurate, is it?
No.
And so it's not a matter of you perjuring yourself or lying, it's a
What?
matter of difficulties with memory, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, correct.
And you share those same difficulties with memory as many other witnesses. Objection.
Especially yours.
Sustained.
You have, as is human nature, difficulties with memory at times, correct?
Correct.
And so that very certain memory you had about your testimony last year, fair to say that never happened.
Correct.
You were simply mistaken, weren't you? Or something more, please tell me.
Correct.
Hold your head up. Hold your head high.
When you met with the attorneys in Boston, what'd you talk about?
It was just a way for them to meet with me and see me face to face, and then ask me how I would be subpoenaed, who would they need to send a court summons to, what my schedule was like coming up in the next month, months.
Those things all could have been accomplished by phone, correct?
Could have.
Do it by phone.
Face-to-face meeting, what'd you talk
How the hell he go?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Over here. What'd you talk about? Excuse me.
So that, okay?
Girl, did y'all hear Hank Thomas from over here? Let me rewind. Y'all Hank.
Over here.
As much as Jennifer McCabe, every witness looks down and looks at Hank's ass, he's talking about over here. Listen to this.
It all could have been accomplished by phone, correct?
Could have.
So the face-to-face meeting, what did you talk about? Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Over here. What did you talk about? Excuse me.
So that, okay?
Over here.
Girl, I know that's right, AJ. Get Hank's ass together. Hank said over here. That boy Thomas over here. Hold on, me. He's talking about over here. Let me tell you something. I believe this officer. I do. I'm sorry if he tripped up. There are certain things, and my children will tell you this. I can tell you certain things about Mariah's birth, but I can't tell you what my nurses looked like. I can tell you my sister almost passed out, right? I can tell you certain things that stood out to me that happened years ago. Mariah's about to be 20. This was 20 years ago. I can almost picture some of the stuff I had in my bag, but I can't tell you specifics. Doesn't mean that I'm lying about it. I just don't have a memory of that because it's not a core memory for me. So I don't think it's crazy for him to not remember all of these little specifics about stuff that he didn't think mattered, but remembers, damn, they're saying the car may have been in a been involved in a homicide, and that tail light is just missing on the side. It makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. Thank you, Shataka. Shataka said Bev needs to get Alalow and text. Put on her forehead. Maybe she should have. She needs to.
You told us there was some background about being subpoenaed and timing. Substantively, what did you talk about with the attorneys when you met them at their hotel conferences?
Other than that, they didn't go over my testimony. We just spoke about that I said that the taillight was not completely damaged.
Okay. Did you get into any detail about the conversation about your testimony today?
No.
When did you meet with them?
I don't have the date.
Last year, this year?
I don't have the date. I don't recall the date.
I'm not looking for a date, just the general year frame. Last year, this year?
You gotta remember this year.
Probably June, early in this year.
Are you having some difficulty with memory about that as well?
On a certain date, yes.
Not a certain date. Was it this year probably? Do you think you met them this year?
This year.
Do you know what month you met them this year?
I wouldn't know the month.
Certainly you talked about this issue with the taillight, didn't you?
Yes.
When you talk about the issue with the taillight, did anybody from the defense offer you any opinions or information?
No.
Did they ask you questions about it?
No.
So you went to a meeting in a Boston hotel in a conference room, and nobody talked about the taillight?
AJ don't work here.
I'm going to allow it.
Sir, I'll ask you another question instead.
Baby Jill from McCabe don't remember shit.
Have you had an opportunity
I see what
to
happened
see
here though.
other evidence of that taillight being damaged that morning before you saw it?
On the 29th of January? No.
The video that was shown to you with the tow truck, had you seen that before today?
Yes.
Who showed it to you?
From seeing it on TV, and
Was it shown to you during your conference room meeting at the hotel?
it was not.
So you looked and studied and watched this case a little bit?
What?
With all due respect, sir, I don't live under a rock. It's all over social media and the
Period.
news. You can't avoid it.
Period.
I'm not criticizing you or discounting you, I'm just asking you. Have you been exposed to this case since you made those observations in Dayton on January 29, 2022?
I have.
Have you seen other video footage and evidence about that taillight since January 29, 2022?
I have.
Have you seen other information since you last testified last summer about the taillight?
I have.
And seeing this extraneous information, this other information, do
Hey.
you think that played a part in some of your difficult memory?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Okay.
Baby, AJ's pissed. What is AJ pissed about? AJ is pissed. Baby, first of all, AJ, the way they're sitting, it's Yanetti, Karen, AJ, Miss Little. How did AJ beat everybody up? AJ beat everybody up because he is pissed. And I hope you guys know once this man is done, court is over. Don't be on here thinking court is finna last, because court is not gonna last. It's over. Hold up.
You've seen quite a bit of information about this case and the issue regarding the taillight since you first made the observations back in 2022. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
It would be fair to say.
And based on all the additional information you've read and seen, would you agree it's had some effect on your memory?
I guess.
No, I don't want you to guess. You testified that you made explanations at the last trial that you didn't make, right?
Correct.
You had a memory as you testified in direct examination on the road, and you tried your best about things that just didn't happen, right?
Right.
Would you agree that you have some difficulty with your memory?
I'd agree.
I want to show you some evidence of that taillight before you had a chance to see it in Dayton. If we could have
Yeah, he gonna be up here all damn day. But I
the
get
ring video at 5:07:58, please. Have you seen this video before, sir?
I have.
Before you proceed, Ms. Gomez, have you seen this on social media?
The news, social media.
Has anybody else shown you this video?
No.
How many times do you think you've been exposed to this video?
Too many to count.
Because you were involved in this case, and I'm going to say as a predicate, there were no orders for you not to look at anything. I'm not suggesting any impropriety. But because you were involved in this case and issues regarding the taillight, do you think you had a particular interest when things like this came on TV and social media?
Probably like the
Compared to your memory?
Did I have a
Yes.
particular interest? No, I didn't follow this case
But you've seen this many, many times.
because of what is out there on social media and the news.
I understand. Who's like this way?
This is not wrong. And why couldn't he just show it when she was already turned?
Stop, please. Do you see that white part of the back rear right taillight?
I don't know, Mia.
I'm going to allow it.
You see that? Sir?
It's the same side piece.
Can you zoom in a little bit more?
It's the same side piece.
I can.
You can or cannot?
I can.
You can. C-A-N can?
Yes.
Thank you. Continue, please. Continue. Stop.
It's the same side piece.
Back more.
Please say
Hold it right there. Zoom, please.
it's the same look.
You see, sir?
The same side piece.
Sir?
I can see that.
Is that consistent with the damage that you saw when you looked at that Lexus in Dayton hours later?
Consistent.
Oh,
Can we go to Exhibit 10, please? And before you show it, I have a couple questions. This was a snowstorm, kind of like a blizzard that day.
Yes.
And when you got to the driveway, it had not been shoveled or plowed.
Correct.
There was quite a bit of snow accumulating and ongoing.
Yes.
And there was snow coming down on top of everything, the ground, the streets, the cars, correct?
Correct.
And snow was accumulating, did you notice, on cars and packing onto cars?
Yes.
When you looked at this house, when you looked at the defendant's Lexus in Dayton, you didn't go over and scoop out any of the snow that was in that broken taillight, did you?
I did not.
You didn't try to remove any snow off it or that was accumulated inside of it?
I did not.
And the snow,
So now the snow was
packed on that car, wasn't there?
There was.
There was snow packed around the light, wasn't it?
There was.
And would you agree with the snow, since you didn't tamper with it or try to remove anything?
Now the
that could
snow altered
impede
his
your
view.
ability to accurately observe the depth of the damage? Would you agree with that?
I would.
If we could have Exhibit 10, please.
So now Hank's saying he couldn't see because it was snowing, and he just agreeing.
Does that appear to be the same Lexus you looked at when it was in Dayton?
Check slow mo this for me, so I'm sorry.
And it's a far view, so I don't want you to guess. If you're not sure, you can tell me.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I can't.
We have Exhibit 11, please. Can you take a look to the right? You see that right tail light, the white part?
I can.
Missing, yes?
Looks like snow is packed on it.
Does it look like there's a red tail light there?
Does not.
This is before you saw the car in Dayton? Do you know that, or you wouldn't know that?
That doesn't look like the Reed's driveway.
Do you know if this photograph was taken before or after you made your observations in Dayton?
I do not.
The right rear tail light and the missing parts of it, is that
He just get him to say. I mean, here's the thing from
around
reasonable doubt. Nobody knows what it looks like.
Yes.
Chris, I wonder why.
I have no further questions.
In my
Lights
opinion,
on, please, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be brief.
I highly doubt the defense will edit it.
Sergeant, Did you celebrate your birthday 2 years ago?
I did.
Kind of a big deal. It's your birthday, right?
Yes.
What day of the week was your birthday 2 years ago?
No idea.
Do you have a difficult memory, sir?
Yes.
The fact that you had a birthday, you recall, correct?
Correct.
Just gave.
The day of the week of that birthday may fall by the wayside in your mind, right?
Right.
Sustain is to the form, Mr. Jackson is
Of
your
course.
witness.
The fact that you can't remember the day of the week, does that mean that you have a bad memory?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Correct.
You remember being in Dighton, correct? Being called out to Dighton, to the residents of the Reeds.
Correct.
Do you remember the time?
I do.
Do you remember the weather?
I do.
Do you remember who you met there?
I do.
Do you remember the conversations that you had?
I do.
Do you remember the phone calls that you received?
I do.
The first one?
I do.
The second one?
I do.
Do you remember being in the garage and speaking with someone?
I do.
Remember it was this lady, pretty lady right here in the blue?
I know that's right.
You remember meeting Mr. Reed?
Briefly.
Handsome gentleman with the gold tie?
I do.
You remember all that?
Daddy.
Mhm.
Her daddy is.
Do you remember the SUV?
I do.
Do you remember the condition of the taillight?
I do.
You were asked whether or not you saw Trooper Proctor in any way manipulate that right rear taillight while it was out at Dighton, while you were there, correct?
Correct.
You said no. Honestly, I never saw him touch it, right?
Correct.
Were you in the Sally Port in Canton PD? Sorry, in Canton, in the Sally Port at the police station
I wasn't.
at 5:30 p.m.?
Period.
Sustain.
At any point, did you ever go to the Sally Port at Canton PD that day?
I did not.
Do you have any idea what did or didn't happen inside the Sally Port?
Objection.
Sustain.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, you could have taken photos had you wanted to, correct?
Correct.
And certainly you could have, right?
Correct.
Was that your vehicle that was being seized?
No.
You were
Why would he
simply
take
there to
photos?
assist another officer, right?
Objection.
The form, Mr. Jackson.
Of course. What were you there to do?
Just to assist another agency.
Would it have been normal protocol for you to photograph that vehicle?
No.
Did you see Trooper Proctor photograph the vehicle?
Nope.
No.
Did you see Sergeant Buchanan photograph the
Nope.
vehicle?
No.
You worry about the wrong shit, Hank. He doesn't even work for Ken or MSP.
By the way, you and I did meet once before, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that I don't?
Was that before or after you testified last year at another hearing?
After.
And you were called by whom last year at the other hearing?
Ooh.
The defense or the Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth.
Didn't call him this time.
You testified for them?
Correct.
Objection. Move to strike.
So that's stricken. It's beyond the scope.
Did the Commonwealth ever contact you after your testimony at the hearing last year?
They did not.
Did they ever call you on the telephone?
After?
Correct.
No.
Did they ever send you a subpoena?
No.
And you testified last year that the taillight was cracked, but not, or damaged, but not completely broken, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You and I met in a hotel in a conference room, correct?
Correct.
Anything sketchy or nefarious about that?
No.
Did I introduce myself to you?
You did.
You happen to know I live in Los Angeles?
There we go.
Correct.
I don't have a house, right?
Correct.
I don't have an office out here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not I have an office?
I do not.
Do you remember me asking you if you would mind meeting at a hotel where I was staying in a conference room?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any problem with that?
Nope.
Did you find that unusual?
No.
Did you and I ever speak, ever, before your testimony last year?
No.
Did I ever tell you how I wanted you to testify?
No.
Did I ever tell you what to say?
No.
Did I show you any testimony?
No.
Did I play you any video?
Come on,
No.
Did I
FJ.
show you a single photograph?
No.
During that conversation, did you tell me how to subpoena you?
I did.
Did you tell me where the subpoena should be directed?
I did.
Did you tell me your vacation schedule?
I did.
Did you tell me your availability and willingness to testify?
I did.
Did we talk about any other thing of substance other than that and whether or not you recalled what your testimony was from last year?
That was all we talked about.
As you sit here, Sergeant Barrows, do you have any difficulty recalling what the condition of that taillight was on January 29th, 2022 at about 3 or 3:15 in the afternoon when you saw the vehicle? Any
No.
difficulty whatsoever?
No.
You remember the condition of that taillight?
I do.
Was the condition of that taillight the same as the photo that I showed you on my direct examination?
No.
Okay, that's all.
You would agree that your memory has changed since last time you testified in this courthouse.
Yes.
In the photo I showed you, the close-up with the missing right rear taillight, is that consistent with your memory of what you saw in Dayton on January 29, 2022?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It was opened
That's
up.
not evidence.
It was opened up.
How?
Is it consistent with what you saw on January 29, 2022?
It is.
Thank you.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set. sir.
Thank you.
Quiet, please.
All right, so jurors, I know I need to talk to the lawyers about a couple of things, so this seems like a good spot to just send you home for the day rather than bringing you out witnessing. So those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be careful with your social media. Remember, tomorrow's a half a day. We'll finish by 1. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. Those who know please follow me.
I can't stand them either, y'all. I can't stand them, but how do y'all think he ended up doing? For me, sometimes when I go for the witnesses, I know, Hank, they're supposed to trip them up. They're supposed to do those things, but I do feel like he just kind of stayed with, listen, you can say whatever it is you want to say, but that tail light was not broken or shattered when I saw it. I'm going to go with that. All of the other stuff Hank was talking about, I really don't even care about.
Jurors exit the courtroom, please be seated.
So there have been some motions, I think, piling up. 2 I have not had a chance to read yet, maybe more. Commonwealth's motion for reciprocal discovery, and then the defendant put in writing about the discovery from Aperture. I've not had a chance to read the prosecutor's opposition. I'd like to do all that before I hear you on that. But the only one that I did read is the reciprocal discovery. Ms. Giannetti, are you examining both Brian Loughran and Karina Kolakithis?
Yes, and there are 3 issues that I believe we should dispatch with today.
All right, so why don't you, sure, I have time. I just don't know what you're talking about.
May we approach that?
Sure.
Uh-oh. So Turtlewood was absolutely correct. Remember, we talked about this. They are going to have her testify, allegedly, that Jennifer McCabe told her there was ring footage of John being hit by a car. And maybe he's trying to like, hey, this is what's going to come up. We need to work this now. I don't want Hank objecting and all of that while I got her on the stand. Let's go talk about it now. But this might be it. That may be exactly what he was talking about. It might be true. It might be true. It's 2 spicy mirrors. It's something every day. Kelly said she thought he was fine. I don't know if you meant fine by his testimony or fine as in he was cute. He was cute. So Forrest, if that's accurate, I think that's something that should come in, because why would Jen lie like that? Why is she going out of her way to implicate Karen? There is no ring footage. footage? What ring footage is there? And why isn't it here? Because please stop the madness. Show us the ring footage. Siobhan, I think so too. I do. I think so too. And she has really great attorneys. I just think it's Bev. I don't understand why we can't get Bev gone. And listen, fam, you know they remember Jen. You cannot forget Jen. Remember, even in this trial, you had to be thinking, who is Jen? Who is Jen? Who is this lady? She gets up there and she's terrible. She was on the stand, what, 2 days, 3 days? She's terrible. Now we can put a face to a name. But we never saw Brian. We never saw Chris. We never saw Julie. We're hearing all these people the Commonwealth never wanted to show us. I'm feeling a way about that. They could call 10 more witnesses. Probably so. I think today is Tuesday. They may be done. I say by next Friday. Hell, we may be done with this case completely by next Friday. I don't know. But I do feel like the Commonwealth has not proven to me that Karen hit him with her car. And I wonder if the jury is feeling the same way. Hey, Simply Style, how are you? This trial is still going on. Day 26. It is still going on, and we are still heavily invested in this trial. Capture. What? Capture, the defense has 35 witnesses? Well, Nikki, Capture just said the defense has 35 witnesses. I don't know if they're going to call 35. Shanny, that's so mean. We watch trials as a team over here. You have to stop. And no entertainment about Miss Buzz. Miss Love, let me tell you, Miss Love would have cut up 50, 11 times by now. Miss Love would have probably had to retake two classes by now. I can see it. Hold on, y'all. I tried to stop before Barchi got started. Hold on. Because they see Barchi cutting up. It's not Barchi, y'all. My niece has one of her friends here. I just took them out again. My niece has her friend here, and y'all know Barchi gets just bothered. Barchi gets really, really she's Catherine. Sweet angel baby. No. Hold on, y'all, just a second. Hold on. Yeah, y'all see, she just really bothered right now. No one is studying Barchi. No one is studying Barchi, okay? Shoot, Barchi is Barchi's out of control, y'all. She getting some. When she get those shots, y'all gonna be on live like, where's Barchi? Baby, right here. Won't hear her say a word because she's gonna be on those meds, okay? Barchi's gonna be on those meds, won't say a word. Look at her, y'all. She's so bothered. So bothered. She is so upset. My niece's friend is with her, and Barchi just pissed. She just pissed for no reason. Barchi, hold on, y'all, cause I feel like I'm about to fall. Okay. Whew, I was about to fall over. Barchi's a Pomapoo. She's a Pomeranian mixed with a poodle, and I think that's where the barking comes from. The pom in her. Siobhan, she's so upset. She is so upset. A young T. She's so upset. Y'all, what do y'all think they talking about? Caps, I don't know what she said she needs to hang specialty. She needs to do something. Let me see. She said we got a mutt over here. What's your dog mixed with, Miss Davis? Yeah, poor Barchi, poor me. You see, I didn't leave it with Mariah. I said, well, come on, Barchi, you can just come on over here, go to work with me. y'all really playing. Barchi, I told her, come on, go to work. I don't want to leave you at the house. Mariah gonna have you in the crate all day. Barchi needs something because this right here got me petting this dog like she's a baby. Yeah, she too worried. Mariah will put her in her crate and leave her because she's scared about the dog. Thank you so much, Forrest. Not you showing out today. Thank you for gifting 10 Millionaire Mail memberships. And y'all know the drill. If you've received a membership from Forrest, please say thank you. I appreciate it. Dang, am I late? Because, it's a delay. I'm like, I just saw it and y'all already coming. Thank you so much, Forrest. We appreciate it. Thank you guys. My memberships. I was actually talking to my I forget what they're called. I don't want to say case manager, but you know when I did that creator program, you have a person you talk to at YouTube. So he was just telling me how well my channel has been doing with memberships, and I was just thanking him for doing it. I did my first members only live, so he was telling me congratulations for that, and that we have more stuff coming up. So I appreciate you guys. This YouTube journey, it has been really good. My views have been kind of staying consistent. I think I've been doing about 60,000-70,000 views a week, which is good on TV because I just imagine like this is my own little TV channel, right? So I just liken it to that. So I appreciate you guys so much for supporting this channel. I appreciate it. Even with my little bad dog, y'all sit on live and listen to this dog bark and don't say a word. So I appreciate it so much. Hey, Kiki. Hey, Just Saying. You really were talking about a mutt, Miss Davis. Y'all paid $20 for him. I'm not Shani. I'm not, but I am so appreciative because this is something I wanted to do for like 10 years, YouTube, and I just never did it, or I didn't do it the right way. And I always credit the YSL trial for kind of showing me and giving me the courage to do it the right way. And it's been a really great journey. It's been a really great journey. Indy, I don't know why I said that because y'all do say a word. Thank you, Ash. Thank you. And I love that. I appreciate that. from the trenches to a YouTube coordinator. Missy, that's actually kind of crazy. I still to this day don't know how they selected me to be in the program, but I appreciate it. I learned a lot. Finally turned memberships on. Like now I can try to do more members only videos. So I appreciate it. My rewatch of the Soul Group, for people who didn't watch, it's going to be members only. So it kind of gave me the courage to do things like that. You're right. I did say that, Catherine. I can't believe y'all talking about I was crying so much. I said, what? Listen. Y'all told me I was crying like that. I said, damn it, they didn't call anybody to come check on me? Nothing. T. Lynn said they arrested Karen saying they had the ring footage. Oh. She said, you love it over here. You love it over here. Keith, you love it over here. This is our community. Every damn day is crazy, y'all. I was going through a really tough time in my life. Okay, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Y'all, Barty she just wanted to say how I think. Well, for a little bit, but she'll stop though. It wasn't. Okay. So now, are they done now, y'all? Y'all thought they had something to talk about. No? We waited for that. We waited for nothing. Y'all, they leaving. They leaving. Hey, Thelonious, how are you? They are leaving, guys. Okay, Barchi, come on now. It's okay. Calm down. Yeah, she's so bothered. This is so bad. Yo, we waited all of that time and they just about to go. Why didn't Bev tell them to cut the cameras? Okay. Well, y'all know I told Miss J we're gonna go TikTok live. I'm gonna do some of my videos, so I think I'm gonna sit over here for a little so I can do some videos and do TikTok live, and let's talk about what's happened in court today. So yes, thank y'all so much for all the super chats, for all the likes. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. But I'm gonna go to TikTok. I'll be on TikTok live in like 30 minutes or so. Because I'm gonna stay over here so I can get on. But I'll talk to y'all later. Let me text Yates actually, because Aaron probably in 30 because Yates was at work. I want her to talk to us about the mistrial. I'm gonna text her now. Can you get on? Okay, I just text Yates. Thank Thank you. I appreciate it. I might just start in there, Erin. She is, Erin. Barchi is just, she's a lot. It's a lot. Well, she's a lot. They asked for it, pretty. Then granted, they asked for it. So I just text Yates to see can she do it in 30 minutes. So I'm gonna say 4:30. If not, I'll be there. Because it's about to be traffic in Atlanta. So I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna sit here on TikTok until traffic dies down. See you in the morning, Forrest. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you. What call, Brianna? Text me, Brianna, and tell me. Okay. Bye, everybody. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.